Chapter 637. The peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had come to invade, while the dim darkness sect also had experts like Wu Zixue and Nai Sheng here. Both sides were locked in battle, and the situation was extremely chaotic. The entire territory of flourishing peace region was overturned by the battle. It was just that, as Yang Zhaoge had predicted, the dim darkness sect's grand formation that guarded this place was currently unable to function normally. Under such circumstances, Wu Zixue, Nai Sheng, and the others naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Receiving another spear strike from the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng, Wu Zixue's aged body bent even more. The dim darkness sect martial practitioner beside him discovered to his shock that fresh blood was vaguely leaking out from the corner of Wu Zixue's mouth. Nai Sheng grunted and forced his opponent to retreat, but a sword wound appeared on his right arm. He retreated to Wu Zixue's side and transmitted his voice, "We can't hold on like this." Wu Zixue wiped the corners of his mouth, coughing a few times. "The news of our sect wanting to carry out the dim sun cold moon ritual has been leaked. The Grand Xian dynasty wants to make use of this chance to investigate the location of our main altar." Nai Sheng said, "The arrow is already narked on the bowstring, and must not be released. Even if we do not activate the ritual, the Grand Xian dynasty would already have obtained some clues. Since that's the case, we might as well fight to the end." Wu Zixue fell into deep thought. He looked up and saw that in the sky, streams of fire were rolling and rolling up waves of fire. In the sea of fire, a huge pattern of light condensed and shone down like a bright mirror. After the dim darkness sect's branch altar was enveloped by this mirror light, streams of black smoke arose. The black smoke did not fly straight upwards. Instead, it flew diagonally, resembling a rope with one end connected to the dim darkness sect's branch altar while the other extended into the unknown distance. If one's gaze was not limited to the flourishing peace region alone but the entire Royal Reed Sea, they would discover that the branch altars of the dim darkness sect were virtually all suffering fierce attacks at the same time. Above every branch altar of the dim darkness sect, there was a strange, bright mirror light illuminating it. Wisps of black smoke extended into the void from different directions, gradually converging and pointing at the same place. Looking at the black smoke above the flourishing peace region, Wu Zixue sighed. They really came prepared. The old man had a determined look on his face. "At a time like this, we can only give it our all." Saying thus, he raised a palm, once more blocking the terrifying spear of the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng up above. At the same time, his other hand slammed down towards the ground beneath his feet. Beneath his feet, rays of light that were neither bright nor dark lit up, and together, they revealed the true appearance of a giant formation. The spirit array suddenly activated, and the center of the spirit array suddenly lit up with a strong light. It actually expelled the darkness in an instant. However, this strong light disappeared in the blink of an eye and was once again swallowed by the darkness. At this moment, the darkness was even deeper, even more tranquil, and even more terrifying. Having received Wu Zixue's instructions, Chen Ku and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners did not join the battle to reinforce their fellow disciples, as they instead threw all the sacrificial offerings that they had long since prepared into the grand formation. The deep darkness was like a lake or an ocean. Everything that entered it stirred up a few ripples before quickly returning to normal. "If only we could wait for a few more days." Wu Zixue shook his head and raised his hand to write a profound black-colored talisman marking in midair. After that, he tapped it with his finger and the talisman marking sank into the darkness formed by the grand formation beneath his feet. Up above, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners sensed the changes as well as they could not help but attack with greater urgency. Wu Zixue, Nai Sheng and the others resisted with all their might. The deep darkness began expanding unceasingly, the surrounding world simultaneously dimming as all light in the vicinity was devoured by this darkness. Even the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners in the sky up above felt the light of the world around them grow dim. There were only a few peak experts like Lord Protector Zheng who still emanated the fiery light that surged to the heavens, unaffected by the darkness. However, everyone could feel the intense changes in the Guardian Grand formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar down below. The next moment, a streak of light that was not bright, instead appearing extremely dim, arose from the center of the grand formation. The light similarly did not shoot straight upwards, instead flying diagonally outwards. The direction that the dim light pointed in was the same as that black smoke, extending far into the distance, its destination unknown. Accompanied by the light, the darkness that enveloped the dim darkness sect's branch altar began dissipating unceasingly. Within the sea of flames in mid-air, the figure of a man with an authoritative expression surfaced. He looked to be a middle-aged man with a full beard on his face. Seeing that dim light, he could not help but frown, giving up on Wu Zixio who he had been battling all this while, instead stabbing towards that light with his spear. Accompanied by numerous streams of flame and light, the descending spear resembled an actual descending star, dragging a long tail of flames behind it as it mightily struck the dim light. After the two collided, the middle-aged man's spear that seemed able to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was actually repelled. The dim pillar of light shook slightly for a moment before continuing to shoot off into the distance. This middle-aged man was naturally one of the Grand Xian dynasty's 4 Lord Protectors, Lord Protector Zheng. His gaze focused. What a fella! While this pillar of light seemed dim and inconspicuous, seemingly weak and turbid, the power contained within was vast and heavy, such that even Lord Protector Zheng, a late-seeing divinity martial saint, was unable to destroy it with a single blow. His spear moved once more, Wu Zixio and the others hurriedly coming forward to block it. Whatever you are planning, it will all be futile, Lord Protector Zheng laughed loudly. So what even if I allow you traitors to complete your ritual? You can just be reduced to ashes along with your main altar. Wu Zixio retaliated with a move. Just as he was about to retort, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Someone from the branch altar had actually been swept into the central region of the Grand Formation, whether intentionally or not. Looking over, Wu Zixio saw that it was clearly Yang Zhaoge. This youngster will be crushed by the power of the formation. Wu Zixio had just thought of this when he suddenly saw Yang Zhaoge struggling, actually vanishing amidst that dim pillar of light. Wu Zixio was greatly shocked. As the controller of the formation, he could feel that someone had shot into the horizon alongside a streak of light from within the dim pillar of light, instantly leaving far away. Wu Zixio heaved a sigh of relief as he had not affected the formation. However, Wu Zixio did not know whether he should be happy or worried at this sudden turn of events. As the Grand Xian dynasty experts attacked once more, Wu Zixio had no time to consider the problem of Yang Zhaoge, as he could only first face the enemy head-on. Yang Zhaoge was not feeling too good at this moment, as he seemed to have been swept away by a mountain flood, everything before his eyes turning blurry as the heavens and earth spun. Fuck. While there is the Tao Tide reversal formation, the spiritual chi flow is really too chaotic. Yang Zhaoge could not help but want to curse. Having dared to enter, he had naturally been prepared. With the help of a unique technique to protect his body, not only would he not be ripped apart by the power of the dim darkness sect's ritual, he had even borrowed the power of the ritual here to send him to the dim darkness sect's main altar, the core of the dim sun cold moon ritual. It was just that the feeling along the way was really not wonderful at all. It was like being on a roller coaster whilst also feeling seasick. Yang Zhaoge was shaken to the point of being dizzy. After a long time, he finally arrived, his surroundings gradually calming down. Huh! Yang Zhaoge composed himself, appraising his surroundings. Then, he saw a great black sun currently slowly rising before his eyes. To be continued. Chapter 638. A sun rose right before his eyes. Yet, Yang Zhaoge could not feel any heat or warmth. This was because the sun before him was shockingly black. It was no longer a ray of light emitting amidst the boundless darkness. Instead, it was like infinite darkness had been birthed amidst the radiance. Yang Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Gazing over, he saw that there was clearly a dim blue moonlight beside the great black sun. The sun and moon stood side by side. The great sun was pitch black, yet the moonlight was also not as bright and clear as usual as it illuminated the heavens and the earth. This full moon was pale and dim, emanating streaks of ice-blue radiance that caused a chill to arise within one's heart. Dim sun and cold moon. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge was slightly taken aback. Yet, he also felt emotional that this was indeed the case. While the dim sun-cold moon ritual was a ritual that had only appeared after the Great Calamity, he had never come into contact with it before. Still, seeing that great black sun and ice-blue full moon, connecting this with the martial legacies of the dim darkness sect as well as the current situation, Yang Zhaoge immediately understood why the dim darkness sect had expended so much effort in executing this ritual. Those of the dim darkness sect wanted to artificially create a dim sun and cold moon before borrowing the power of these reversed sun and moon to undergo a baptism. The current number one expert of the dim darkness sect was their chief Zhu Haosheng, who was an old foe of the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Jiyuan. Zhu Haosheng, who was also a late-seeing divinity martial saint, had also been stuck at this level for a long time. This time, he wanted to borrow the assistance of the dim sun cold moon ritual to break through this bottleneck of many years, stepping into the immortal bridge stage of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. As Yang Zhaoge pondered, he saw the dim sun and cold moon before him trembling slightly, the unique space of darkness he was in shaking as well. The Grand Xian dynasty has found the main altar of the dim darkness sect by following the vines. Yang Zhaoge realized, they came really quickly. In the southeastern region of the Royal Reed Sea, the sky above the vast sea split apart as an incomparably massive black hole seemed to appear. In the depths of the black hole, a massive cliff hovered within the air, atop which sat a majestic city. The city and the cliff were shockingly all jet black as they seemed to have merged as one with the surrounding darkness. The darkness was unceasingly extending into the surroundings, devouring even more light. At this moment, the city and the cliff were connected by chain-like dark pillars of light and black smoke. The dark pillars of light and the black smoke stretched into the void, disappearing without a trace. These pillars of light and black smoke undoubtedly originated from the various branch altars of the dim darkness sect in the distance. Dim pillars of light traversed the heavens and the earth, intermingling as they congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, forming a massive spirit formation together with the branch altars that enveloped a corner of the Royal Reed Sea. However, long before the dim pillars of light had lit up, the black smoke that similarly originated from the various branch altars had already congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, causing it to be exposed. As the void trembled, a sea of fire swept across the sky. The might of the flames was even more terrifying than the attacks unleashed by the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty at the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region. The raging fire was not devoured by the black hole. Instead, it caused the black hole to distort and collapse. In the end, it was actually the fire that continued to devour and burn the dark void. The light of the fire gradually dispersed the darkness, and even illuminated the pitch-black city and cliff. Situated within the special space created by the dim sun-cold moon ritual, Yang Zhaoge could feel a majestic will appearing close to him, seemingly enveloping the heavens. It was as if a pair of eyes had opened and were staring at the raging fire that was surrounding them. The aura emitted by the other party was even stronger than that of the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng earlier. While they were all experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, there were still differences in strength between them. The aura of a veteran expert like the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhu Haosheng, was even more obvious. Even if this pair of eyes was not staring at him, Yang Zhaoge still felt his entire body turn numb. Silently circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, Yang Zhaoge seemed to have let go of the void, turning into nothingness as he merged with those dim streams of light amidst space, virtually becoming indistinguishable from one another. The attention of the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhu Haosheng, was currently placed on the outside world. Because the enemy that he was about to face was even stronger than him, the terrifying boundless sea of flames parted to the two sides, numerous figures appearing in an orderly formation as they stood together amidst space. At the center of the formation, numerous experts guarded a dragon carriage, waving a dragon flag, raising a circular fan and holding a yellow umbrella as a 5-colored canopy enveloped the area. Atop the carriage sat a person who wore a black dragon robe and a flat heavenly crown, his gaze dignified. It was precisely the current king of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third king of the Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. Beside King Xuanmu, there was shockingly another person seated alongside him, his aura even more powerful than King Xuanmu's. While this person appeared to be in his 20s from the outside, his gaze was heavy and aged. While he was seated alongside King Xuanmu, the feeling he gave off seemed to be that of an even higher level as one could not help but admire him. Swiveling his head to look at this person, King Xuanmu said slowly, Please lend me a hand, senior apprentice uncle. The other party did not speak, just raising a hand and pointing towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. A sword light that resembled water was emitted, resembling a long river as it swept over towards that black cliff and city. In the surroundings of the dim darkness sect's main altar, streams of dim light circulated, forming a massive formation which manifested boundless darkness. Where the darkness passed, the blazing fire was instantly halted, even being devoured by the darkness instead. However, wherever that sword light that resembled water passed, all color seemed to turn pale and powerless, as if faced with the erosion of the long river of time, all of it declining towards decay and decay. Light and darkness seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment, as all things seemed to have become mere symbols before time. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, an expressionless white-clothed old man watched this scene. Above his head, a great black sun and a blue full moon hung high, dim light descending, illuminating his body. Black light lit up on the white-clothed old man's body, dense black incantations suddenly surfacing on the surface of his white robe. He simultaneously pushed forward with both palms, boundless darkness enveloping the dim darkness sect's main altar, isolating all light. The world seemed to no longer have light as everything returned to the primordial darkness of the universe. That sword light that resembled water was also isolated by the darkness at this moment. However, the sword light zigzagged, coiling around the darkness as it began unceasingly wearing down the defensive power of the dim darkness sect's guardian grand formation, the primordial wilderness formation. Now, King Xuanmu made use of this chance to attack as well, commanding the Grand Shen dynasty experts under him to attack the primordial wilderness formation. All-encompassing blazing fire swept over once more, aided by the sword light that resembled water, dispersing the layers of darkness. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, the white robe of Chief Zhu Haosheng was already filled with incantations, causing it to turn completely black. The darkness that resembled the descent of eternal night unceasingly resisted the attacks from the outside world. Still, it currently seemed to be struggling to advance. Zhu Haosheng was not looking at King Xuanmu now, instead gazing at that person who had a young appearance but an aged gaze. 7th level of the martial saint realm, early immortal bridge stage. Zhu Haosheng paused with each word. That person seated beside King Xuanmu now suddenly stood up, spiritual light flickering above his head as he descended from the dragon carriage. He strode forward, arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar before stomping downwards. Light circulated beneath his feet as the sword light that resembled water appeared once more, flowing downwards like a waterfall as it descended towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. To be continued. Chapter 639. Zhu Haosheng's gaze turned solemn. Time sword. Time flowing sword. You are Shenling's successor? When the Grand Shen dynasty had been founded in the past, its founder, King Shenwen, possessed peerless martial prowess as he had suppressed the royal Reed Sea with his might. At the same time, there had been others who had established the Grand Shen dynasty together with him. At that time, King Shenwen addressed these apprentice brothers, and Shenlingzi was one of them. Afterwards, when the Grand Shen dynasty had stabilized its position in the royal Reed Sea and King Shenwen had established the kingdom, Shenlingzi and the others had not remained behind as they had instead vanished without a trace. This left the later generations with many speculations, such as the possibility of putting away the bow after the birds had been killed, killing the meritorious officials, and so on. But looking at the situation today, Zhu Haosheng knew that everyone had guessed wrongly. Shenling's lineage really did not care about the right to rule over the royal Reed Sea. That year, when the Grand Shen dynasty had been founded, they had already retreated. Now that the Grand Shen dynasty's situation was unstable, they had actually appeared once more to lend a hand. While this person before him looked young, his seniority and age were probably even higher than that of Zhu Haosheng and King Xuanmu, his cultivation base having already reached the 7th level of the martial saint realm, having already stepped onto the immortal bridge. As the other party strode towards the dim darkness sect's main altar, every step he took seemed to be treading on a formless bridge as he went higher and higher. The so-called high did not refer to arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar purely in terms of spatial distance. Instead, it was like stepping onto a higher level, overlooking Zhu Haosheng and the others down below. Zhu Haosheng's expression was solemn as he fused with the power of the grand formation. He was like an abyss of darkness as he withstood the impact of the waterfall-like sword lights. The darkness that could devour all things was now resisting everything. The sword light that fell like a waterfall collided with the darkness, but it actually shattered and bounced off, dispersing into nothingness. It was like real flowing water hitting the black rocks below, splashing water everywhere. The young man up in the air glanced downwards at the dim darkness sect's main altar before nodding slowly, the vicissitudes in his eyes growing denser as his features seemed to have become younger. A sword appeared in his hand. It was rusted and decayed, as if it could break by itself at any time. However, as he swung his sword, the water-like sword light became even more erratic. In the world that was tainted by the sword light, the flow of time seemed to become fast and slow, forming a kind of distorted power. Under the attack of the sword light, the solidified darkness was gradually penetrated, like water droplets piercing through a stone. On Zhu Haosheng's long robe, the densely packed black light incantations had already merged into one, forming a black light screen that was indistinguishable from his own martial path fist intent. However, Zhu Haosheng's heart was heavy at the moment. Ordinarily, by relying on the primordial chaos formation, he would still be able to hold his own against this opponent. But now, firstly, he was undergoing the dim sun-cold moon ritual, and secondly, King Xuanmu was attacking from the side. Zhu Haosheng instantly felt an immense pressure. The other experts of the dim darkness sect who were still at their main altar had all come to assist in battle. Still, the Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds as well. Zhu Haosheng also discovered that other than that expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm, there were also other peak experts of Shenling's lineage assisting him. The dim darkness sect was instantly faced with an extremely terrible situation, the primordial darkness formation seemingly about to be broken through. A terrifying spear tip emerged from the void. Wherever the tip of the spear touched, the void immediately split open. The tip of the spear blazed with blazing flames. As the fiery light descended, this corner of the heavens and earth of the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds seemed to be incinerated completely, leaving behind a blank space. King Xuanmu was expressionless as he wielded the spear in his hands with the 5 fire true art and the 7 foul treasured spear, killing towards the main altar of the dim darkness sect. King Xian's spear. Seeing that spear, Zhu Haosheng paid even more attention to it than seeing King Xuanmu himself of the late seeing divinity stage. Yet, having already been fully drawn in by the time-flowing sword up above, he was currently powerless to resist this terrifying spear. Within the main altar of the dim darkness sect, other experts of the dim darkness sect went up to meet it. Yet, they were powerless against the spear of the King Xian spear. Currently, King Xuanmu who wielded the King Xian spear was not any weaker than that martial practitioner who was executing the time-flowing sword in the least. The terrifying spear finally broke through the primordial chaos formation. It was like dawn had broken after the dark night, light returning to the great earth as blazing flames instantly illuminated the city and half of the cliff. Zhu Haosheng's face was sunken as water as he slowly brought his palms together before abruptly pulling them apart. The pitch-black sky seemed to be ripped apart as an unprecedentedly powerful light erupted, even obscuring the blazing light of fire and the flowing light of time. Extreme darkness birthed light. When darkness reached the extreme, incomparably pure, incomparably dazzling radiance was born. While it was fleeting, it was incomparably dazzling. The bright radiance transformed into a terrifying saber light that hacked towards King Xuanmu. King Xuanmu retracted the King Xian spear in his hand, sweeping it horizontally within the air as he blocked Zhu Haosheng's terrifying extreme darkness splendor saber. As the two collided, the sky lit up completely white, a rain of fire and a rain of light descending together. The great sea down below was riddled with innumerable holes as the seawater was virtually completely evaporated. However, amidst the dense white light, that time-flowing sword that seemed neither hurried nor slow hacked towards Zhu Haosheng once more. Zhu Haosheng dealt with it calmly, projecting the concept of light and darkness intersecting, brightness and dimness changing. The bright saber light turned, instantly transforming into darkness once more as it swept along the sword light that resembled water. Yet, amidst the changes in speed of the sword light, it suddenly evaded Zhu Haosheng's defenses, attacking in another direction. Zhu Haosheng inwardly cried out in alarm as he realized that the other party was trying to create a diversion. He wanted to change his stance, but King Xuanmu brandished the King Xian spear and attacked once more. Caught in a difficult situation, Zhu Haosheng was hard-pressed to balance his attacks as he saw that sword light that resembled a long river of time cleave down on the dim sun and cold moon above his head. Swept along by that sword light, the great jet-black sun and the dim blue full moon both descended from above Zhu Haosheng's head, transforming into streaks of light as they descended into the distance. Within the unique space formed of the intertwining dim sun and cold moon, the heavens and the earth were overturned at this moment. Yang Zhaoge stabilized his figure within, not wanting to experience that earlier rollercoaster-like feeling once more. Looking at the dim sun and cold moon that were beginning to rise and fall chaotically before him, feeling the connection between this space and the primordial chaos formation of the outside world being severed, Yang Zhaoge exhaled slowly, his gaze beginning to turn sharp. While it is different from what I had expected, there is still a way. At the same time, a vigorous sword light flew over from the distant horizon, surging with majestic momentum. King Xuanmu's gaze turned cold slightly. North Sea Sword Pavilion? They came really quickly. The sword light shocked the heavens, its target being that swordsman who was currently attacking the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect. The sword lights of both sides clashed in mid-air, wild tides surging for 10,000 li as they swept through the surrounding area. The pressure on Zhu Haosheng lessened as he hurriedly blocked King Xuanmu and the King Xian spear. A few figures shot out from both camps, speedily shooting in the direction of the descending dim sun and cold moon. Meanwhile, light also lit up in another direction, similarly targeting the dim sun and cold moon. As the light rose and fell, it resembled the alternation of sun and moon. It was clearly the legacy of the Radiant Light sect's sun-moon interchanging art. While he was enveloped by the dim sun and cold moon, as the other party was close, Yang Zhaoge immediately sensed it, those of the Radiant Light sect. Chapter 640. As the dim sun and cold moon intertwined, a strange space was formed. Due to the simultaneous descent of the sun and moon at this moment, this independent space was distorting and deforming as it seemed like it might collapse at any moment. As Yang Zhaoge felt the changes in the spatial domain and the dim sun and cold moon amidst it, many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. The originally jet-black spatial domain suddenly lit up as a great amount of light seemed to be illuminating it from beyond space. While it could not be seen clearly due to the spatial domain, Yang Zhaoge could vaguely make out the alternating rising of the sun and moon through the veil of night. The great sun that illuminated the heavens and the earth and the bright, quiet moon circulated alternately. The normal sun and moon outside the veil of night formed a miraculous connection with the strange black sun and blue moon within the veil of night, resembling two opposing extremes that reinforced and countered each other. Yang Zhaoge recognized that this was the sun-moon interchanging art of the Radiant Light sect's martial arts. While they were irreconcilable enemies, the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect both originated from the Dim Radiant sect that had flourished for a time in the past. The sun-moon interchanging art of the Radiant Light sect's three great legacies and the dim brightness scripture of the Dim Darkness sect's three great legacies were of the same source as they were virtually identical. While the dim sun-cold moon ritual was a secret ritual of the Dim Darkness sect, this Radiant Light sect expert who cultivated in the sun-moon interchanging art was still able to quickly figure out some things about it. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his palms simultaneously extending outwards. Roiling true essence agglomerated, manifesting as two massive heaven-obscuring hands, one on each side as they grasped that jet-black sun and dim blue moon together within their palms. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioner instantly discovered that something was wrong as he exclaimed lightly, clearly not having thought that someone had actually long since been present within the space formed of the ritual. He similarly spread his palms apart, a great dim golden sun on his left palm and a silvery crescent moon on his right. Light and darkness intersected as the concept of yin and yang coexisting was unleashed together, seemingly wanting to grasp the sun and moon within his palm. At the same time, however, boundless darkness suddenly surged behind him, wanting to devour the radiance of the sun and moon. This Radiant Light sect expert frowned, spreading his palms apart. A golden sun and a silver moon simultaneously appeared on his left palm, sucking the dim sun and the cold moon that continued descending. A sun and a moon simultaneously rose and fell within his right palm as well before he turned and struck towards the boundless darkness that was lunging over towards him with a palm. From the darkness, a tall and skinny middle-aged man revealed himself. His 5 fingers formed into claws, grasping at the sky and the earth. "Nong Yuxuan, you want to take advantage of my dim darkness sect?" The tall, thin middle-aged man roared fiercely, ripping apart the radiance of the sun and moon with a single claw. As the gold and silver radiance dissipated, a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s appeared. Enveloped by the dim sun and cold moon, while Yang Zhaoge was unable to see the scenes outside, hearing the name Nong Yuxuan, he could not help but raise his brows slightly. That radiant light sect martial practitioner who attempted to make use of the aura of the Rahu luminary to suppress my extreme young seal back then? Yang Zhaoge's expression turned rather strange. Enemies often cross paths. Nong Yuxuan looked mildly at the dim darkness sect elder before him, one hand still holding the dim sun and cold moon in place while the other dealt with moves as they came. With just the strength of one hand, he was able to suppress his opponent's attack. That tall, thin middle-aged man was taken aback. You've stepped into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage? Body, form, and soul as one? Half a year ago, the two of them had just clashed once. Both of them were mid-merging avatar martial saints. Yet, meeting again today, the opponent before him had already surpassed him. Nong Yuxuan forced the other party into retreat with a palm, smiling mildly. Is Zhu Haosheng thinking of making use of this ritual to break through into the 7th level of the martial saint realm? Anyway, he has already been disturbed by that Shen bastard. He might as well lend me a hand. To the late-seeing divinity martial saint Zhu Haosheng of the dim sun cold moon ritual, its use was to break through that final bottleneck, being manifested more in complete comprehension. However, to martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, it would be an important baptism, establishing a firm foundation for their future cultivation. The abundant spiritual qi contained within was even more inestimable, such that even martial saints with lower cultivation bases might be unable to bear it, exploding and dying. However, Nong Yuxuan had a confident look on his face as he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He said mildly, "Get out of the way, don't get in the way." Amidst his words, the sun and moon rotated on the palm of his right hand, majestic radiance surging, causing frenzied tides as it forcibly jolted that dim darkness sect elder into retreat. This dim darkness sect elder was angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. Even if the ritual fails, how we make use of the power of reversed sun and moon is a matter of our sect. When has it ever been your turn to interfere? Nong Yuxuan laughed lightly. Giving it to trash of your dim darkness sect would be a waste of the power of reversed sun and moon. A sword light that resembled water flew over from the distance, chopping down towards Nong Yuxuan's left hand that was absorbing the dim sun and cold moon. It would similarly be a waste to give it to you. You should just let this young master keep it. Where the sword light passed, everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to age and decay. Looking at his white clothes gradually becoming mottled, the radiance of the sun and moon gradually dimming, Nong Yuxuan could not help but knit his brows slightly. Time-flowing sword, I have long heard of your famed name. It has been many years since it has appeared in the royal Reed Sea. The sword light flickered, a person in the form of a youth appearing before everyone. That dim darkness sect elder's heart sunk. While the other party looked young, his true age was actually not that young either, his cultivation base not lower than his own. While the time-flowing sword had not appeared in this world for a long time, when it had rampaged through the royal Reed Sea that year, it had been a supreme martial art that was even more powerful than the Grand Shen dynasty's 7-foul treasured spear, also surpassing many martial arts of the dim darkness sect. However, this person seemed to be full of vigor, and his attitude and style really revealed some frivolity of youth. The man laughed and said, "So what if I haven't appeared for many years? The time-flowing sword is like true time, cleansing all things, only itself eternal. As long as we appear once more, there will still be no one in the royal Reed Sea who will be able to stand against us." Nong Yuxuan's left hand continued to hold on to the dim sun and cold moon as he raised his right hand, radiance radiating for tens of thousands of meters, resisting the sword light of the time-flowing sword as he said indifferently, "What I actually want to say is that the time-flowing sword is only SOSO. That senior who is attacking the dim darkness sect's main altar aside, you only make me feel that you are not as good as your reputation. The other party's face darkened. How dare you? His swordlight rose once more, yet he saw the sun and moon circulating on Nong Yuxuan's right palm. The silver moon gradually disappeared, leaving only a great golden sun. In the next moment, a terrifying black energy suddenly appeared and engulfed the golden sun. The sunlight and the black energy intermingled, two diametrically opposed forces clashing as an extremely terrifying momentum was formed. Nong Yuxuan struck out with his palm, actually breaking apart the swordlight that resembled the flowing water of time. He did not cease in his actions. After repelling this opponent, he struck out with another palm, repelling that dim darkness sect elder who was lunging over once more. Nong Yuxuan stood proudly within the air, one hand grabbing the dim sun and cold moon as he fought one against two with his other, simultaneously blocking both opponents. This power of reversed sun and moon, if I say it's mine, then it's mine, Nong Yuxuan said calmly. Now, however, enveloped by the radiance of the dim sun and cold moon, an even more indifferent, calm voice resounded, "Whose it is not up to you to say it." Illuminated by the great black sun and the dim blue full moon, Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly, his pupils suddenly changing color, one golden, one silver. To be continued. Chapter 641. The mass of chaotic qi within Yang Zhaoge's body split into two. One side turned into a blazing sun, while the other turned into a cold moon. Yang Zhaoge stimulated the foundation of his peerless heavenly scripture, splitting his attention as he simultaneously manifested the profundities of two supreme martial arts. Firstly, it was a supreme martial art that he had comprehended from the fist intent left behind by the original owner of the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme yang seal. It was tough and yang, verifying the true intent of the power of the sun star, the extreme yang scripture. The second was a supreme martial art known as the Dark Moon Pill scripture that had been stored in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times. It was of extreme gentleness and extreme yin, originating from the power of the Moonstar of Extreme Yin. Unlike the Extreme Yin Sutra, which was a martial arts secret manual that was specially suited for maidens of extreme yin to cultivate, the Dark Moon Pill refinement didn't have any requirements for the cultivator's physique. While Yang Zhaoge did not cultivate in the Dark Moon Pill scripture, he was familiar with its profundities. At this moment, he was using the peerless heavenly scripture to temporarily imitate it. However, he was able to imitate it and obtain some of its essence. Yang Zhaoge's pupils changed, his left eye like the bright sun in the middle of the sky, his right eye like the bright moon hanging high in the sky. He stretched out both his left and right hands. In the palm of his left hand was a golden sun, while in the palm of his right hand was a bright full moon. A martial Tao spiritual avatar appeared above his head. It was 1,000 feet tall, and the surface of its body emitted a half-gold, half-silver brilliance, like the combination of the sun and the moon. The power of the sun and the power of the moon combined into one, triggering the pitch-black sun and the azure cold moon from the inside. Both sides also produced a strange resonance that attracted each other. The connection between Nong Yuxuan and the dim sun and cold moon instantly started to weaken. However, what Nong Yuxuan was most concerned about was that he recognized Yang Zhaoge's voice. "It's you?" Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly. "What else do you think?" Nong Yuxuan, whose expression had not changed even when surrounded and attacked by two martial saint experts, now had a sinister expression on his face. "You're seeking death." Although he was distracted by the enemies in the outside world, Nong Yuxuan had never overlooked the fact that someone had long since been concealed under the cover of the dim sun and cold moon. Nong Yuxuan, who had originally already been prepared to deal with an enemy, after discovering that the other party was Yang Zhaoge, he could not help but put in more effort. Waving his palm to repel the enemies in the outside world, Nong Yuxuan's right hand once again slapped towards the dim sun and cold moon. The terrifying power of the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, surged downwards as it sought to overturn the sun and moon. Yang Zhaoge donned the imperious cold martial armor, summoning the myriad dragon palace, a powerful force simultaneously bolstering his body. The black sun and the deep blue full moon started to change and become more and more unstable due to the twisting power of the two sides. Kang Jinyuan gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, the sword light that resembled water pulsating as he stared fixedly at Nong Yuxuan and that dim sun and cold moon that rose and fell ceaselessly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such humiliation. In his rage, he executed the time-flowing sword once more. Wherever the distant sword light passed, time seemed to suddenly slow down. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have fallen into slow motion. Only Kang Jinyuan's voice was normal. "Aren't all of you being too full of yourselves? I've said it before, it's mine." Amidst his fierce shout, Kang Jinyuan's sword light swept through the world, directly arriving before Nong Yuxuan's throat. "Get out of my way!" Nong Yuxuan snorted coldly, numerous layers of starlight lighting up on his body which enveloped him from head to toe, transforming into the form of armor. The power of the sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, merged with Nong Yuxuan's sun-moon interchanging art. Light circulated as it deflected Kang Jinyuan's sword light to the side, deviating from its original trajectory. That dim darkness sect elder now attacked once more. Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly, "Only you have a sacred artifact." The sword in his right hand deviated, a short sword suddenly appearing in his left hand, its blade transparent as it resembled flowing water. A terrifying sword that was even sharper than before struck towards Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan's expression was cold as streams of black smoke suddenly surged from his body, transforming into the black dim glorious devilish qi. The terrifying power that swallowed the heavens and devoured the sun merged together with the sunlight on Nong Yuxuan's body that had become stronger. The two intermingled, not merging as they clashed intensely, instantly generating an explosive, majestic force. The violent force directly clashed head-on against Kang Jinyuan's time-flowing sword and that dim darkness sect elder's primordial dark claw. At the same time, Nong Yuxuan's violent force also assaulted the dim sun and cold moon, seeking to force Yang Zhaoge into retreat. Yang Zhaoge, however, suddenly brought his palms together at this moment. Beneath the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, the power of extreme yang and extreme yin instantly reversed their extremities. The entangled dim sun and cold moon suddenly separated and reunited, becoming even more chaotic. Finally, the great black sun and the dim blue moonlight directly merged together, next undergoing a change that surpassed everyone's expectations. The jet black sun gradually changed, no longer being completely dark. Yet, it also did not transform into normal sunlight. The great black sun actually turned ice blue at this moment, flickering with dim radiance as cold qi emanated from it. Meanwhile, the full moon that had flickered with dim blue radiance earlier had now turned completely jet black, instead emanating blazing heat from within. Nong Yuxuan looked shockingly at this scene. What is this? Cold sun and dim moon? The power of reversed sun and moon that had already been strange and tyrannical in the first place changed once more. A terrifying, massive force formed as the two extremities reversed, directly sending Nong Yuxuan flying. Greatly enraged, Nong Yuxuan shot forward once more. Even Kang Jinyuan and that dim darkness sect elder felt shocked. Seeing that strange blue sun and black moon fly off into the distance once more, they could no longer be bothered with Nong Yuxuan as they similarly shot towards these sun and moon which had undergone a change. The sun and moon which had already been unstable in the first place experienced the two extremities reversed. While their power had sent Nong Yuxuan flying, they themselves had become even more unstable as well. The space created by the power of reversed sun and moon completely collapsed, the great ice blue sun and the jet black full moon looking like they were about to explode. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was calm. "Yunsheng, I'll leave it to you." With just a thought, the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace opened, emitting a massive suction force which instantly sucked that cold sun and dim moon within. Nong Yuxuan and the others were all taken aback. If that strange, tyrannical power of reversed sun and moon exploded, even they would not be able to bear it. Yang Zhaoge, having accommodated it with the Myriad Dragon Palace, was practically inviting a wolf into the house. Nong Yuxuan's expression was cold as he was the first to react. He did not cease in his footsteps as he continued shooting straight towards Yang Zhaoge. Having failed to gain anything from the dim sun-cold moon ritual, Yang Zhaoge had to be slain here at the very least. It just so happened that this kid was greedy, actually wanting to forcibly stop the explosion of the cold sun and dim moon. Affected by this, his strength would definitely plummet greatly. Looking at Nong Yuxuan, Yang Zhaoge chuckled coldly, bolstering himself with the imperious cold martial armor as numerous ice dragons soared, meeting Nong Yuxuan head-on. Tens of thousands of dragons roared in unison at this moment, and the surrounding void completely froze. With a sacred artifact on him, Yang Zhaoge expanded his true martial avatar, its form changing as it was no longer in human form as it actually transformed into a bright true dragon that was 100,000 feet long. As the dragon scales opened and closed, extreme coldness surged out. It was as if the world had returned to the Ice Age. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. With his peerless heavenly scripture, Yang Zhaoge merged the coiling dragon sleeve sword art and the imperious ocean cold dragon art, creating this unprecedented killing technique. Reverse scale frost. To be continued. Chapter 642. A dragon soaring over an icy sea, its aura shocking the heavens. Seeing this, Nong Yuxuan's expression turned solemn. A martial practitioner who has yet to step into the martial saint realm actually possesses such strength. He crossed his fists, treading on the air as he stood stably in a fist stance. His hands seemed to embrace the full moon as he brandished the peeper. The great golden sun sank, the silver full moon rising. Secret martial arts of the radiant light sect, setting sun stance, full moon wheel. While your strength surprises me, you are courting death in daring to come to the world beyond worlds, Nong Yuxuan said coldly. Did you bring the extreme young seal? If you didn't, today will be the day you die. As he strode, it was like the sun was tilting to the west with an unstoppable momentum that enveloped the great earth as he stomped towards the tail of the true dragon formed of Yang Zhaoge's true martial avatar. At the same time, he raised his arm and struck out towards the dragon's head, the edges of his palm like a blade as it carried along perfect moonlight, wanting to directly behead the true dragon. Nong Yuxuan gazed coldly at Yang Zhaoge. I already said long ago that the next time we meet, I will claim your life. Yang Zhaoge similarly looked at Nong Yuxuan, smiling, with just you. Before his words had landed, Nong Yuxuan's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the myriad dragon palace that was still shaking unceasingly above Yang Zhaoge's head, seemingly about to fall apart on its own. The majestic radiance of the sun and moon suddenly dimmed as a great amount of the dim glorious devilish qi emanated from his body uncontrollably. The ferocious power of corrosion instantly devoured and incinerated the majestic sunlight on Nong Yuxuan's body. Even the dim, cold, gentle moonlight was affected by that ferocious power of corrosion. Greatly shocked, Nong Yuxuan wanted to control this power of corrosion, yet lacked the strength to do so. Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly. After not seeing you for a period of time, you have indeed obtained more power of corrosion. I have to praise you. Your talent in the martial Dao is outstanding as you can be said to be a genius amongst geniuses. Within a short period of time, you vaguely merged the power of corrosion of the Rahu star into your radiant light sect's supreme martial arts, forming an even further counter of light and darkness. Your power is not bad. Amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, your strength is already outstanding in the first place. Now, you are even more powerful than before. Nong Yuxuan glared at Yang Zhaoge, whose expression was tranquil. Still, it is a pity that your martial arts are still insufficient at the present moment. It is only at the level of a half-filled bottle. At this moment, within the myriad dragon palace which seemed tranquil, a storm was brewing. Feng Yunsheng stood in front of the sun and moon that were about to explode. She raised a half-black, half-white metal fragment high in her hand. That fragment was precisely the strange relic of the dim radiant sect that Yang Zhaoge had obtained from the painting Saint Old Man Mo in the Eight Extremities world back then. Ice-blue sunlight and jet-black moonlight flickered unceasingly before him, dyeing the interior of the myriad dragon palace bluish-black. Terrifying energy surged. Once it exploded, even a martial sage would die without a burial. Feng Yunsheng's face showed no fear in the face of the horrifying scene where just a little shockwave could tear her into pieces. Her gaze was steady. Recalling Yang Zhaoge's earlier instructions, she waved her hand, that metallic fragment flying into the air, landing between the cold sun and the dim moon. The seemingly ordinary fragment suddenly burst out with a blurry, half-black, half-white brilliance that connected the icy blue sun and the pitch-black full moon. The cold sun and dark moon that were on the verge of destruction instantly froze in midair. The next moment, the saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds rose. The black saber left its scabbard, transforming into a streak of light as it mightily hacked towards that strange, distorted sun and moon with the momentum of certain death. The myriad dragon palace shook amidst a loud boom, the heavens and earth roiling within. Streams of light transformed into a rain of light, scattering in all directions. Amidst the fluctuating space-time within the palace, the same scene appeared in all the different spaces. The heavens and earth were overturned, the universe shattered, the sun, moon and stars extinguished together. Ahu and Panpan watched all this nervously. As that rain of light landed on their bodies, while its concept was deep and vast, it did not cause them any harm, as it instead gave them a carefree feeling of being reborn. It is indeed as young master predicted. Ahu was overjoyed as he gazed towards the center of the light source. There, jet-black moonlight circulated and surrounded it, ice-blue sunlight surging unceasingly at its very core. At the center of the great sun that flickered with a dim, cold light, a figure wielding a saber appeared. It was precisely Feng Yunsheng. Numerous ice-blue runes now surfaced on the surface of the black saber in Feng Yunsheng's hands, covering its entire body. The mighty, majestic power of the reversed sun was still being infused into the saber in an endless stream. The saber that had originally only been 3 feet long expanded and contracted unceasingly at this moment, sometimes towering like a mountain, sometimes minuscule like a speck of dust. Numerous ice-blue runes also appeared on Feng Yunsheng's saber-wielding palm. A violent force emanated from the saber, surging into her body as she felt somewhat unable to bear it for a time. Her pupils turned completely ice-blue at this moment, resembling 2 cold suns that hung amidst the horizon. The jet-black dim moonlight was also attracted by the power of the cold sun at this moment, congregating within Feng Yunsheng's body in great amounts. However, even more jet-black moonlight and a small amount of ice-blue sunlight still circulated within the myriad dragon palace. Ahu and Panpan had both followed Yang Zhaoge's earlier instructions, borrowing the assistance of the myriad dragon palace to receive the baptism of the reversed sun and moon along with Feng Yunsheng. The myriad dragon palace inhaled and exhaled spiritual qi, absorbing the remaining power of the reversed sun and moon. Feng Yunsheng's gaze seemed to traverse space-time, traversing the obstructions of the myriad dragon palace as she felt a concealed, vicious aura that seemed both familiar and foreign outside the palace. She knew that it should be the power of the Rahu star that Nong Yuxuan had refined, as Yang Zhaoge had once mentioned. Sensing that power, the saber in her hand shook unceasingly. Sensing this, Feng Yunsheng raised her saber. Accompanied by the rise of the saber, the ice-blue runes on its surface all turned black, transforming into a dark, brutal aura. An illusory image seemed to form at the tip of the saber. Within the image, the sun hung high, illuminating the heavens and the earth. However, the next moment, dim black-blue light swept the area, instantly devouring the sunlight, causing the sun to disappear without a trace as the world descended into eternal darkness. It was also at that instant that Feng Yunsheng raised her saber that the true essence within Nong Yuxuan's body suddenly went out of control. The brutal aura of the Rahu star that he had initially refined clashed intensely with his sun-moon interchanging art at this moment. This was not like when he had clashed with Kang Jinyuan and the others earlier, where he had intentionally made use of light erosion to generate a massive force for his own use. Instead, it was a conflict that Nong Yuxuan himself was unable to control and prevent. The rampaging power rampaged within Nong Yuxuan's body, causing him to directly spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell into cultivation deviation. Around his body, the great golden sun was extinguished, the silver moonlight withering. Amidst Nong Yuxuan's great shock, he felt the surrounding space freeze as all was icy cold and deathly silent between the heavens and the earth. Executed by Yang Zhaoge's reverse scale cold, a dragon leaving the icy sea, a violent force struck straight towards Nong Yuxuan's chest. Nong Yuxuan's face was livid as the light of his sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, lit up, blocking Yang Zhaoge's attack. Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly, raising his hand as a 5-foot-long bamboo cane appeared within it, which he struck down towards Nong Yuxuan's head. The infinite radiance emitted by the heavenly starlight armor was instantly dimmed by the bamboo cane. To be continued. Chapter 643. Layers upon layers of starlight were obliterated, as if the countless stars in the sea of stars had shattered together. Nong Yuxuan looked quizzically at the dark green bamboo cane in Yang Zhaoge's hand, momentarily unable to make heads or tails of it. There was no powerful aura. There was no vast spiritual energy fluctuation. There was still no profound power concept. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary bamboo stick that could not be any more ordinary, as if it had been casually plucked from some bamboo forest. However, it was this ordinary-looking bamboo cane that caused the low-grade sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, to dim. Nong Yuxuan could even feel that the connection between him and the heavenly starlight armor had become much weaker because of this. The heavenly starlight armor was unable to exert its effects, Nong Yuxuan himself having fallen into cultivation deviation as Yang Zhaoge's reverse scale cold directly arrived before him. The true dragon formed of his true martial avatar slammed into Nong Yuxuan's chest, sending this most outstanding expert of the Radiant Light Sect's senior generation flying. As the specks of flowing light scattered, Nong Yuxuan spat out another mouthful of blood uncontrollably, suffering yet another heavy injury. Yang Zhaoge strode forward, continuing to press towards Nong Yuxuan. Having been injured both internally and externally, Nong Yuxuan raised his head to look rather unwillingly at Yang Zhaoge, also looking at the myriad dragon palace up above, which was no longer shaking as it gradually regained its calm. Could it be that the Rahu blade still has its remains? It actually fell into this person's hands. Nong Yuxuan was seeing stars. Compared to the injuries on his body, the fact that he had actually lost to a martial grandmaster from the lower realms caused him to feel so stifled in his chest that he wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, this defeat was mostly self-inflicted. Not too long ago, he'd refined the Rahu luminous energy and mastered it thoroughly with his cultivation and ultimate techniques. His strength was already outstanding in the first place, and he'd even looked down upon all his peers at the same cultivation realm. How high-spirited was he? Yet today, it was precisely because of the corrosion energy of darkness that he'd refined that he'd suffered a great defeat. It was simply like being slapped in the face at the most glorious moment of his life. The one who had beaten him up was still Yang Zhaoge, who had exceeded his expectations. The Radiant Light Sect was helpless against the suppression of the strength of experts above the third level of the martial saint realm by the Eight Extremities world. He was helpless that most of his energy was being held down by the Grand Shen dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect. They were helpless that a mere martial grandmaster like Yang Zhaoge could wield a divine artifact like the Extreme Yang Seal. However, none of the Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners, Nong Yuxuan included, had ever thought that they would actually suffer a great loss at the hands of Yang Zhaoge in the world beyond world's Royal Reed Sea. Yang Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain might have found a way to ascend to the world beyond worlds, seeking a power that was hostile to them as a backer. The people of the Radiant Light Sect might have guessed this. However, the Yang Zhaoge whom he had expected to only be able to keep his tail between his legs after coming to the world beyond worlds, had instead given him a resounding slap on the face in the end, causing Nong Yuxuan to be unable to regain his wits for a time. However, the current situation didn't give him the chance to regain his dignity. If they continued fighting, even without Yang Zhaoge having to make a move, his own cultivation deviation would already be in danger of his life. Nong Yuxuan glanced at Yang Zhaoge one last time, not even leaving behind a single word, as he did not even look back as he fled into the distance with all his might. With just a slight hesitation, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners and that descendant of the time-flowing sword Kang Jinyuan should have already targeted him. Yang Zhaoge had actually wounded the late-merging avatar martial saint Nong Yuxuan with just a raise of his hand, shocking Kang Jinyuan and the others as well. However, the two quickly realized that something was wrong with Nong Yuxuan himself for some reason. Having suffered a loss at Nong Yuxuan's hands earlier, Kang Jinyuan's eyes swiveled as he instead chased after Nong Yuxuan. That Dim Darkness sect elder looked at Yang Zhaoge with a hesitant look in his eyes. Yang Zhaoge smiled. I am surnamed Yang, Yang Zhaoge. I wonder if Elder Wu Zixio and Elder Nai Sheng of your sect's flourishing peace region have mentioned me to your sect's main altar? This Dim Darkness sect elder was taken aback. You are Yang Zhaoge? But you should be in the flourishing peace region. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I am ashamed to say this. When your sect's ritual circulated, this yang was accidentally swept within. I luckily managed to preserve my life, but when I regained my wits, I had already arrived at your sect's main altar, even being enveloped by the power of reversed sun and moon. Afterwards, I ended up here in a muddle. Just now, I was nearly blown to smithereens by the power of reversed sun and moon. Now, I really narrowly escaped death. That dim darkness sect elder looked dazedly at Yang Zhaoge as he heard this. Swept within the dim sun-cold moon ritual, I should have been crushed by the power of the ritual over at the flourishing peace region. Even if I didn't die, I shouldn't have been sent here to your main altar. Appraising Yang Zhaoge all over, he was shocked. It really is as Elder Wu and the others say. This person's true age is still less than 30. So young, yet already possessing such a high cultivation base, his strength also being able to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. While Nong Yuxuan had been defeated due to cultivation deviation earlier, this dim darkness sect elder had also seen Yang Zhaoge's actions, causing him to feel greatly shocked. This was especially so when Yang Zhaoge had even been able to dispel the explosion of the cold sun and dim moon. Such methods were truly shocking to the world. While this dim darkness sect elder did not know what had happened, he too suspected that Nong Yuxuan's cultivation deviation might have been caused by Yang Zhaoge. Such talent, such cultivation base, such strange, tyrannical methods, he could not help but feel shocked. As he was pondering how he should reply, the heavens and earth in the distance suddenly shook, numerous frenzied tides sweeping through the surrounding area, instantly affecting the heavens and earth where they were. Gazing over there as well, Yang Zhaoge saw infinite radiance illuminating the heavens and earth into a vast expanse of whiteness as nothing else could be seen. The density of the spiritual qi of the world beyond worlds, the beauty of the heavens and earth and the stability of its boundaries far surpassed worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the Flame Devil world, the vast ocean world and the floating life world. If martial practitioners wanted to influence the environment here, they would have to be of a higher level. Here, there were few martial saints who could see true divinity and cause such magnificent phenomena between the heavens and the earth, breaking through space. Such majestic radiance that was vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the sky was rarely seen in this royal reed sea. Luo Jiyuan, that dim darkness sect elder blurted out. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. The chief of the radiant light sect, light dazzling the nine heavens Luo Jiyuan. However, amidst the infinite radiance, there was clearly a blurry long river that flowed, resembling the flow of time as it split the sea of radiance into two. A haggard old man stepped on the long river of time. While he looked extremely old, his eyes were exceptionally young and spirited, resembling a child who had just been born not long ago. With a sword in hand, the old man's swordlight resembled water as wherever it passed, time seemed to have slowed along with it. It was shockingly also a technique of the time-flowing sword. He was battling the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Jiyuan, while the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhu Haosheng, was also battling King Xuanmu in the distance. There were also peak experts who were similarly locked in battle. Having found the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, the Grand Shen dynasty had gone all out. Pulling one part would affect the rest as virtually all the peak experts of the entire Royal Reed Sea were currently embroiled in this great battle. Yang Zhaoge entered the Myriad Dragon Palace, the great hall directly sinking into the Great Sea lest it be affected by the aftershocks of the great battle between Luo Jiyuan and the others. Still, as compared to his current nemesis the Radiant Light sect, Yang Zhaoge was currently thinking more about that swordlight that resembled the flowing river of time. Sway what sway, moon what moon, flow what flow, light what light, sword what sword are. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. That was clearly a martial art derived from the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Chapter 644. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, the dissipating ice-blue sunlight and jet-black moonlight still descended as a rain of light, bathing Yang Zhaoge within. Gazing over, he saw Feng Yunsheng and Hu seated in the meditative position. Even Pan Pan was no longer lying on the ground as he usually was, instead standing on his hind legs. Black water and white fire danced about Pan Pan's body. The ice-blue sunlight intertwined with the white flames, while the jet-black moonlight merged with the similarly black water. Before Yang Zhaoge's eyes, Pan Pan's figure was virtually enlarging at a speed that could be clearly discerned by the naked eye. While he knew that this fatty would still be able to shrink his body afterwards, looking at his body that was gradually becoming like a mountain range, the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. If not for the Myriad Dragon Palace being a self-proclaimed space, it would probably not be able to contain the current Pan Pan. Who sat in the meditative position, the acupoints of his entire body emitting streams of dragon qi which merged with the surrounding dim moonlight and cold sun. Over the past few days, having cultivated in the Myriad Dragon Palace, Ahu had not had to worry about accumulating his essence qi at all. Now that he was absorbing the power of reversed sun and moon, it was mostly used to cleanse his body and raise the quality of his physique, establishing a more solid foundation for his future cultivation. On the other side, Feng Yunsheng's situation was different. What remained in the Myriad Dragon Palace was mainly the dim moonlight and the power of reversed moon. The power of the ice-blue cold sun was mostly absorbed by that black saber in Feng Yunsheng's hands. As its owner, Feng Yunsheng's connection with that black saber grew even closer as she also refined a great amount of the power of cold sun into her body. Now, runes that flickered with a cold, dim light unceasingly surfaced on the surface of her body. As she opened her eyes, her pupils shone with a blue light, resembling two cold suns rising within. Coming before Feng Yunsheng, Yang Zhaoge lowered his head to look at that black saber, feeling the concept contained within as he slowly shook his head. From the looks of it, while that treasure which refined the power of the Rahu star was destroyed, it has not been extinguished. It has just lost its previous form, its power and aura having dispersed. This blade was born from the remains of the Rahu star of eclipse. Although its power has become weak, its foundation is still there. It can influence the energy that has dissipated from the Rahu star of eclipse. Yang Zhaoge smiled, relying on this saber and reabsorbing the dissipated power of corrosion. Under the dim glorious devilish chi's refinement, there might be a possibility of it returning to its former form. Feng Yunsheng sat upright on the ground without moving, silently circulating her profound art to dissolve the power of the cold sun that had entered her body. Looking at the saber in her hand, she sighed, something like the extreme yang seal and the extreme yin crown? Rahu. Tao. Yang Zhaoge said, perhaps this was how it was called in the past. Still, having experienced that tribulation that year as well as today's trial of refining the power of cold sun, it is virtually equivalent to being reborn twice. If it is still called the Rahu saber, it might not even be willing to do so. Feng Yunsheng sat there without moving. She gently waved the black long blade in her hand that flashed with a faint blue luster. That's right. From now on, I'll call it Cold Sun. Cold Sun Divine Saber? Yang Zhaoge smiled. Pretty good. Feng Yunsheng smiled as well. Isn't this divine character something that needs to be discussed? Yang Zhaoge waved his hands. I don't know how this saber met with a tribulation that year, but this rebirth caused it to become somewhat miraculous. As it continues to grow unceasingly, even the Rahu saber of its previous life might not be able to compare to it. I even feel some anticipation towards its future. Looking at the cold sun divine saber in her hand, Feng Yunsheng suddenly laughed. The radiant light sect has gained something else that they are concerned about. Yang Zhaoge said, they can't not be concerned about it. This saber is precisely that gnome Yuxuan's nemesis. At this point, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This guy has probably already gathered most of the dim glorious devilish qi that was scattered by the Rahu saber that year. It is just that due to time, he has only managed to refine a small portion of it. Feng Yunsheng pondered as she said, that's why his cultivation deviation was so severe just now. It was not just the dim glorious devilish qi that he refined that suffered a backlash. Even more corrosive powers that he had yet to refine also acted up together. Yang Zhaoge nodded, that's right, it is precisely so. He stroked his lower chin, not waiting for the extreme yang seal to recover this time before hurrying to the world beyond worlds. A considerable part of the reason was to prevent the Rahu saber, or rather a large portion of its power from falling into the hands of the radiant light sect. From the looks of it now, my earlier worries were very necessary. While the Rahu saber has collapsed, a large portion of its power is currently still in Gnome Yuxuan's hands. If he is given sufficient time to refine most of its power, he would be able to restrict and control it at the very least. In that case, It would probably be very hard for the cold sun divine saber to counter him. Yang Zhaoge smiled. There is still a chance now. Feng Yunsheng said, he will be very careful next time. Having exposed our tracks this time, the Radiant Light sect will probably surround and capture us en masse. This is the world beyond worlds, where experts are as numerous as the clouds. Even with the Grand Shen dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect diverting their attention, the Radiant Light sect will still be able to mobilize many experts. Let them first withstand this wave of the Grand Shen dynasty's counterattack, Yang Zhaoge said. Previously, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island had joined forces to rebel against the Grand Shen dynasty. With numerous experts, the Grand Shen dynasty had only been able to remain on the defensive, their territory unstable as the winds and rains rained down on them. This time, however, the sudden appearance of descendants of Shenling's lineage had shocked the entire Royal Reed Sea. Of those who had already revealed themselves in this battle, there were already 2 peak experts of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm who had stepped onto the Immortal Bridge. The swordsman who seemed young but had an aged gaze attacking the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect was one. The old man who seemed old but had an aged gaze clashing with the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Jiyuan, afterwards was the second. If not for Luo Jiyuan having brought along the Radiant Light sect's high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun Moon Wheels, with him, he might have perished beneath that old man's sword earlier. With the appearance of such an expert, the Grand Shen dynasty instantly swept away their earlier decline as they would definitely switch from defense to offense. They would first target the Dim Darkness sect because their main altar was hidden and hard to find. If they did not make use of this chance to make a move during the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual, they would not be able to find another chance in the future. After this battle, the Radiant Light sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island might all become the Grand Shen dynasty's targets. Unlike the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect were clearly displayed there. Now, Ahu awoke from his meditative state as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. Young master, that Shenling's lineage is really too loyal. That year, they helped King Shen Wen conquer the world. Afterwards, when the Grand Shen dynasty reigned supreme, there was nothing for them to do. Now that the Grand Shen dynasty is unstable, they have no thoughts of replacing it as they are still helping King Xuanwen's descendants. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. Either they are indeed so loyal, or they have other goals beyond this. While others might not be able to recognize it, Yang Zhaoge had already seen through it as soon as he had first seen it. If one said that Kang Jinyuan's sword Dao was still lacking, after seeing that old man who had clashed with Luo Jiyuan, it could not be any clearer. That was a martial art of the orthodox direct lineage of the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture. Like the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture and the Life Creation Heavenly Scripture, it was a supreme martial art of the primordial Heavenly Scriptures. The Grand Shen dynasty's 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear could only be considered a derivative, while the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture was the orthodox direct lineage of Taoism's clear jade lineage. To be continued. Chapter 645. While he did not know how much of the true meaning of the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture Shenlingzi and his successor had obtained, their lineage's time-flowing sword did indeed originate from the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture. Back in the floating life world, having detected that the supreme martial art which his mother had imparted to the Snow Crane sect Su Yun was a partial legacy of the Life Creation Heavenly Scripture, Yang Zhaoge had known that there might be other direct lineages of the Jade Clear lineage in the world beyond worlds. Still, he had not thought that he would encounter such a person not long after having arrived in the world beyond worlds. Could he be related to Xue Chuqing? Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace has 4 of them. However, the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture is not amongst them. Who would have thought that I would actually be able to see a descendant of the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture after the Great Calamity? Yang Zhaoge pondered. Of the lineage of the Lord of Primordial Beginning, the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Taiyi cultivated deity was most proficient in the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture. It's just that I don't know if Shenling's lineage is the direct lineage of the Taiyi spiritual master or some other legendary figure, having luckily survived the Great Calamity to this day, or is it that the people after the Great Calamity obtained a secret legacy due to fate? While Yang Zhaoge was not proficient in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, the Taiyi imperial breaking formation that he grasped was of the orthodox direct lineage of the Taiyi spiritual master. Now that he saw the inheritance of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, he couldn't help but feel even more interested. Of course, what Yang Zhaoge was most concerned about was that the reappearance of Shunling's lineage would have a massive impact on his trip to the world beyond worlds this time. He was not on good terms with the Grand Shen dynasty either, having slain a general who was guarding a region and also having close ties with the Dim Darkness sect, being an absolute traitor and wanted criminal. With the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect as the center, a great battle erupted between the Grand Shen dynasty and the anti-Shen forces, both sides engulfing the entire world as the battle grew increasingly intense. In the end, it had virtually affected a small half of the Royal Reed Sea. It wasn't just the peak experts like King Xuanmu, Luo Jiyuan, and Zhu Haosheng fighting each other. The experts of the two sides were also fighting. The anti-Shen side mainly consisted of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners. It was not just the branch altar in the flourishing peace region where Yang Zhaoge and the others had been previously. The various branch altars of the Dim Darkness sect were currently all being attacked by the Grand Shen dynasty, the flames of war spreading everywhere. In the surroundings of the Dim Darkness sect's main altar, the weaker martial practitioners gradually retreated to the outskirts lest they be affected by the battle between King Xuanmu and Zhu Haosheng. The Grand Shen dynasty had come with great momentum this time, the Dim Darkness sect having fallen into a disadvantageous position. As their disciples retreated and fled, they were unceasingly pursued by the experts of the Grand Shen dynasty. While Yang Zhaoge had steered the Myriad Dragon Palace into the Great Sea, it was not peaceful there as experts of both sides frequently clashed. Undergoing the baptism of the reversed power of sun and moon, Yang Zhaoge and the others circulated their arts to regulate their condition while refining the power of the cold sun and dim moon that had entered their bodies. While Yang Zhaoge remained in the Myriad Dragon Palace, he was not cut off from news. He had the Northern Ocean clone scouting for information outside. Although the information might be a little delayed and not timely, as time passed, more and more information was obtained. Several days ago, the great battle at the Dim Darkness sect's main altar had finally come to an end. Following the Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Jiyu Hong, and the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Jiyuan, the chief of Copper Men Island, Gong Sun Ming, had arrived as well. A great battle had erupted at the Dim Darkness sect's main altar, with the Dim Darkness sect's main altar having been directly destroyed. Two experts of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm of Shunling's lineage aside, the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, which had accompanied Shunlingzi in rampaging through the Royal Reed Sea that year, had reappeared in this world. Coupled with the Grand Shen dynasty's high-grade sacred artifact, the King Shen Spear, this battle had ultimately ended with the Grand Shen dynasty's victory. The Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners with Zhu Haosheng at their head had been forced to abandon their main altar, retreating in order to preserve most of their strength. Meanwhile, the various branch altars of the Dim Darkness sect had been swept through by the Grand Shen dynasty as a result, falling one after another. The Dim Darkness sect had suffered a great blow to its vitality in this battle. The Grand Shen dynasty, whose morale had been greatly boosted, completely launched a counterattack, chasing after the Radiant Light sect as their next target was the North Sea Sword Pavilion. A wise choice, not attacking the Radiant Light sect for now. Hearing this, Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. While the Radiant Light sect should not act rashly with such a disadvantageous situation now, they might change their minds and want to annex the greatly weakened Dim Darkness sect. In the Royal Reed Sea, there had previously been 4 major powers that had remained independent even after the Grand Shen dynasty had taken control of it. They were the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. With the Dim Darkness sect currently suffering a great blow to its vitality, the Grand Shen dynasty's next targets would only be the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island if not the Radiant Light sect. The situation on the Copper Men Island was very special. There were 3 mysterious copper men of unknown origins on the island. As long as they did not leave the island, these 3 copper men would be able to unleash the strength of an early immortal bridge martial saint. Coupled with the Guardian Grand formation of Copper Men Island, they were truly impregnable. Therefore, While Copper Men Island did not have a high-grade sacred artifact and its number 1 expert, the chief of the island, the Copper Saint Gongsun Ming, had yet to attain the immortal bridge stage. Copper Men Island was publicly acknowledged as the sacred ground for the martial Dao in the Royal Reed Sea with the greatest geographical advantage. However, if they left the protection of the 3 Copper Men on the island, Copper Men Island's strength would be slightly weaker than the other clans. It seemed to be more than enough to defend, but not enough to advance. If nothing unexpected happened, the Grand Shen dynasty would definitely leave Copper Men Island for last before taking care of it. This way, their target would only be the North Seasword Pavilion. After the death of King Shen Wen, before the descendants of Shun Ling's lineage had appeared in this world, the Pavilion Lord of the North Seasword Pavilion, Ji Yu Hong, as the sole immortal bridge martial saint of the Royal Reed Sea, vaguely had the momentum of being the number 1 expert as well as the head of the anti-Shen forces. Now that Shun Ling's lineage had reappeared and the Grand Shen dynasty's strength had increased greatly, their target was the North Seasword Pavilion. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. The Dim Darkness sect might join forces with the North Seasword Pavilion. It is just unknown if the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island will avoid them once more now that the Grand Shen dynasty has risen in power once more. If they want to fight the Grand Shen to the end, they might have to engage in another major battle in the North Seasword Pavilion. Sadly, it is not convenient for the Northern Ocean clone to seek out information now. I can only personally make a move. Amidst his thoughts, Yang Zhaoge kept the Myriad Dragon Palace, flying out of the Great Sea. After getting his bearings, he headed north. Leaving the Dim Darkness sect's main altar earlier, he had drifted along with the currents as he had been brought along by the undercurrents of the deep sea. Currently, he was already close to the northern region of the Royal Reed Sea, not far from the territory of the North Seasword Pavilion. As he had expected earlier, the people of the Radiant Light sect and the Grand Shen dynasty were both separately searching for his whereabouts, setting up numerous heaven-encompassing and earth-encompassing traps. Of course, most of their efforts were focused on the overall situation of the war in the Royal Reed Sea. Even so, however, the number of experts who were searching for Yang Zhaoge was still not small. Never would they have thought that Yang Zhaoge would do the exact opposite, not going to some remote place to hide as he instead came to the territory of the North Seasword Pavilion where the winds and clouds were currently gathering. This caused Yang Zhaoge's journey to be rather smooth. Having left the surface of the sea, Yang Zhaoge looked around as he walked. Feeling the fluctuations of the true essence of martial practitioners in the distance, a smile appeared on his face as he walked on the sea in that direction. To be continued. Chapter 646. Heading north, Yang Zhaoge vaguely saw a small island appear on the horizon of the sea. Smoke arose from the island, shooting straight into the horizon. Gazing carefully, one could even see the blazing light of fire enveloping the island, dyeing the nearby sky crimson. As Yang Zhaoge neared, concealed amidst the clouds, he could see numerous figures on the island, many of them clad in armor. The style of their armor was a standard issue for the Grand Shen dynasty. The leader of the team was a great Grandmaster realm martial artist. His subordinates were mainly body refining martial artists. There were also a few Grandmaster realm martial artists. Before them was a courtyard that had already been transformed into a sea of flames. Before the Great Gate, a board had fallen to the ground in flames, the words Lisan sect vaguely visible on it. Outside the courtyard, there was a group of people, young and old, who were being held captive by a group of Grand Shen dynasty soldiers. Everyone looked despondently at the courtyard that had been devoured by the sea of flames. Some had looks of terror on their faces, some were glaring hatefully at the Grand Shen dynasty martial practitioners, some were filled with worry. There were even some children who were bawling loudly amongst them. They were all of the Lisan sect. Or perhaps it should be said that they had once been of the Lisan sect. From today onwards, the words Lisan sect would likely become history. The leading martial grandmaster of the Grand Shen dynasty said coldly, "This is the fate of the traitors. Now that we are in need of manpower, we will be merciful. Obediently head to the various pill chambers. Those who resist will be killed without question." There were also many corpses in the courtyard that had been transformed into a sea of flames. They were all Lisan sect martial practitioners who had been slain on the spot. Someone of the Lisan sect said furiously, Our sect did not participate in the rebellion against the Xian, just having to listen to the orders of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in this northern part of the Royal Reed Sea. We have not truly attacked the Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners either. Why must you be so overbearing? As that martial grandmaster of the Grand Xian Dynasty gazed over, a heavy pressure instantly caused all those of the Lishan sect to feel suffocated, as it was like a heavy burden was weighing down on their shoulders. He said mildly, "I originally had no need to explain things to you. You just had to obey. Still, I am feeling pretty good today, so I will make an exception and say something more. Listening to the orders of the North Sea rebels is already an unforgivable crime. I naturally know that your puny Lishan sect does not have the guts to attack the soldiers of my Grand Xian dynasty. Otherwise, I would have directly exterminated your entire sect today. Who would have the patience to waste their breath here with you?" The group of Lishan sect martial artists was filled with grief and indignation. That great grandmaster martial artist waved his hand indifferently. "Take them away. Same rules as before. They are not allowed to stay in this continent. After splitting them up, send them to the alchemy rooms of the other continents in groups of 5. If one of them sneaks away, the rest of the group will be punished together." The Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners under his command all responded in unison, escorting those Lishan sect martial practitioners and preparing to leave the small island. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. With Xunling's lineage participating in this battle, the Grand Xian Dynasty is truly filled with confidence. Previously, they were still using both coercion and coercion. Now, however, they are no longer being gentle as they are blindly brutal. Right at this moment, a few majestic sword chiefs attacked from afar. They were like long rainbows that shocked the heavens, and they instantly arrived near the small island. The warriors of the Grand Xian Dynasty on the island were all shocked. People of the North Sea Sword Pavilion? The newcomers stood still as they approached. They were all dressed in white and had a broadsword slung behind their backs. Looking at them, Yang Zhaoge felt the vigorous sword chi emanating from their bodies. While it was not sharp, it was vigorous and majestic, resembling the tides of the sea. As the people of the North Sea Sword Pavilion arrived on the small island, seeing the soldiers of the Grand Xian Dynasty, they wasted no time on words as they directly made a move. The broadswords behind their backs were unsheathed, their sword chi instantly soaring madly once more as they shot towards the enemies on the island with a momentum that surged to the heavens. That martial grandmaster had yet to speak when the sword aura of the other party had already arrived before him. Greatly enraged, he simultaneously unsheathed the twin sabers by his waist, even as he blocked the sword aura of the other party as he counterattacked. Led by this martial grandmaster, the Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners immediately fell into the commonly used battle formation of trapping troops. However, those swordsmen of the North Sea Sword Pavilion immediately formed their own sword formation as well, resisting the battle formation of the Grand Xian Dynasty. The leader of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was similarly a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, being even stronger as he suppressed that martial grandmaster of the Grand Xian Dynasty to the point that he was unable to raise his head. While the Grand Xian Dynasty's side was ferocious, they were unable to withstand the greater number of experts of the other party as they were quickly defeated. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. It looks like they are disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion who were adventuring outside. Hearing that their sect has been attacked by the Grand Xian Dynasty, they have hurried back from outside. The headquarters of the North Sea Sword Pavilion had already been surrounded by the Grand Xian Dynasty. Having encountered disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the outskirts, they were clearly returning after hearing the news. It would be very hard for them to break out of the Grand Xian Dynasty's encirclement. Thus, they did not blindly rush back to their sect like an egg striking a rock, as they instead roamed the outskirts, looking for a chance to see if they could do anything for their sect. Still, they probably did not understand the situation within the encirclement. "It looks like I still have to capture someone of the Grand Xian Dynasty and interrogate him," Yang Zhaoge shrugged, the corners of his mouth arching slightly upwards. "This one here is still a little insufficient." Those of the Lishan sect were currently in high spirits. The next moment, however, powerful auras arose in the surrounding area. The expressions of the North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners changed slightly. An ambush, a trap. The Lisan sect martial practitioners watched blankly as a streak of light streaked across the horizon, arriving in the air above the small island as a terrifying aura suppressed the entire area, causing one to tremble. That was shockingly a mid-essence spirit Grand Xian dynasty expert of the 5th level of the martial grandmaster realm. He smiled coldly as he looked at those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. North Sea rebels, your destruction is imminent, and you still dare to be arrogant. It is precisely waiting for you to walk right into our trap that we can catch you like turtles in a jar. Otherwise, with you scoundrels hiding all over the place, it would really be too much of a waste of effort to find you. As he said thus, he descended with a palm, numerous hurricanes surging. Who knew that while the North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner appeared shocked, he was not fearful at all as he instead smiled coldly. That essence spirit martial grandmaster's gaze hardened as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. A sword light suddenly lit up amidst space, a single sword slashing through the numerous hurricanes as the attack of this essence spirit martial grandmaster dissipated into nothingness. The bodies of the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, that spirit vessel martial grandmaster who had led their group earlier included, all shook. Soon after, sword lights simultaneously lit up on their foreheads. Other than this essence spirit martial grandmaster, all the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners present, regardless of their cultivation bases, instantly perished. The entire body of this essence spirit martial grandmaster turned cold. Seeing the methods of the other party, he knew that it was not because he was strong that he had been able to survive. Instead, it was merely because the other party had not wanted to kill him. A figure now appeared out of thin air, similarly garbed in white and carrying a broadsword on her back. It was a woman. Wanting to fish, yet catching one that is much stronger than all of you. Yang Zhaoge had originally been watching them make a fool of themselves. Still, after clearly seeing the features of this female expert of the North Sea Sword Pavilion who had appeared afterwards, he could not help but be rendered speechless. What a coincidence! Yang Zhaoge blinked. This woman before him appeared to be in her early 20s from the outside. While her actual age was much older than what she appeared to be, in comparison to her cultivation base, she could still be said to be excessively young. This was still not what Yang Zhaoge was most concerned about. What he was truly concerned about was that this was clearly yet another Sikong Qing. To be continued. Chapter 647. The person who had appeared before Yang Zhaoge's eyes was no different from Sikong Qing in terms of facial features alone. While she looked to be around 20, her actual age was not just that. The flow of time in the world beyond worlds was faster than in the Eight Extremities world. Therefore, this was not surprising at all. All the Sikong Qings had likely been born at the same time. Still, due to the different flow of time in the worlds they had been born in, their ages would likely differ greatly at this point in time. Her majestic sword intent was precisely that of the North Sea Sword Pavilion's direct lineage. This girl who resembled Sikong Qing had directly captured that essence spirit martial grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty. Clearly, she had the same intentions as Yang Zhaoge, wanting to capture someone to pry for information. Still, as Yang Zhaoge's gaze fell on her, this girl clearly sensed it as she began appraising the surrounding area. She has already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. Seeing this girl act earlier, he had already been able to tell her cultivation base. It was just that looking at this face which was no different from Sikong Qing's, he still felt a little out of place. Being so close to her, it was only natural that she had sensed his gaze. This was especially so as Yang Zhaoge could tell that not only had she stepped into the martial saint realm, her cultivation base was similarly outstanding as she stood at the peak amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level like Sikong Qing. The legacy of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was extraordinary in the first place. If this girl was as talented as Sikong Qing, it was only to be expected that she would possess such strength. Still, while this girl sensed that someone was watching her, she was unable to find Yang Zhaoge's exact location. This caused her to feel even more wary. Yang Zhaoge's expression was leisurely as he glanced at that captured essence spirit martial grandmaster. This is still not enough. He gazed elsewhere. I'm not done yet. In the distance, a powerful aura suddenly surged, rapidly approaching this direction. Yang Zhaoge smiled lightly. Only at this level can I provide satisfactory information. That girl who resembled Sikong Ching now also sensed the fluctuations in the aura of an expert who had suddenly appeared in the distance. She wondered if that strange feeling earlier had originated from the person who had just appeared. Still, she did not hesitate as her sword light swept outwards, collecting her fellow disciples and those Lisan sect martial practitioners who were in trouble, preparing to leave this place first. While she did not fear the newcomer, she did not want to get entangled with him. Now that a great number of experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had gathered in the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea, this was already no longer the territory of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. On the contrary, she and her fellow disciples had to be exceptionally careful here. If they were exposed and lingered for too long, they might be encircled by the Grand Xian dynasty. Yang Zhaoge was not anxious at all as he left. Just in the direction she was flying in, another powerful aura appeared in front of her. In this way, one in front and one behind, she was trapped in the middle. She knew that of said, "That's Abel." Now, when the two powerful auras came close, they began to converge and also changed direction. Yang one of them, one, Qing, one, Tian, Xiaoyu, I Qing, I, someone, the Jin. Yang, one Zi Tian Yang Qing. One, Qing, one of Qi, flashed, in, one. The martial arts that he cultivated in were superior to the sword Dao of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in terms of speed. Yang Zhaoge glanced at him. Oh, it's a little like the flowing wind 9 heavens slash. Still, it's not quite the same. It should have been created from the foundation excavated in post-Great Calamity legacies. The other person was a little slower, having been left behind. Still, he still pursued relentlessly. As long as his companion could catch up and slow down the other party a little, he would be able to catch up very quickly as well. Yang Zhaoge followed neither hurriedly nor slowly, not in a rush. While the three of them had already disappeared from his field of vision, he quickly sensed intense spiritual qi roiling in the distance as the two sides began a fierce battle. That North Sea Sword Pavilion woman was still caught up in the end. Then, she was surrounded by the two opponents, locked in battle. When they reappeared in Yang Zhaoge's field of vision, they were already locked in a fierce battle. Glancing at them, Yang Zhaoge clicked his tongue in admiration. While they cultivate in different martial arts and have different personalities and styles, they seem to have seen junior apprentice sister Sikong's future in advance. In terms of flying speed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's sword Dao was inferior to the martial arts that the other party cultivated in as they were still locked in battle. However, when they truly clashed, it was a completely different matter altogether. Swordlight rampaged as that woman's sword swung widely, vigorous and majestic. A casual sword of hers would cause frenzied tides that spanned 10,000 feet, infinite phenomena sweeping through the sky up above and the vast sea down below. Fighting one against two, she still held the upper hand. While that martial practitioner who cultivated in the flowing wind 9 heavens slash was faster, he was currently only able to evade, not daring to face that domineering, vigorous sword head-on. He wanted to drag things out with a roaming battle style, yet discovered that that vast swordlight gradually formed a vortex. The massive suction force emanating from the vortex grew stronger and stronger, making it hard for him to extricate himself as he was only able to shift about in that tiny space. Also, accompanied by the increasing strength of the suction force, the speed of his flowing wind 9 heavens slash was slowing as well. The spirits of the two Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners turned from their initial high spirits to heavy ones. Their opponent's reputation was not insignificant as they recognized her as well. Yu Baoqi, the entire northern region of the Royal Reed Sea has already been sealed by my Grand Xian dynasty. It would have been fine if you had not returned, but since you have, even if you can extricate yourself today, you can forget about ever leaving the region of the North Sea. The face of that female martial saint of the North Sea Sword Pavilion who resembled Sikong Ching was sunken as water, not saying a word as she merely wielded her swordlight with greater urgency. The two Grand Xian dynasty martial saint experts no longer wasted words as they fought Yu Baoqi with all their might. They were the ones who felt terrible now. If they died here, even if the others of the Grand Xian dynasty dismembered Yu Baoqi into 10,000 pieces afterwards, they would not be able to revive. That person who cultivated in the flowing wind 9 heavens slash clenched his teeth, forcibly taking a blow from Yu Baoqi as he executed his movement techniques with all his might, shooting out of the swordlight vortex. As he was engulfed by the heaven-encompassing swordlight of Yu Baoqi's vast sea divine sword, his entire body was covered in wounds. Still, he had paid a price for it, finally managing to escape. As soon as he had emerged, he dared not linger in the slightest as he continued moving with all his might, wanting to flee into the distance. However, a light laugh resounded amidst space. Amidst a loud boom, streaks of golden light suddenly flickered. A massive palace appeared. It was precisely Yang Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace. As the great gate opened, Yang Zhaoge was all smiles as he saw the other party shooting straight towards him. Greatly shocked, that person wanted to halt. Yet, a powerful suction force was emitted from within the great gate of the myriad dragon palace, causing him to be unable to stop himself as he fell headfirst within. This sudden change shocked both Yu Baoqi and the other Grand Xian dynasty martial saint. Still, Yu Baoqi quickly stabilized her mind, not being greedy for victory as she instead immediately retreated after repelling her second opponent with a sword. Without that enemy who cultivated in the flowing wind 9 heavens slash, it would be much easier for her to leave. Seeing this, the other Grand Xian dynasty martial saint dared not get involved as he hurriedly avoided the myriad dragon palace. Yu Baoqi had just relaxed slightly when she was stunned to discover that the bright golden myriad dragon palace ignored the other Grand Xian dynasty martial saint, instead leisurely following behind her. To be continued. Chapter 648. After the great door opened, sucking in that Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner who cultivated in the flowing wind 9 heavens slash, the myriad dragon palace continued forward, following North Seasword Pavilion's Yu Baoqi. Yu Baoqi was stunned to see the myriad dragon palace shuddering unceasingly as there seemed to be people clashing within. However, the tremors did not affect the advance of the myriad dragon palace as it followed behind Yu Baoqi leisurely. Yu Baoqi did not know Yang Zhaoge's origins. While Yang Zhaoge had also made a move against Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, Yu Baoqi still viewed this with caution. She tried to shake off the myriad dragon palace, but now, Yang Zhaoge's laughter resounded from within, wanting to obtain information. How can an essence spirit martial grandmaster captive know more than a martial saint? Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Yu Baoqi hesitated slightly. Yet, Yang Zhaoge continued, I am surnamed Yang, Yang Zhaoge. You might not be familiar with my name. Still, I wonder if you have heard of the Grand Xian dynasty's phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen? Yu Baoqi knit her brows slightly as she heard Yang Zhaoge continue. If you have heard of Yang Zhaozhen's name before, do you know that he was killed a while ago? Yu Baoqi's gaze abruptly focused as she stared fixedly at the myriad dragon palace. You did it. Yang Zhaoge replied nonchalantly, that's right. As a general of the Grand Xian dynasty, Yu Baoqi indeed knew of Yang Zhaozhen's name, having even heard news of his death not long ago. Hearing Yang Zhaoge mention him now, she vaguely recalled that she seemed to have really heard of Yang Zhaoge's name before, and it was precisely related to Yang Zhaozhen's death. While Yu Baoqi did not believe Yang Zhaoge just like that, her footsteps finally slowed. The myriad dragon palace was no longer shaking at this point. The door opened, revealing Yang Zhaoge's figure, his hands behind his back as he stood leisurely at the door. Yu Baoqi gazed past Yang Zhaoge, appraising the interior of the myriad dragon palace. In the depths of the changing and deep space, many dragon images circled around, wrapping around a person. That person was precisely that Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner who cultivated the flowing wind 9 heavens slash. At this moment, he was locked in place by the true dragons manifested from the numerous streams of dragon chi within the myriad dragon palace, his face dispirited and dispirited. As an early merging avatar martial saint, this person was not Yang Zhaoge's match. However, Yang Zhaoge wanted to capture the other party alive to interrogate him, and not kill him and be done with it like he had done with Yang Zhaozhen previously. Killing and capturing alive were two completely different things. Even Yang Zhaoge had to spend some time on it. Still, this Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner had already been injured by Yu Baoqi earlier. With Yang Zhaoge also possessing two sacred artifacts, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, he had still managed to successfully capture him in the end, suppressing him within the depths of the myriad dragon palace. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Baoqi finally strode into the myriad dragon palace. Most of the abundant true dragon qi was restrained and precipitated, but only a small part of it leaked out, which made Yu Baoqi exclaim in admiration. She looked towards Yang Zhaoge with a heavy expression. Yang Zhaoge, however, did not explain any further. He came before that martial saint of the Grand Xian dynasty, asking with a smile, "How should I address you?" The other party looked at Yang Zhaoge with a complex expression on his face, not speaking for a long time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have imagined that he would be so easily defeated by a great grandmaster martial artist and even be captured alive. Hearing that the other party had even slain Yang Zhaozhen before, this Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner sighed, completely unable to say anything. Yu Baoqi too appraised Yang Zhaoge with a complex expression on her face. Now, glancing at that Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner, she said, "He is called Zhong Xian, known as the Nine Heavens Solitary Crane. He is a guest elder of the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Weilin." Zhong Xian swiveled his head to glance at Yu Baoqi, continuing to smile bitterly. As a famed expert of the North Sea Sword Pavilion's senior generation, Yu Baoqi's fame had spread far and wide ever since her youth. He too recognized her. It was just that Zhong Xian had mostly heard of her before, not having actually met her before. Therefore, he had pursued her relentlessly with the speed of his movement techniques today. He had originally thought that even if he wasn't a match for her, with his companion present, the two of them should still be able to defeat Yu Baoqi, or at the very least trap her. In the end, only having actually clashed did he know that he wasn't Yu Baoqi's match at all. If not for Yu Baoqi not wanting to be held back, unwilling to engage in a prolonged battle, the two of them might even have perished beneath her sword. Looking at Zhong Xian, Yang Zhaoge nodded. "Mr. Zhong, is it? Nice to meet you. You should already know the reason why I left you behind. Please tell me in detail about the Grand Xian dynasty's arrangements in the region of the North Sea this time." Zhong Xian closed his eyes, not speaking. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Yang Zhaozhen is a distant relative of the Grand Xian royal family. Since I killed him, I killed him. Therefore, I do not mind killing another martial saint of the Grand Xian dynasty at all." Hearing his words, Zhong Xian opened his eyes, staring at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge said, "You have joined the Grand Xian dynasty and Marquis Weilin's camp. You are merely obeying his orders. He provides you with protection, some resources and treasures, and you work for him with all that you have learnt. Working for him, it should only be something that is within your capabilities. You just have to do your best. There is no need for you to die for him, right?" Yang Zhaoge pointed at Yu Baoqi beside him. "You are unable to defeat her, and you are also unable to defeat me. It is indeed that your strength is insufficient, not that you are not doing your best. Having reached this point, it should already be sufficient. Afterwards, you should plan for yourself. Answering my questions will not be considered letting Marquis Weilin down. Of course, if Marquis Weilin has done you a great favor, or if you have the thought of dying for a bosom friend, you can treat it as though I said nothing earlier. It is not easy for martial practitioners who are able to step into the martial saint realm. There is no enmity between us. Therefore, I will not use torture to extort a confession from you. If you do not speak, I will give you a quick death. After beating you to death, I will go through some trouble to capture someone else to interrogate." Yang Zhaoge's tone was calm, but Zhong Xian felt a chill in his heart. He could be certain that if he insisted on not speaking, this youth before him would not waste any more time with him, instead directly beating him to death before going off to capture another tongue. Zhong Xian was silent for a moment before he let out a long sigh. "You win. After the Grand Xian dynasty has broken through the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, they are preparing to conquer the North Sea in one go this time. It is still His Majesty who personally leads the expedition. This time, of the four Lord Protectors, Lord Protector Tang and Lord Protector Lu, have also come to the North Sea together. Apart from that, there are also numerous peak experts like Marquis Weilin, seeking to flatten the North Sea Sword Pavilion." Hearing his words, Yu Baoqi glanced at him, not speaking as she allowed Yang Zhaoge to interrogate him. Yang Zhaoge asked, "The descendants of Shunling's lineage have also come this time?" Zhong Xian answered, "That's right. The Shunling 9 swords who conquered the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect have also accompanied His Majesty to the North Sea this time. Yang Zhaoge crossed his arms before his chest. Last time, they more or less caught the various anti-Xian sects off guard. This time, the descendants of Shunling's lineage no longer have the effect of surprise troops. It would not be so easy for the Grand Xian dynasty to obtain victory, right? Is there some special arrangement? Zhong Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. His Majesty is personally presiding over the establishment of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation in the North Sea. Yang Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Ruthless enough. Chapter 649. Yang Zhaoge had already been in the Royal Reed Sea for some time now. Having resided at a branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect earlier, he had gained a considerable understanding of the various major powers there. Although the North Sea Sword Pavilion was not like Copper Men Island, which had the protection of 3 great Copper Men, as a sect that had been operating for many years, it naturally had its own unique advantages. Having resided in the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea for many years, the accumulated sword chi of the past North Sea Sword Pavilion experts was as vast as the ocean abyss. The sea of sword chi seemed to have merged with the real sea. The closer one got to the Grinding Hut Island where the North Sea Sword Pavilion was located, the more vigorous and condensed the sword chi became. As a result, the Grinding Hut continent surrounding the Grinding Hut Island gradually became an independent world, isolated from the outside world by the sword chi, becoming a world of sword chi. This world of sword chi used the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Grand Protective Formation as its core, and they were connected to each other. It was not an easy task to break through this sword boundary and charge straight in to attack the Grinding Hut Island. The Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, even possessing the high-grade sacred artifacts, the King Xian spear and the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. However, the anti-Xian side was prepared this time. It was not just the North Sea Sword Pavilion's own experts, the experts of the other sects had also gathered in the Grinding Hut region. With that, the Grand Xian dynasty had to be cautious as well. What King Xuanmu wanted was to sweep through the Royal Reed Sea once more, re-establishing the Grand Xian dynasty's position as absolute ruler. He did not want to achieve a Pyrrhic victory in which he killed 1,000 of his enemies while losing 800 of his own. Therefore, he chose to use the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation. When he had heard at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar that the Grand Xian dynasty had grasped the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation, Yang Zhaoge had still been rather taken aback. After all, this formation was quite powerful. If the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation that Yang Zhaoge knew of erupted with full power, it would be able to transform the entire northern region of the Royal Reed Sea into a sea of flames. That scale was far more ferocious than the frenzied tides of flames that had arisen when the Flame Devil world had invaded the Eight Extremities world back then. However, the amount of materials needed to set up the formation was also an astronomical figure. In worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the Vast Ocean world, it was impossible to gather all of them. This was only possible in the world beyond worlds. Even so, Yang Zhaoge deeply suspected that the Royal Reed Sea might not have been able to gather all of them. In wanting to establish this formation, the Grand Xian dynasty had clearly made up its mind this time. The Dim Darkness sect's main altar had already been breached. If the North Sea Sword Pavilion was taken down as well, especially if its pavilion lord Jiyu Hong perished, it would be very hard for the anti-Xian forces to rise again. The Grand Xian dynasty could even ignore Copper Men Island, leaving the Radiant Light sect to slowly plot against it. At that point, it would be hard for the Radiant Light sect to hold the fort on their own. It was a question as to whether or not they would still be able to hold their heads up high. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. You mean that the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation has already been set up? Zhong Xian said, it is not completely done yet. The higher-ups intend to temporarily seal off the news and attract even more North Sea Sword Pavilion cultivators who have gone out to reinforce us. Then, they will capture them all in one fell swoop. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows rather surprisedly. What, if an extremely important figure of the North Sea Sword Pavilion is out, must we capture him? With King Xuanmu personally leading the charge, the 2 immortal bridge martial saints of Shunling's lineage had acted together. Those who held sufficient weight in their eyes were figures like Pavilion Lord Jiu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Chief Ju Haoxing of the Dim Darkness Sect, Chief Luo Jiuan of the Radiant Light Sect and Chief Gongsun Wu of Copper Men Island. Those who were slightly inferior were seeing divinity martial saints like Wu Zixio and Nai Sheng. The rest might not be small fries, but they were definitely not important targets. Yu Baoqi shook her head. From what I know, the higher echelon experts of our clan have long since returned to reinforce us. There is no one left outside. Hearing her words, Zhongxian glanced at her, not speaking. Yang Zhaoge came before Zhongxian, smiling. Oh? It looks like there are still some things that you have not told us. Let me remind you. It is impossible for me to believe whatever you say without verifying it at all. If I find out from others that the information you have given me is not true, I think you can imagine the consequences. Yang Zhaoge pointed at Yu Baoqi. It is related to her? Zhongxian sighed. The higher-ups have instructed us to pay special attention to the North Sea fairy Yu Baoqi. If she can be captured, there will be a great reward. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Yu Baoqi, blinking. Yu Baoqi herself had a blank look on her face. Yang Zhaoge asked slowly, the reason? Zhongxian shook his head. I indeed do not know the reason. Marquis Weilin did not say it clearly, but it is rumored that it was a decision made by a figure of the Shunling Nine Swords. Looking at Yu Baoqi, his gaze was rather strange as well. Those of the Grand Shen dynasty who had learnt of the news were all martial saints at the very least. Thus, they too found this order to be inexplicable. Yu Baoqi was famous throughout the entire Royal Reed Sea. Even if they had not seen her in person before, they had seen images of her before, knowing that she was a rare beauty. Not only was she a beauty, she was also extraordinarily talented and possessed extraordinary strength, having transcended mortality and entered sainthood at a young age as her future was limitless. This inevitably caused those of the Grand Shen dynasty who had received the order to wonder if someone of Shunling's lineage had taken a liking to Yu Baoqi, wanting to woo her. After all, the number of people who had wooed Yu Baoqi since she was young could almost fill up an entire ocean now. King Xuanmu himself had once asked for Yu Baoqi's hand in marriage on behalf of his prince, just that the North Sea Sword Pavilion had refused. Seeing Zhongxian's gaze, Yu Baoqi knew what he was thinking. She frowned, not uttering a sound. However, Yang Zhaoge would not simply think like this. Indeed, the guesses of Zhongxian and the others were very likely, even having a very high possibility. However, knowing that there was definitely some connection between Xikong Qing and Yu Baoqi, Yang Zhaoge could not help but think about it a little more. Could it be that they were also searching for Xikong Qing or Yu Baoqi one after another? How much did they know about this? Did they possess clues to other Xikong Qings, perhaps even having imprisoned a certain Xikong Qing? Yang Zhaoge's interest suddenly surged greatly. Yang Zhaoge had originally had many thoughts on what he should do in the current chaotic situation of the Royal Reed Sea. At this moment, he had gradually come to a decision. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge looked smilingly at Zhongxian. The Shunling Nine Swords, is it? Do you know where they are? Zhongxian had just been about to speak when Yang Zhaoge added, just tell me where the one with the weakest cultivation base is currently. The one with the weakest cultivation base. Zhongxian answered. His name is Kang Jinyuan. He was active in the Whole Tower region before, but I am not sure if he is still there now. The Whole Tower region was also in the northern region of the Royal Reed Sea, just that it was a little to the south. Kang Jinyuan? Haha, what a coincidence. He can barely be considered an acquaintance. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. Kang Jinyuan was that person who had clashed with Nong Yuxuan back then, attempting to wrest away the power of reversed sun and moon. While this person was arrogant and frivolous, his strength was actually not bad. Sadly, Nong Yuxuan had been stronger, with Kang Jinyuan not gaining any advantage over him in the slightest. It was instead after Nong Yuxuan had been injured by Yang Zhaoge, this person had made use of the chance to pursue and kill Nong Yuxuan. It was unknown whether he had managed to slay him or not. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment. If the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation was established in order to break the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, the Whole Tower region should also be a key location in a corner of the formation. Zhongxian looked at Yang Zhaoge in shock. He understands the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation so well. A smile appeared at the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth as he snapped his fingers. Very good. Let's make a trip to the whole tower region, killing many birds with one stone. Chapter 650. Arriving in the vicinity of the whole tower region, Yang Zhaoge stood within the myriad dragon palace, smiling at Yu Baoqi. Yu Baoqi's expression was stern. Are you certain that you have a way to break the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation? Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart, saying that I am 100% certain would be a lie. Still, it is true that I have some ideas. Yu Baoqi pondered for a moment before nodding, exiting the myriad dragon palace and flying into the region of sea of the whole tower region. Her fellow disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Lishan sect martial practitioners, whom she had rescued earlier, had already been released midway, fleeing far away. Having no further worries, having been able to come this far, Yu Baoqi was not someone who was afraid of trouble, as she immediately decided to work together with Yang Zhaoge. After all, it was not enough for her to help her sect resolve the threat of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation alone. Still, she would not completely trust Yang Zhaoge, as she would inevitably have to be careful in her actions. Yang Zhaoge really had no intention of tricking her, at least not now. Yu Baoqi's appearance in the whole tower region had indeed drawn the attention of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners in the area, as experts immediately began pursuing and capturing her. Yang Zhaoge secretly assisted Yu Baoqi in getting rid of these opponents. Until another sword light streaked through the horizon in pursuit of Yu Baoqi. Seeing that sword light that resembled water, Yang Zhaoge instantly laughed. This Yang is fishing, those who are willing to take the bait. Seeing that sword light that resembled water, Yu Baoqi had an idea as she hurriedly fled far away. The other party's cultivation base was higher than hers, and the sword light of the time-flowing sword was also swift as it virtually arrived behind her in an instant. Terrifying light swept through the heavens and the earth, freezing the space of the region of sea before her. Enveloped by the sword light, the flow of time became incomparably slow. Yu Baoqi had no intention of resisting, as she simply continued fleeing into the distance. At the same time, the roar of a dragon resounded as streams of light supported a massive palace as it rose from the sea's surface. Where the golden light passed, that sword light that resembled the flowing waters of time instantly dispersed somewhat. Yu Baoqi's already slowed movements regained their normal speed. As the sword light flickered, the figure of a youth was revealed. It was precisely the descendant of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture that Yang Zhaoge had met once before, Kang Jinyuan. Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly. Did you think that I did not discover your existence earlier? Sword light flashed. The speed of the myriad dragon palace and Yu Baoqi looked like they were about to slow down once more, while Kang Jinyuan's own speed suddenly rose by a notch. Now, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, streams of chi of true dragons surging out from within as Yang Zhaoge appeared, landing atop the myriad dragon palace. He clapped his hands downwards simultaneously, the myriad dragon palace shaking intensely. Rays of golden light condensed into real dragons and soared into the sky. They became pale and decayed in the water-like sword light, but the sword light also dimmed a little. Yu Baoqi took this opportunity to jump out of the range of the sword light and instantly went far away. Kang Jinyuan's face sank as he stared at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge appraised Kang Jinyuan rather interestedly, smiling. You are at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Your abilities should not be limited to this. Are you injured? The injury doesn't seem to be a recent problem. It should be some time ago. From the looks of it, you were injured when you were chasing after the Radiant Light sect's Nong Yuxuan. Back then, his injuries were not light. The Aeon Light heavenly scripture had a miraculous healing effect, and Kang Jinyuan had many seniors with higher cultivation realms. His injuries having not completely healed up till now, it meant that they had been very serious back then. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Kang Jinyuan's expression instantly turned even uglier. Staring at Yang Zhaoge, he snorted, so it was you. Having had Yu Baoqi run away and his old wounds reopened, Kang Jinyuan's expression was incomparably terrible. Still, he quickly smiled. I remember now. That Radiant Light sect fella surnamed Nong clashed with you back then. Midway through the battle, something suddenly happened to him. That should not be a coincidence. Instead, you should have some secret technique or treasure that countered him. Kang Jinyuan smiled savagely. Hand it over obediently and this young master will leave you a whole corpse. Yang Zhaoge was not vexed upon hearing his words as he laughed lightly. Oh, thinking about the thing in my hands that countered Nong Yuxuan, this means that you were unable to take him down back then? Kang Jinyuan's expression changed. Yang Zhaoge continued, I had still thought earlier that it was you who had been forced to pay a price for slaying Nong Yuxuan. From the looks of it now, however, that is not the case at all. The Nong Yuxuan who was injured by me was still able to beat you to such a state. Or did the Radiant Light sect send other martial practitioners to assist Nong Yuxuan? Before Yang Zhaoge had finished speaking, he saw Kang Jinyuan's expression turn savage as he stabbed towards him with a sword. The sword light that resembled water surged mightily, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. Where the sword light passed, the flow of time amidst space seemed to have come to a halt, all things seeming to be rendered motionless as only Kang Jinyuan was unaffected. Yang Zhaoge's face showed no fear. Clad in the imperious cold martial armor, golden light flashed within his palm as the heavy black dark feather slaughtering golden spear appeared within. Wielding the spear with both hands, he flicked it towards the heavens, a violent force resembling a great rock leaving the sea, transforming into a great rock as it shot straight up into the sky, shooting towards the 9 heavens. Numerous ice dragons and numerous golden rocks accompanied that massive rock as they soared high into the sky. A majestic force domineeringly broke through the swordlight that resembled a long river, causing the flow of time in the surrounding heavens and earth to return to normal. Kang Jinyuan laughed coldly. What a domineering fella. This young master hates people like you the most. Amidst his cold laughter, he tapped out repeatedly with the short sword in his hand, the swordlight changing once more as it instantly transformed into innumerable strands which entangled Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear within his hands instantly striking out thousands of times, each spear stabbing towards those strands of swordlight that resembled silk. The dark feather slaughtering golden spear and the other party's low-grade sacred artifact, the passing water sword, instantly clashed thousands of times. The powerful force shook and extended along the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, invading Yang Zhaoge's body. Yang Zhaoge's spear-wielding palm instantly showed signs of aging, losing all moisture as wrinkles appeared on it. The imperious cold martial armor flickered as streams of ice-blue radiance enveloped Yang Zhaoge's hands, forming a freezing force which delayed the encroachment of the enemy's martial concept. However, while Kang Jinyuan was injured, his cultivation base was extraordinary at the end of the day as he also cultivated in a supreme martial art like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Time flowed like water, merciless. Even the biting cold ice decayed along with it. The ice did not melt, instead directly transforming into mist and dissipating. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as the qi whirlpool within his body transformed into chaos one after another, having no front and no back, no beginning and no end as even the flow of time dissipated into nothingness. His skin turned old, but as his true essence circulated within his body, circulating a cycle, he immediately regained his youth, lustrous appearance. Kang Jinyuan was taken aback, completely unaffected. Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean Divine Spear moved once more, quick as flashing lightning with the momentum of rushing thunder as it pierced towards Kang Jinyuan. Kang Jinyuan's figure drifted, seemingly slow yet actually fast as he prepared to evade Yang Zhaoge's spear. However, the myriad dragon palace now emitted streams of light which transformed into numerous light dragons that entangled Kang Jinyuan's body, leaving him unable to evade. The terrifying tip of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear heavily pierced towards Kang Jinyuan's chest. Now, however, a treasured light that was bright to the extreme suddenly appeared at Kang Jinyuan's chest, resembling a round mirror. The treasured light rapidly expanded, protecting his entire body as the dark feather slaughtering golden spear was unable to advance any further. Kang Jinyuan smiled savagely as he made use of this chance to advance, entering the range of Yang Zhaoge's spear as he stabbed towards his chest. To be continued. Chapter 651. Looking at the treasure that resembled a heart-protecting mirror on Kang Jinyuan's chest, Yang Zhaoge could not help but raise his brows slightly. A mid-grade sacred artifact? No wonder he's so confident. Yang Zhaoge was rather taken aback by the fact that with Kang Jinyuan's cultivation base, he should be unable to wield the full power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. But at this moment, the heart-protecting mirror shone brightly, transforming into a suit of armor that covered Kang Jinyuan's entire body. It revealed an extremely powerful defensive power, actually fully unleashing the power of a mid-grade saint weapon. Under the protection of this treasure, Kang Jinyuan made use of this chance to get past the defensive circle of Yang Zhaoge's spear, wanting to make use of the fact that Yang Zhaoge was unable to retract his weapon to close in and kill him. While having seen Yang Zhaoge battle Nong Yuxuan before, he knew that Yang Zhaoge's strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial grandmasters. But Kang Jinyuan was still full of confidence, because after that battle, his mother gave him the turbid sky mirror armor to protect him. The sword light that resembled water was inconceivably fast as it instantly arrived before Yang Zhaoge's chest. Affected by the sword light, time seemed to have come to a halt where Yang Zhaoge was, with only the passing water sword in Kang Jinyuan's hand still able to move freely. While Yang Zhaoge was rather taken aback by Kang Jinyuan being able to wield the full power of the turbid heavenly mirror armor, he did not panic. Facing Kang Jinyuan's passing water sword, his left hand released the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. A dark green bamboo cane appeared within Yang Zhaoge's hand, then struck downwards. Pa! The water-like sword light suddenly trembled in the air. The flow of time in this world returned to normal. Kang Jinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. My eyes weren't playing tricks on me back then. This broken bamboo really is so magical. In the next moment, he sneered, you have a lot of treasures on you. Leave them all. Saying thus, Kang Jinyuan kept the passing water sword, substituting a sword with his finger as he executed the time-flowing sword, attacking towards Yang Zhaoge. Without the passing water sword in hand, his attacks were clearly not as sharp as before. But at this moment, he only attacked and didn't defend. He used all his strength to attack and left the defense to the turbid mirror armor. This person is actually able to completely wield the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. This way, 6 segments of the bamboo cane will be required to break through his armor. Yang Zhaoge kept the dark green bamboo cane as well. But his offensive didn't stop in the slightest. His right hand held the dark feather slaughtering golden spear horizontally, blocking his opponent's sword light, while his left hand directly swung a palm towards Kang Jinyuan's head. At first, Kang Jinyuan didn't take it seriously. Relying on the turbid heavenly mirror armor, he didn't care. The protective treasured light helped him block Yang Zhaoge's palm, preventing him from being harmed. However, that violent force directly hit Kang Jinyuan, who was caught off guard, and his whole body fell into the sea. He couldn't stop his momentum. He passed through the boundless sea and was smashed into the seabed. What martial art is this? Having suffered a cyclic heavenly seal from Yang Zhaoge, while Kang Jinyuan was not injured, he was rather dazed from the blow. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change. Oh, the defensive power of a genuine mid-grade sacred artifact. Regaining his wits, Kang Jinyuan roared furiously as he shot out of the sea's surface, lunging towards Yang Zhaoge once more. His sword light spread out like an endless river of time. While Kang Jinyuan was attacking with all his might, he was still injured at the end of the day, also not being able to use his sacred artifact, the passing water sword. Meanwhile, Yang Zhaoge was bolstered by 2 sacred artifacts, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, as he was not under any pressure at all. The only problem was that the other party's turbid heavenly mirror armor was not easy to deal with. With this treasure, Kang Jinyuan was firmly undefeatable as he would at least be able to secure a draw. Kang Jinyuan smiled savagely as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. It doesn't matter how many blows this young master takes from you. Why don't you try taking a blow from this young master? You don't fear just the corrosion of sword intent. Still, I want to see if you can remain unscathed after being stabbed by a sword for real. Yang Zhaoge laughed, his figure flickering as he parried Kang Jinyuan's sword before arriving behind him, striking out with a cyclic heavenly seal once more. While he would not be injured with the defense of the turbid heavenly mirror armor, being smashed into the sea once more by the cyclic heavenly seal was really too humiliating. Kang Jinyuan did not forcibly resist it this time as he merged with his sword, transforming into a streak of light as he evaded to the side. The roar of a dragon resounded as the myriad dragon palace appeared where he had evaded. A massive suction force emanated from the opening of the great gate. As Kang Jinyuan evaded, he looked like he was about to rush into the great palace himself. He snorted coldly, the passing water sword appearing within his hand as he hacked out with it, a distant swordlight locking the myriad dragon palace in place before he evaded to the side. Having just repelled the myriad dragon palace and faced Yang Zhaoge once more, he kept the passing water sword lest he suffered a blow from the dark green bamboo cane for nothing. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows, smiling, "It's rare for you to be smart for once." Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly. "Do you think that this young master doesn't know what you are planning? You are afraid that others of the Grand Shen dynasty will rush over and surround you, right? With the turbid heavenly mirror armor, this young master is firmly undefeatable. Even if I tire you out, I'll tire you out. While you possess outstanding strength, you are still a martial grandmaster at the end of the day. How long can you withstand such a violent eruption of power? Can you compete in endurance with this young master, a martial saint? Even if you wanted to flee, I wouldn't let you do so. Yet, you are so arrogant, even wanting to scheme against this young master as well." Kang Jinyuan stabbed over with his sword, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the heavens. If I let you escape today, this young master's name will be written backward." Yang Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "TSK, is there any use in knowing what I am planning?" Kang Jinyuan was slightly taken aback before he felt an extremely vigorous aura rapidly approaching this region of sea at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone appeared in the horizon, transforming into a streak of light as he instantly arrived before the two. Kang Jinyuan's heart jolted slightly, arriving even faster than those of the Grand Shen dynasty. Having long since been lying in ambush in the vicinity, this kid already had a plan. While he realized this, it was already too late. Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone attacked Kang Jinyuan from the left and right. The Fish Dragon Spear, the Imperious Cold Martial Armor and the Dark Cloud Slaughtering Golden Spear exerted force together. Kang Jinyuan's counterattack was dispelled as he could only rely on the turbid Heavenly Mirror armor to defend himself. However, the majestic force was hard for him to resist as he was knocked all the way into the Myriad Dragon Palace. The great door of the palace mightily slammed shut, sinking into the great sea. The dragon entered the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace. Within the palace, streams of dragon chi transformed into numerous dragons of light, binding Kang Jinyuan along with the turbid heavenly mirror armor. Kang Jinyuan struggled desperately as Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone along with the three great sacred artifacts suppressed him, rendering him unable to move. "So what if I have designs on you?" Yang Zhaoge was all smiles as he asked. Kang Jinyuan was angered to the point of wanting to vomit blood. "I want to see how long you can keep this young master locked up for. With the turbid heavenly mirror armor, you can only suppress me, unable to harm a single hair on this young master's head." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "While I do not know why you are able to completely wield the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact, its defensive power is indeed not bad. Also, if I do not see wrongly, this sacred artifact is actually not yours. Its original owner has a way of sensing its location, having a way of finding us." Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly. "This young master said that you are dead for sure." "Ha ha." Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at him. "Don't be hasty. I'll bring you to a good place." Kang Jinyuan chortled. "Grinding Hut Island, North Seasword Pavilion? Stop dreaming. That place has already long since been heavily surrounded." Yang Zhaoge chuckled. "Why would we need to go so far? Your Grand Shen dynasty has prepared something good in this North Sea which can be put to use here in the whole tower region beneath our feet." Kang Jinyuan's expression instantly changed. To be continued. Chapter 652. Yang Zhaoge controlled the Myriad Dragon Palace to traverse the deep sea, quickly arriving in the northern region of the whole tower region. Feeling the flow of the earth veins and the changes in the spiritual chi here, Yang Zhaoge pondered for a long time, finally gradually coming to a conclusion. The original owner of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, might be able to find them. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge could not delay for too long. Kang Jinyuan's face was ashen. "Who are you trying to scare? You want to use the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Array to break this young master's turbid sky mirror armor? You will also be engulfed by the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder and die even faster than me. A seeing divinity martial saint expert with the turbid heavenly mirror armor might not even be able to survive the full power of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation, much less him. Yang Zhaoge was all smiles, but had no intention of paying him any heed. The myriad dragon palace descended to the depths of the sea. Yang Zhaoge sent the Northern Ocean clone to suppress Kang Jinyuan while he himself exited the palace. After pondering for a moment, he stabbed down towards the depths of the sea with a sword. The edge of the sword pierced through the reef at the bottom of the sea, and a faint crimson light appeared. Gazing over carefully, Yang Zhaoge saw that while that crimson light was rich in scorching heat, it was different from the underground magma of the Eight Extremities world and the other places. Although it had condensed into the form of lava, it wasn't real lava, but a surging and blazing mist of light. The environment of the world beyond worlds did not just consist of day and night and stars, as it was vastly different from the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. The shape of the earth-vein spirit essence was different as well. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yang Zhaoge's true essence turned from chaos to icy coldness. As the peerless heavenly scripture evolved, the dark moon pill scripture's pure extreme yin's biting cold, the proud sea frost dragon technique's icy cold, the thunder of eternal night's darkness and solitude, all kinds of extreme cold and extreme yin energy intense appeared. Yang Zhaoge even executed yang techniques like the sacred heavenly fire scripture and the blazing flames blazing thunder. Then, the concept of the cyclic heavenly scripture changed. Yin and yang, cold and hot, reversed. The blazing aura of the sacred heavenly fire scripture instantly turned into extreme cold. The five elemental creation lightning was divided into 5 parts. Other than the fire element's blazing flames lightning, there was also the water element's illusory water lightning. Now that Yang Zhaoge was executing thunder arts, while it was still blazing flames blazing thunder, it had some resemblance to illusory water shocking thunder. All kinds of frost energy acted on the fire pith vein together. Yang Zhaoge analyzed and estimated the changes within, not staying for long as he left after dealing with them slightly. He calculated the location, and after changing to another place, he repeated the same trick. Along the way, he would stop from time to time and secretly set up his moves in many places. Within the myriad dragon palace, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, could it be that the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation can be broken just like this?" Yang Zhaoge smiled. The heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation is such a powerful formation. When it erupts at full force, martial practitioners below the late seeing divinity stage would virtually have no chance of survival if they do not have mid-grade sacred artifacts or other powerful formations protecting them. Although I understand the foundation of this formation, my current cultivation level is not enough to break it by force. But just because we can't use force doesn't mean we can't use ingenuity. Yang Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be so easy. At the very least, it wouldn't be so quick to see the effects immediately. However, the other party's formation has already been set up properly, already affecting the spiritual qi flow of the earth veins to a great extent. However, because of Yu Baoqi, they have not acted. This has given us a chance. There's an old saying that moves 1,000 catties with 4 ounces of strength. However, 4 ounces of strength would not be able to move 1,000 catties of weight as and when. It would have to depend on where and how it is moved. Ahu scratched his head. Then what you did just now was moving 1,000 catties with 4 ounces of strength. 3, 2, 1. Yang Zhaoge raised 3 fingers, retracting them into his palm one by one. As his words had just fallen, the depths of the sea to the north of the whole tower region began shaking intensely. As the fire pith veins shook, underground fire began spurting out unceasingly. A blazing crimson mist of light shot out of the Earth's surface, transforming into blazing fire that even the Great Sea was unable to suppress. Numerous massive pillars of fire shot out of the sea's surface with a domineering momentum. Ahu was taken aback. "That's it." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "It's just the beginning." 9 pillars of fire shot straight into the horizon to the north of the whole tower region, forming a strange formation. Affected by the shaking of the underground fire and the spiritual chi of the earth veins, far to the southeast of the whole tower region, a massive island, Swallowflower Island, also suddenly shook. On the island, a flourishing green light was suddenly emitted, enveloping the surrounding sky as it was hard to suppress. Numerous Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners flew into the air, looking shocked at this scene. "Hurry up and stop this. His Majesty has not ordered the activation of the Grand Formation." Enveloped by the green light, a silver formation talisman that emitted a cold light and cold chi appeared, rising into the air up above. A white-clothed martial practitioner on the island suddenly swiveled his head to look towards the north. There are abnormalities in the fire pith veins in that direction, underground fire spurting and yang chi flourishing. Could it be because of this that Swallowflower Island's true yin wood formation talisman has been activated? Someone beside him said in shock, "How intricate is the heavenly fire tribulation thunder grand formation? With the true yin wood formation talisman stable, how could it be affected by a simple eruption of underground fire? If it could affect the true yin wood formation talisman, the fierceness of that underground fire would be sufficient to dry up the seawater of the entire whole tower region. The number of experts amongst the rebels who possess such methods is limited. His Majesty and the Lord Protectors would definitely not allow the other party to do as he pleases." The white-clothed martial practitioner said in a heavy tone, "The other party's methods are intricate, not relying on brute strength." His figure shot into the skies, transforming into a streak of sword light that resembled water as he sped off towards the north. It was just that the true yin wood formation talisman on Swallowflower Island had been activated as the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners on the island could no longer suppress it. Streaks of green and silver light expanded into the surroundings, forming numerous formation talismans which formed a massive formation that enveloped the entire whole tower region. However, when the light arrived in the north of the whole tower region, it was obstructed by 9 pillars of underground fire such that it was unable to continue north, affecting other places in the north of the Royal Reed Sea as it was only limited to the southernmost whole tower region. Roiling light enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as the originally clear sky above the whole tower region was suddenly filled with dense dark clouds at this moment. Ferocious thunderbolts traversed unceasingly amidst the dark clouds, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire whole tower region seemed as though doomsday had arrived at this moment. The next moment, guided by the yin chi of the green light and silver talismans down below, thunderbolts of extreme yang and streams of heavenly fire descended amidst the dark clouds in the sky up above. The terrifying thunder and fire pierced through space, instantly transforming the heavens and earth of the entire whole tower region into a purgatory of thunder and fire for tens of thousands of kilometers. Gazing upwards, other than the meteors of heavenly fire and the thunderbolts of lightning, nothing else could be seen within the sky at all. Meanwhile, having arrived in mid-air and descended from the sky, all the terrifying heavenly fire and tribulation thunder distorted strangely, beginning to converge towards a single point. The all-encompassing thunder and fire condensed into a thick, blurry pillar of light that was half red and half purple. While it was called a pillar of light, it was actually over 100 kilometers thick as it descended from the sky, massive and shocking, causing one to be unable to help but feel like prostrating themselves in worship. The point where the pillar of light descended was precisely the northern part of the whole tower region, where underground fire surged. Who opened his mouth wide, "Young master, this," Yang Zhaoge stretched lazily, "if a single lever isn't enough, being unable to lift something heavy, I'll just use 2 then. Of course, the crux is that I know where to pry." Chapter 653. The heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation that the Grand Xian dynasty had painstakingly set up was detonated prematurely. Also, it was not a full-blown explosion that caused things to go out of control. The region that had been stimulated was limited to the southernmost corner, within the borders of the whole tower region. However, the formation should have been one and the same. Now that a corner of the formation had been cut off and activated prematurely, the entire formation was damaged. The grand formation that had been accumulating power immediately found it hard to continue. Far away in the vicinity of the Grinding Hut region, King Xuanmu and the others who were waiting to deal with the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the other anti-Shen martial practitioners were all shocked. In the sword realm of the Grinding Hut region, The North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master Jiu Hong and the others also sensed that something was amiss. The standoff between the two sides became somewhat chaotic. Both sides' nerves were highly strained, and the situation could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, in the whole tower region, the terrifying all-encompassing thunder and fire did not descend as per normal circumstances. Instead, attracted by the earth fire, they condensed into an extremely majestic pillar of light which descended from the skies. The beam of light was over 100 miles thick. Rather than calling it a beam of light, it was more accurate to call it a heavy curtain of light that enveloped the surrounding 100 miles. Half-red and half-purple lightning and fire interweaved together, containing a terrifying explosive power. The beam of light bombarded the surface of the sea below, completely evaporating the seawater. Even the earth fire that rose from the bottom of the sea was swallowed by the light pillar. The crust at the bottom of the sea also shattered. An even larger scale of earth fire rose up and collided with the heavenly fire tribulation thunder falling from the sky, forming a temporary yet subtle balance. The surrounding seawater was boiling, and the runes of the heavenly fire tribulation lightning array kept twisting. Streams of earth fire rose and fell as they gushed out from the bottom of the sea. Space and time were on the verge of shattering, forming a terrifying scene of crisscrossing scenes. Yang Zhaoge slowly controlled the myriad dragon palace to approach before releasing Kang Jinyuan from within. After Kang Jinyuan came out, he saw a scene of doomsday in front of him, as well as a terrifying pillar of light that was half red and half purple falling from the sky. His face immediately turned green. How did the heavenly fire tribulation lightning formation become like this? Yang Zhaoge's true essence combined with the power of the Northern Ocean clone, manifesting streams of light that formed a cage which locked Kang Jinyuan within. Then, Yang Zhaoge pushed the cage closer to that terrifying pillar of light. Kang Jinyuan's hair stood on end. "What are you doing? You still don't understand." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Do you think that your mid-grade sacred artifact will be able to withstand such an attack, continuing to protect you? This is only a corner of the heavenly fire tribulation lightning formation that has been activated in advance. Normally speaking, the destructive power of the gathered heavenly fire and tribulation lightning is not comparable to the full power of the entire formation." Yang Zhaoge chuckled. "Still, with the thunder and fire that the whole tower region has to bear now all concentrated here, its destructive power is rather considerable, not inferior to the full power of the entire grand formation." Kang Jinyuan glared at him. "How dare you? My parents will definitely tear you to pieces." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "I'm so scared." As he spoke, he pushed his palm forward, and the cage that trapped Kang Jinyuan and the turbid sky mirror armor approached the terrifying beam of light. The turbid sky mirror armor, which had been protecting Kang Jinyuan all this time, actually trembled slightly. Kang Jinyuan could also feel the shadow of death looming over him. That ice-cold feeling was unprecedentedly strong. He finally could not help but yell, "I don't want your treasures. I won't make trouble for you. Why is it that even your begging sounds so irritating?" Yang Zhaoge was surprised. "My things are mine in the first place. Are they things that you can have just because you want them? Who the hell do you think you are?" He did not cease in his actions as he continued pushing Kang Jinyuan forward. "I can tell that your background is not shallow, with many experts amongst your seniors. Still, while you yourself are only at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, you are actually still very inexperienced. The martial arts that you cultivate in are detailed in the secrets of time, your rate of improvement far surpassing that of others. The conditions of your family are superior. Just looking at this mid-grade sacred artifact, I can tell that your family dotes on you very much. You must have had many treasures of all sorts growing up. To be fair, your talent in martial arts is very high. Otherwise, it would be very hard for you to attain your current cultivation base just based on the accumulation of resources. Still, having come this far, your foundation aside, you lack too many other things as well." Yang Zhaoge said mildly, "It is true that you possess great power that is sufficient to suppress those first and second level martial saints like Yang Zhaozhen. Still, from a certain perspective, you are far inferior to those martial saints who painstakingly walked up step by step." Kang Jinyuan was utterly enraged as his face flushed red. "You are going too far. Don't fall into this young master's hands, or I will definitely grind your bones into dust. Yang Zhaoge chortled, well said. Therefore, I will first grind your bones into dust. Just a short distance away from that terrifying pillar of light, Kang Jinyuan could clearly see the destructive scenes of exploding flames and leaping thunderbolts within. As soon as the cage came into contact with the thunder and fire, it first collapsed. Still, before Kang Jinyuan could make use of this chance to escape, he had already been pushed into the pillar of light by Yang Zhaoge. Terrifying heavenly fire, earthly fire, and tribulation thunder simultaneously bombarded this turbid heavenly mirror armor. Even with its shocking defensive power, this mid-grade sacred artifact shuddered like a sieve at this moment, as it seemed like it might completely shatter at any moment. Kang Jinyuan wanted to flee, but his path of escape was blocked by Yang Zhaoge. Facing the hopeless situation of dying without a proper burial ground, Kang Jinyuan's fear completely suppressed all other emotions. What exactly do you want before you are willing to let me off? He could not control himself as he yelled loudly. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly. You are still a little smart, being able to understand my hints. He made way slightly for Kang Jinyuan. Kang Jinyuan hurriedly rushed out, but was immediately trapped by Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone once more. Why did you specifically say that you wanted to capture Yu Baoqi? Yang Zhaoge asked calmly. Kang Jinyuan looked rather hatefully whilst also fearfully at Yang Zhaoge as he snorted lightly. It was this young master who suggested to King Xuanmu that I want her as a concubine. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, speaking the truth, just go in and wait. Saying thus, he sent Kang Jinyuan towards that terrifying pillar of thunder and fire. Kang Jinyuan was virtually scared out of his wits. He no longer wanted to approach that place, which caused even his very soul to tremble. Stop! Stop! This young master said it. Kang Jinyuan exclaimed, it was my parents who drew an image of her, also requesting that she be alive. I didn't know who she was at first. It was those of the Grand Shen dynasty who said that it was Yu Baoqi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion after seeing the image of light. Still, this young master really doesn't know why they are looking for her. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, thinking, it is indeed so. Now, Yang Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he felt a powerful aura emanating from the distance. It originated from two different directions. Gazing over, a sword light that resembled water slowed time and folded space as it rapidly approached from the southeast. Bright light illuminated the horizon from the southwest as it seemed infinite and immeasurable. To be continued. Chapter 654. A sword light that resembled water flew over from the southeast, the flow of time becoming chaotic wherever it passed. It was precisely the same as Kang Jinyuan's, the Eon Light Heavenly Scripture or the time-flowing sword. Infinite, immeasurable radiance illuminated the southwest, rapidly suffusing the horizon as the phenomenon of the sun and moon rising interchangeably was visible. With radiance as primary and variations as secondary, this was the radiant light sect's sun-moon interchanging art that Yang Zhaoge was already very familiar with now. The sword light from the southeast arrived even faster. Seeing this, Kang Jinyuan was instantly overjoyed. Quick, come and save me. His courage, which had vanished earlier, returned to him. Kang Jinyuan drew on his full power to resist Yang Zhaoge's suppression. Sword light that resembled a long river of time expanded, sweeping towards Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone in a counterattack. Yang Zhaoge chuckled coldly, exerting force alongside the Northern Ocean clone as they instantly sent Kang Jinyuan and the turbid heavenly mirror armor mightily into that massive pillar of light. Kang Jinyuan howled in rage, terrified. The grand formation was incomplete as it merely erupted with power from the whole tower region. Currently, the thunder and fire descending from the sky was slowly weakening, the pillar of light beginning to grow unstable. However, the earlier balance was gradually being broken as the accumulated majestic power seemed to be on the verge of erupting completely. The pillar of light gradually grew thicker, devouring and destroying the vaster space around it. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge knew that it would be unwise for him to remain here. Otherwise, he might also be swept into the explosion of the power of the formation. He shrugged, entering the Myriad Dragon Palace alongside the Northern Ocean clone before swiftly leaving, shooting into the distant Great Sea. The region of sea in the surroundings of the Pillar of Light was currently surging, the heavens roiling and the earth overturning. Gazing back, Yang Zhaoge saw that sword light that resembled water from the southeast arriving nearby, stopping as the figure of a white-clothed man appeared. That white-clothed man had the appearance of a youth, his features similar to Kang Jinyuan's. Still, he had a much more stable and experienced air about him. Kang Marosheng. Kang Jinyuan had originally been calling for help. Still, after seeing who it was, he suddenly fell silent. Looking at the terrifying pillar of light that was about to erupt and the myriad dragon palace that was gradually getting further and further away, the white-clothed man sighed. His sword light abruptly expanded, not pursuing Yang Zhaoge as he instead descended towards that terrifying pillar of light in an attempt to rescue Kang Jinyuan and flee. Seeing this person draw out his sword, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh? As a late-merging avatar martial saint as well, he is much stronger than Kang Jinyuan. It would also be easy for him to challenge Nong Yuxuan one-on-one. Now, the Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners who had originally been approaching from the southwest gradually came to a halt. The power of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation gathered in this sea region was about to explode. They didn't dare to go any closer, so they passed through this area. The person in the lead appeared, first glancing at the heaven-connecting pillar of light before his gaze fell on the myriad dragon palace on the other end of the horizon. The divine light in his eyes suddenly intensified. Before entering the sea, Yang Zhaoge's final sight was that of meeting this person's gaze. Speaking of the devil appears. Yang Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. The leader of the Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners who had hurried over was clearly Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan watched rather unwillingly as Yang Zhaoge and the myriad dragon palace sank into the great sea together, vanishing in an instant. He wanted to give chase, but the terrifying pillar of light in front of him exploded completely. Thunder and fire filled the sky, completely blocking his way. He and the other Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners beside him had no choice but to retreat. Nong Yuxuan had also noticed the descendant of the time-flowing sword, Kang Marosheng, who had just arrived. However, he had also vanished amidst the exploding tribulation thunder and blazing fire, hard to find. The Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners who had arrived along with him all had shocked looks on their faces. It really is the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation. Still, from the looks of it now, it is equivalent to it having been destroyed. While only a corner of it has been destroyed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Chief are already prepared for it, not giving the Grand Xian dynasty a chance to re-establish the formation. Without the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation, it would be extremely difficult for the Grand Xian dynasty to break through the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. An unparalleled, miraculous art. Who was it that did this? Nong Yuxuan was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "It is probably still that Yang Zhaoge's handiwork." The Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners beside him were stunned. A martial grandmaster has such ability. Even merging avatar martial saints would not be able to do this. Nong Yuxuan snorted, "Let's leave this place first." The light pillar completely exploded, numerous bolts of thunder and fire rampaging as blazing underground fire spurted unceasingly from down below, directly burning the surrounding region of sea into a crimson land. For a period of time, the northern region of sea of the whole tower region was directly emptied as not a single drop of seawater could be seen. After a long time, accompanied by the spiritual chi circulation of the heavens and the earth calming down, the fire pith veins finally stabilized once more. The underground fire no longer spurted, the thunder and fire in the sky dissipating completely as well. The tides of the surrounding great sea rose and fell, only gradually replenishing the region of sea that had been lost. Shocking tides and tempestuous storms had arisen during this period of time. Needless to say, they had ravaged the entire whole tower region, even affecting the seas of the surrounding regions. Within the myriad dragon palace, Yang Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the great hall. Beneath the terrifying impact of the tsunami that virtually distorted space and time, the great hall was shaking unceasingly as well, rocking along with the seawater. I had not thought that Nong Yuxuan would also just happen to be in the vicinity of the whole tower region. Yang Zhaoge sat in the meditative position. From the looks of it, he indeed led people to surround me in another region of sea earlier. only having rushed over to the northern region of the Royal Reed Sea recently. Feng Yunsheng and who both sat opposite him. The former sat quietly and did not speak. As he opened and closed his eyes, blue light constantly flashed in his pupils as he breathed. The latter said, "Young master, from what that Kang Jinyuan said, they were actually searching for someone similar to Miss Sikong. Then, based on their characteristics, they found that fairy Yu of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. This means that they seem to be like Chen Qi and Ouyang Qi of the Eight Extremities World's Verdant Pill Island, knowing some secrets." Feng Yunsheng and who had previously already known of the special circumstances of Sikong Qing, Ouyang Qi, Chang Ning, He Ying and Yu Baoqi, being one of the few people of Broad Creed Mountain who were in the know. Having heard Kang Jinyuan's words earlier, they had been able to see some things. Yang Zhaoge nodded slowly. The things that this Kang Jinyuan knows are still limited. It seems that only the most core leaders of the Shenling Nine Swords know the details of the situation, namely that Kang Jinyuan's parents. I just don't know if they are just in the know, or if they actually have someone like junior apprentice sister Sikong, Ouyang Qi, or Yu Baoqi under their control. Yang Zhaoge raised his head slightly as he pondered. Other than that, I just feel that the descendants of Shenling's lineage are not simply helping the Grand Xian dynasty. They might have some other goal. What we cannot be sure of now is whether their original goal was someone like junior apprentice sister Sikong, or whether they obtained new clues even as they pursued their original goal, causing new problems to crop up. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering for a moment before he suddenly asked Feng Yunsheng, "Yunsheng, how long can you hold on for now?" The dim blue light within Feng Yunsheng's eyes flickered between bright and dim at times, sometimes bright and sometimes extinguished. "I can currently hold on for 4 breaths of time." Chapter 655. 4 breaths of time. Yang Zhaoge placed his hands on his crossed knees, tapping lightly on them. "My early improvement is the fastest. I should be able to surpass 5 breaths of time very soon, perhaps even surpassing it." Feng Yunsheng said, "I am preparing to attempt to break through into the martial grandmaster realm. Passing this threshold, it would not be a problem for me to double the amount of time I have." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "Yes, you have to figure this out yourself." Who scratched his head, asking, "Young master, I wonder if that Kang Jinyuan and the other person will be able to escape from the explosion of the formation?" Yang Zhaoge shrugged, "Not necessarily. It will depend on their methods or if anyone comes to their rescue. That kid is at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm at the end of the day, possessing a mid-grade sacred artifact that can exert its full power. Other than relying on the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, it will not be easy to break through its defenses. If I keep bringing him along, it will take a lot of effort to suppress it. I won't have to do anything else then. Send him on his way. Whether he lives or dies will depend on his own luck." Hearing his words, Who scratched his head. "If he doesn't die and mentions your questioning of him today, will the other party also guess that you are searching for Miss Sikong's secrets, young master?" Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Whether they guess it or not, they will still come looking for trouble with me." Who grinned. "Young master, while that Kang Jinyuan looks like a little brat, he is not young anymore, right?" Yang Zhaoge said, "He is indeed not young. Still, as a late-merging avatar martial saint, he is still very young. His talent in the martial Dao is not bad, and he probably has a large amount of resources and treasures as well. His cultivation speed is very fast. Still, there is still a crucial point." Yang Zhaoge said slowly, "The martial arts that he cultivates in are of a very high level, being even higher than the Grand Xian dynasty's 5 Fires true art, the legacies of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect as well as the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Also, the martial arts that he cultivates delve into the profundities of the variations of time. After cultivating it to a certain level, he would even be able to control the flow of time within his body to a limited extent." Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Who blinked. If he slows the flow of time within his body, wouldn't he be eternal? That would have to be at a very high level. He's still far from that. Yang Zhaoge said, "Still, in the process of cultivating, the flow of time in one's body will be accelerated. Compared to the outside world, 1 day in the outside world might already be 2 or 3 days in one's body. The effect is equivalent to entering another world with a faster time flow from time to cultivate. No matter how much time was sped up, cultivation was still dependent on oneself. If he couldn't improve, then he couldn't improve. He wouldn't surpass an insurmountable obstacle just because time was accelerated. One's lifespan was related to one's physical condition. If one's lifespan didn't increase, simply accelerating the flow of time would be equivalent to reaching the end of one's lifespan faster and heading towards old age. However, if one could maintain a constant rate of improvement, then compared to those in the outside world who had a normal flow of time, those who cultivated the eon-light heavenly tome would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Each of the 10 scrolls of the primordial heavenly scriptures was a peerless supreme art, and each of them had boundless miraculous uses. Who imitated Yang Zhaoge as he stroked his lower chin. In that case, that Kang Jinyuan isn't young anymore. Still, from his temperament, he seems to be about the same age as his outer appearance. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "There's nothing incomprehensible about it. As the saying goes, old people are shrewd, old ghosts are sharp, and old rabbits are hard to catch. Still, this actually doesn't mean that the older one is, the more shrewd they are. Instead, having experienced and seen so many things, one's experience would grow richer and richer. A centenarian who spends 90 years of his life in a constant coma, day and night, can he be as shrewd as someone who has lived 100 years normally, having experienced many things and is accustomed to the affairs of the world? Anyway, I don't believe it. Unless his 10 years of consciousness were filled with endless brilliance, experiencing all sorts of strange things in 10 years that ordinary people would never experience in decades or even centuries, that would be possible. Still, such situations are rare at the end of the day. For us martial practitioners, if we spend 90 of our 100 years painstakingly cultivating in a cave, not mentioning how much our martial prowess would improve, it would be no different from sleeping for 90 years in terms of our daily conduct of the world. It would be of no help at all. What would be of use would still be the remaining 10 years. Yang Zhaoge said, due to the uniqueness of the martial arts that Kang Jinyuan cultivates in, the contrast in this aspect might be even greater. Of course, the main reason should still be him. He is rather arrogant in the first place, and the seniors of his family might also favor him more. Most of the descendants of Shunling's lineage are probably not like this. Otherwise, I would really suspect whether they are purely being used by the Grand Shen dynasty. As Yang Zhaoge said this, he curled his lips. Just from the current situation alone, between the Grand Shen dynasty and Shunling's lineage, the latter probably holds more authority. Who gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, in breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation this time, the anti-Shen forces owe you a huge favor. At the very least, the North Sea Sword Pavilion will definitely remember it. So, what should we do next? Head to the Grinding Hut region? Yang Zhaoge said, anyway, we should first leave the territory of the whole tower region. I broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, helping the anti-Shen forces greatly. The Grand Shen dynasty and the Shunling 9 swords will definitely not let this matter rest. Not long after Yang Zhaoge had entered the sea with the Myriad Dragon Palace, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura swept through the heavens and the earth from the north of the whole tower region, heading south. The sword light resembled a tide as it enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, all things seemingly falling still wherever it passed. The terrifying light pillar that was agglomerated from the power of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation in the whole tower region was currently exploding, forming terrifying tides that expanded into the surroundings. That sword light that resembled water which seemed able to freeze time suddenly converged at a single point. There, a white-clothed man was currently pushing a youth with all his might as he attempted to flee the purgatory of thunderfire, perilous situations all around him. The sword light that resembled water immediately spun, receiving them. Swept along by this sword light, a treasure that resembled a heart-protecting mirror on the youth's body was instantly stimulated with a powerful defensive force which merged with the sword light. The heart-protecting mirror shook, seemingly returning to the embrace of its true owner. While the thunder and fire were terrifying, the newcomer did not want to face it head-on as he only wanted to rescue the youth from the outskirts and leave. The sword light delayed the thunder and fire for a brief moment before immediately bringing the two people far away. After having avoided the exploding thunder and fire, the sword light halted, a woman appearing. This woman looked to be in her early 30s from the outside, possessing a mature and beautiful appearance. Looking at the two people she had rescued, her gaze was filled with concern and tender love. That white-clothed youth's face was pale. "Jinyuan is fine." The woman sighed. "It was fortunate that you risked your life to save him, Marosheng. Otherwise, I might not have been able to make it in time." Kang Marosheng smiled weakly. Kang Jinyuan was still unconscious at this moment. That woman stroked his cheek. "Rest easy, my son. Mother will definitely avenge you." She lightly tapped on the turbid heavenly mirror armor. The existence that resembled a heart-protecting mirror instantly resembled a mirror as a streak of mirror light shot out, pointing into the distance. Within the myriad dragon palace within the deep sea, Yang Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted as he vaguely sensed something. To be continued. Chapter 656. Yang Zhaoge's heart leapt as he vaguely felt uneasy. A great calamity is indeed upon us. It is just that I wonder if it is the Grand Xian dynasty or the Radiant Light sect. Yang Zhaoge thought as he thought of something. The Northern Ocean clone sat in the meditative position on the ground, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling the essence chi of true dragons within the myriad dragon palace as well as the remnant dim moonlight of the dim sun-cold moon ritual. His true body's figure flickered as he exited the myriad dragon palace, the massive myriad dragon palace rapidly shrinking in size. In the end, the myriad dragon palace, which had originally resembled the residence of immortals, the majestic imperial palace of the Dragon King, had actually shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. True dragons could be big or small. When they were big, they could soar above the 9 heavens. When they were small, they could hide in a cave. The myriad dragon palace that had been forged from the bones of numerous dragons also possessed such capability. Yang Zhaoge raised his palm. The scene of chaos appearing on his palm before the shrunken myriad dragon palace was directly stored within. As the peerless heavenly scripture circulated at full force, Yang Zhaoge's entire person seemed to have entered chaos, blurry and indistinct, formless and boundless. Yang Zhaoge did not exert any force as he simply drifted along with the undercurrents of the deep sea. His heart relaxed a little. He felt as if a thread that had been stuck to his body earlier had been broken, and it also felt as if the dust that had stained his body earlier had been wiped away. "What right do you have to track me? That Kang Jinyuan didn't have the ability to leave a mark on my body, so it must be that mid-grade sacred artifact." Pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge already understood, amongst mid-grade sacred artifacts, it can already be considered a rather good item. Not only does it possess shocking defensive power, it also possesses other miraculous uses. Now, Yang Zhaoge could also confirm that this treasure did not belong to Kang Jinyuan alone, instead being something that belonged to a senior of his family. After being injured in the battle with Nong Yuxuan, his seniors were afraid that he would suffer another mishap, and so bestowed it upon him to protect him. It had to be said that this was really a wise choice. Otherwise, Kang Jinyuan would long since have been stabbed to death by Yang Zhaoge's spear. Drifting with the flow, while concealing himself, his speed of advance was too slow, being very inefficient. Yang Zhaoge gradually floated to the surface of the sea. When he turned around to look, the ends of the sky and ocean behind him were enveloped by crimson-red heavenly flames and azure-violet lightning, and they erupted with waves of intense light and rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth, causing one's heart to palpitate without end. At this moment, an extremely powerful sword light pierced through the thunder fire and sped toward them. The sword light covered the heavens and the earth, and when looked from afar, half of the sky became hazy. Everything around him seemed to have become motionless. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. A descendant of Shun Ling's lineage, his cultivation base is not low. He sank back into the sea and became silent, hiding in the seawater as if he didn't exist. His body seemed to be transparent. He didn't make any sound, nor did his aura leak out. There was no disturbance in his mind. Although they were far away from the center of the explosion, the space above and below the sea were still in a distorted and shattered state. It was a scene of doomsday. While the other party's cultivation base was high, in such an environment, wanting to find Yang Zhaoge, who was circulating the peerless heavenly scripture with everything seemingly returning to nothingness, he would also be at a loss. Without the help of the turbid sky mirror armor, she had no clue. Madame Kang's expression was solemn as she appraised her surroundings seriously, calculating within her heart before suddenly attacking. The continuous sword light spread out and instantly turned into a huge barrier that enveloped the surrounding sea. Everything within the barrier lost its luster and became grayish-white, as if it was about to decay. Everything, including the sea below, seemed to have been sealed in amber, unable to move. Madame Kang's eyes were like torches that illuminated the deep sea as she shifted bit by bit, searching carefully, not letting go of any clues whatsoever. Yang Zhaoge was currently also unable to move amidst the sea. Oh, this is indeed a troublesome figure. Yang Zhaoge knit his brows. The other party had thoughts and was also patient. If she continued searching like this, there would be no place for him to hide sooner or later. That gaze was not sharp, just existing eternally like the long river of time, flowing without end as it emanated a heavy pressure that could not be resisted. Her gaze scanned the various parts of the great sea, neither hurried nor impatient as it was orderly. Madame Kang seemed not to be worried at all that Yang Zhaoge had already left this region of sea, not worried that her patient searching here would allow him to flee even further away. While the turbid heavenly mirror armor was currently unable to be used, it had already indicated the general direction earlier. With the difference in cultivation bases between her and Yang Zhaoge, she was certain that she would be able to catch up to him as he would not be able to run too far away. However, having been unable to find Yang Zhaoge in this region of sea, she guessed that Yang Zhaoge must have used some special method to conceal his tracks. While she was unable to find Yang Zhaoge, if he made any major movements, they would not be able to escape her eyes. Therefore, Madame Kang was certain that Yang Zhaoge was in this region of sea before her. As long as she searched carefully, she would eventually be able to find him. This was not blind arrogance. Instead, it was based on her confidence and accurate grasp of her own strength as she had carefully considered every aspect of it. While her guess was not completely accurate, the chances of something unexpected happening were really too low. Therefore, Madame Kang calmed her heart, searching carefully like a plow as she virtually wanted to see through every single drop of seawater of this great sea. Her terrifying gaze scanned the great sea, seemingly about to find him. Yang Zhaoge's heart was like the deep sea as he maintained his calm. He could already basically tell that the other party was an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. It would not be easy for him to deal with an enemy of this cultivation level. Even if he could wield the extreme Yang seal, its effects would also be limited. After all, he only had the power of a single strike, while the extreme Yang seal could currently only exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. Moreover, while it had been devastated by the thunder and fire earlier, the turbid heavenly mirror armor in this woman's hands was also a mid-grade sacred artifact. Numerous countermeasures appeared within Yang Zhaoge's mind before they were all overturned by him the next instant. Until, Yang Zhaoge's gaze turned cold as his mind vaguely entered the darkness by the side. Earth-devouring burner. Without any prior indication whatsoever, Yang Zhaoge vanished from the spot. In the sea, where he had been, there was only a small black incense burner left. Yang Zhaoge seemed to be standing amidst the boundless darkness, quietly looking at the lightless void in front of him. There seemed to be a pair of eyes opening there, looking straight at him. As Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base grew higher and higher, his strength grew stronger and stronger, his connection with this strange treasure also grew stronger and stronger, allowing him to do many things that he had been unable to do in the past. For example, right now, his actual body with form and substance had entered the earth-devouring burner. Although he was unable to activate the earth-devouring burner to actively devour other things, there was no harm in coming in himself. This place seemed to be an independent space of its own. It was just that Yang Zhaoge was uncertain whether this strange little black incense burner would be able to help him evade the search of a 5th-level martial saint. He stared at a pool of water in the dark void before him, and after a moment of thought, he decided to step into it. This was a place he had never set foot in before. To be continued. Chapter 657. Could it be? He has already left this region of sea before this? A quizzical look appeared on Madame Kang's face. She carefully searched through this region of sea, yet was unable to find Yang Zhaoge. There were many other life forms within the sea, all sorts of strange or ordinary things. Still, she was unable to find the target she was looking for. Madame Kang inhaled deeply, contacting the other Grand Shen Dynasty martial practitioners for help whilst carefully searching the region of sea before her once more. If Yang Zhaoge had not been in this region of sea previously, he would have long since been far away by now. With his direction unclear, there was even less meaning in pursuing blindly now. She might as well believe in her initial judgment and check once more, just in case she had misjudged him earlier. Letting the other party hide right under her nose, deceiving her, that would really be too stifling. Sadly, however, searching once more, she still found nothing. Even the experienced Madame Kang felt at a loss at this moment, as she could not help but suspect that her earlier judgment had been wrong all along. But how did he escape? Madame Kang raised her head, frowning as she gazed into the distance. Before her was the depths of the vast, limitless sea, the bottom of which was filled with rocks and reefs. Amidst the rocks, there was an ordinary-looking black incense burner that did not seem unusual in the least. It was as if someone had carelessly fallen into the sea on a boat passing by, sinking to the bottom of the sea as it was gradually buried by the sand and sand. It was just like all the other random things that had accumulated over the years within this vast sea. Currently, Yang Zhaoge was within the earth-devouring burner, yet a whole new heaven and earth had appeared before his eyes. Within his field of vision was a vast, boundless ocean. While there were no winds or waves on the surface of the sea, it emanated a feeling of deathly stillness. This was even more terrifying than shocking waves. Beneath the oppressive aura, the sea and the sky seemed to have condensed into a solid mass. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Where was this? While the scene before him was realistic, it was like a reflection in the water as ripples surfaced, shaking slightly. Suddenly, a heaven-shocking storm soundlessly arose on the surface of the sea that was quiet to the point of seeming solid. The hurricane swept along the seawater, shooting straight into the 9 heavens, resembling a heavenly pillar as it connected the gloomy sky and the strange great sea. Dazzling electricity flickered amidst the storm, resembling dancing silver dragons. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes at this scene before him. On the surface of the sea that was originally calm and tranquil, one after another, tornadoes mixed with lightning and seawater soared into the sky one after another, tearing apart the entire space and turning this part of the world into a purgatory in an instant. On the vast and boundless sea, there were storms and thunderbolts everywhere. Lightning and seawater wreaked havoc. It was as if nature had created the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Before such might of the heavens and the earth, even a seeing divinity martial saint like Madame Kang appeared insignificant. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, "It's a little like the endless magnetic storms of legend." While he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yang Zhaoge had read about it in scriptures. Comparing it to the scene before him, it was extremely similar. Back when he had stayed at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, he had learnt about this from conversing with the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners. There were such places in the Royal Reed Sea where endless magnetic storms often wreaked havoc, resembling a great furnace of the heavens and the earth. There were countless dangers within, and even a martial saint expert would not be able to survive if he entered. One of the most troublesome aspects of this natural disaster was that it came without warning. It instantly devoured countless lives, being hard to resist or evade. While that region of sea also contained many rare treasures that were hard to find in the outside world, most people did not dare to venture deep into it in search of treasures. Too many corpses of experts were buried within this dangerous land. Even if you were a hegemon of a region or a supreme genius, having entered there, your life would no longer belong to you as it would be controlled by the fickle heavens and earth itself. Yang Zhaoge looked there silently, pondering. I heard that the endless magnetic storms are currently at their fiercest. There is no rush. The endless magnetic storms before him left as quickly as they had come, calming very quickly. The surface of the sea became as calm as still water once more, not even a single ripple having arisen. However, having already witnessed the might of the storms, Yang Zhaoge did not dare to underestimate this calm in the least. Now, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the sea, millions of tons of seawater rotating and spreading into the surroundings, revealing a piece of land at the bottom of the sea. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, gazing over carefully. He saw the ruins of a palace towering at the bottom of the sea, its walls broken and dilapidated as it appeared ancient and desolate. While the dilapidated palace did not seem conspicuous, it immediately drew Yang Zhaoge's full attention. That strange, massive suction force was hard to resist. Yang Zhaoge could only feel as though his soul was about to be sucked into this illusory image, being sucked into that dilapidated palace. It was as though there was some power within that palace that could ignore the restrictions of space and the mind, directly sucking those who were paying attention to it over to its front. Yang Zhaoge composed himself, looking over carefully. There seemed to be a massive box within the great hall. The box was made of metal, a strange jet-black luster circulating around it, causing all those who looked at it to unknowingly sink within. 2 ancient characters were inscribed on it. After identifying them, Yang Zhaoge's expression involuntarily turned rather strange. Devouring heaven. Devouring heaven. Devouring earth. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Interesting. The scene before him gradually vanished, returning to darkness as only a pair of indistinct eyes remained. Yang Zhaoge calmly met those eyes. A moment later, those eyes vanished. Yang Zhaoge calculated the time for a moment. Then, he exited the earth-devouring burner, reappearing at the bottom of the sea. It shouldn't be to the point where her gaze just happened to sweep over just as I came out, Yang Zhaoge thought as he appraised his surroundings. He could feel the activity of martial practitioners in the vicinity, even feeling very powerful auras. Still, Madame Kang was already no longer here. As a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, she had many things that required her attention. She did not have so much time to waste on a martial grandmaster. Even if this martial grandmaster possessed extremely terrifying strength, she could not see the end of it. Also, Kang Jinyuan had not really perished at Yang Zhaoge's hands at the end of the day. While Madame Kang had left, she clearly had no intention of giving up on finding trouble for Yang Zhaoge. There were Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners active in the nearby region of Xi as they paid attention to Yang Zhaoge's tracks. As soon as they discovered him, peak experts would probably rush over to deal with him. Still, these people won't be able to, Yang Zhaoge smiled, his figure now beginning to move. Ingeniously evading the Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners, after advancing for a while, Yang Zhaoge summoned the myriad dragon palace once more, leaping within. Still, just at this moment, a powerful aura approached from the distance. The sword intent of the time-flowing sword of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Yang Zhaoge was currently rather sensitive towards this martial art. Oh, it can't be that accurate, right? Chapter 658. The sword intent of the time-flowing sword appeared nearby again. This caused Yang Zhaoge to be rather taken aback. It couldn't be that just having emerged from the earth-devouring burner, he would just happen to encounter a figure of the Shenling 9 swords, right? However, very quickly, Yang Zhaoge sensed that the sword intent seemed to have only been passing by this place, passing by temporarily. The water-like sword light streaked across the sky. Wherever it passed, time and space seemed to become sluggish, dull, and colorless. It was not Madame Kang from before, but another martial practitioner who cultivated in the time-flowing sword. After analyzing the sword light and sword intent within, Yang Zhaoge had a general idea. Like Kang Jinyuan and that white-clothed man, they are both late-merging avatar martial saints. However, he is weaker than the white-robed man and stronger than Kang Jinyuan. What's this? A faint fragrance suddenly entered Yang Zhaoge's nose, causing him to be taken aback. It's coming from him. Is this the smell of the heavenly ceremonial incense? For a martial artist with such a high cultivation, the things they carried on their bodies, let alone putting them into their shadow shrinking pouches, even if they held them in their hands, surrounded by true essence, they would not emit any aura or smell. It was fine if the treasure itself was too powerful, but if it was not extraordinary, it was extremely rare for a martial saint to be unable to completely stop its aura from flowing out. As far as Yang Zhaoge knew, there were only a few of them in total. A delicate fragrance suddenly appeared, like orchids and musk, with a hint of the fragrance of the earth. The taste itself was nothing special, but when combined with the current situation, it was exceptionally different. In Yang Zhaoge's impression, it was extremely similar to a treasure known as the Bearing Heaven ceremonial fragrance recorded in the records. However, the raw materials for the Bearing Heaven ceremonial incense were rare, and it wasn't easy to refine. Its value wasn't high, And its use was very simple. Why would one of the Shenling 9 swords have such an item? Was it just a coincidence? Connecting this to the fact that the other party was of the direct lineage of the Jade Clear lineage, Yang Zhaoge felt that things were not so simple. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge gave chase. His movement was obvious, and the person in front of him immediately sensed it. The sword light paused slightly, and his figure appeared, and he suddenly turned his head. This person looked extremely old. His body was stooped, and there were even age spots on the skin that was exposed outside his clothes. He looked old and had one foot in the grave. However, his eyes did not seem old at all. Instead, they were filled with youthful vigor. Seeing the appearances of Yang Zhaoge and the Myriad Dragon Palace, the old man was clearly taken aback. You are the one who injured Jin Yuan? While he was surprised to see Yang Zhaoge here, the old man's movements were not slow as he directly chopped over with his sword. Yang Zhaoge similarly acted immediately, leaping out of the Myriad Dragon Palace along with the Northern Ocean clone, lunging towards their opponents. On the sea, which had not been peaceful for long, another great battle broke out. This old man's strength was above Kang Jinyuan's, and he was also much more cautious. A ray of sword light alternated between fast and slow, covering the entire sky. After discovering that he was unable to deal with the combined might of Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, he did not fly into a rage out of humiliation as he instead felt a chill in his heart. This old man calmed himself down as he battled with Yang Zhaoge, intending to defend and await reinforcements, drawing the other Grand Shen Dynasty martial practitioners over before joining forces to capture Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge and his clone joined forces to launch a pincer attack, preparing to lock this old man within the Myriad Dragon Palace as well and slowly torture him. The old man was even more cautious as he expanded his sword light, seeking to avoid any mistakes rather than success. It was only when Yang Zhaoge showed signs of retreating that he chased after him with his sword light, not letting Yang Zhaoge escape. After discovering that it was Yang Zhaoge's trap, he immediately retreated. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows, seemingly not wanting to battle here for a long time as he turned, immediately wanting to leave. That old man expanded his sword light, entangling him once more. However, Yang Zhaoge did not seem to be drawing the snake out of its hole this time as he was truly determined to leave. As the old man carefully held back somewhat, he really let Yang Zhaoge escape the battlefield, fleeing into the distance. Seeing Yang Zhaoge leave, the old man frowned, saying, "Little dog, you're going to flee just like this?" His tone was disdainful as his voice traveled far into the distance. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge halted, looking coldly at that old man. The old man rejoiced inwardly as he continued saying disdainfully, "And I thought that you might be capable, but you are just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Yang Zhaoge laughed coldly. "Someone who has been beaten by me to the point that he can only shrink into his shell like a turtle, boasting so shamelessly, isn't it laughable?" The old man smiled leisurely. "It's you, little dog, who has repeatedly run into walls, only being able to lower your head and leave, right?" Heh. Yang Zhaoge laughed coldly, his figure abruptly turning in mid-air, instantly returning before the old man at a speed even faster than when he had left. Seeing him return, that old man could not help but heave a sigh of relief, feeling secretly pleased with himself. His words did not relax as he continued trying to provoke Yang Zhaoge's anger. "Having just been taught a lesson, you still don't learn from it. Come, let this old man give you some pointers." Saying thus, he expanded his sword light, clashing with Yang Zhaoge once more. However, while his tone was disdainful and relaxed, he was a little more proactive this time. The young man before him had an anxious look on his face. While his anger had been provoked, it looked like he was about to calm down again after his rage had passed. As soon as he calmed down, he knew that he could not stay here for long, as he would have the thought of leaving once more. While provoking him with words was effective, the more times it happened, the less effective it would be. He can't be allowed to escape, the old man thought as he struck out with his sword. After 2 moves, Yang Zhaoge seemed to have calmed down somewhat as he glanced hatefully at that old man. Seeing that victory would not be decided within a short period of time, he turned and left. The old man tried to provoke him again, but Yang Zhaoge did not fall for it as he continued fleeing. This time, however, the old man was prepared for this. His sword light expanded as he sped in pursuit, still entangling Yang Zhaoge's departing figure. Now, however, his heart suddenly leapt. Yang Zhaoge's face that appeared before him was calm and without fluctuations, as a hint of a smile could even be seen at the corners of his mouth. Where was his anger and irritation in the least? The old man cursed inwardly. Not waiting for him to change his stance, Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone stabbed out simultaneously, one wielding the dark feather slaughtering golden spear and the other wielding the fish dragon spear. The two executed the exact same move, yet a variation that had never occurred before appeared. The phenomenon of great waves surging to the heavens appeared amidst space as a kuanping the size of a continent bobbed amidst the boundless ocean. This kuanping abruptly opened its mouth, a terrifying suction force emanating from within. Yang Zhaoge's and the Northern Ocean clone's spears drew an arc amidst space, each forming a semicircle as they merged. The old man's sword light was instantly sucked in. I've fallen for it. I've delivered myself to their doorstep now. The old man was greatly shocked as he saw the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace open, a terrifying suction force emanating from it as well. Old dog, let me give you some pointers. Yang Zhaoge's smile turned savage as he forcibly dragged the other party into the Myriad Dragon Palace. P.S. I recommend a female-oriented book. The title is Yun Shu, book number 103673424. The author is a cute girl. Maybe, God, to be continued. Chapter 659. Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had been obtained by refining the cadaveric shell of another. He had originally been a martial saint with a stable foundation, as he would not easily be able to cultivate in other arts. Therefore, he had never cultivated in the primordial martial arts of the Jade Clear lineage like the peerless heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly scripture. However, Yang Zhaoge naturally had supreme martial arts suitable for him, causing his strength to grow stronger and stronger. After the foundation of the initial Fuyao art had been established, it had been the famed supreme martial art of pre-Great Calamity times, the Great Wilderness Fishrock art. Throughout history, the human body had cultivated the Kuan Peng's Tao of power. It was the most powerful technique. Yang Zhaoge simulated the Great Wilderness Fishrock art with the peerless heavenly scripture, attacking alongside the Northern Ocean clone, manifesting the phenomenon of a fishrock. The old man continued to defend himself with all his might like before and was barely able to hold on. Now that he had taken the initiative to attack, it was hard for him to redeem himself as he was directly swept along by Yang Zhaoge and forcibly sent into the Myriad Dragon Palace. As soon as they entered, the doors of the palace closed with a bang. Then, they sank into the sea and disappeared in an instant. Having entered the Myriad Dragon Palace, that old man gave a muffled snort. What a crafty kid. With a flip of his palm, a long sword that gleamed with a piercingly cold light appeared in his hand. Sword chi surged violently, and its momentum skyrocketed. Having heard the rumors and learnt that Yang Zhaoge possessed a strange bamboo cane that could suppress low-grade sacred artifacts, this old man had not used his accompanying sword artifact before this. But now that they were fighting for their lives, it went without saying which was more important between their own lives and the saint weapon. If he could carve out a path of survival, even if his sword was damaged, he could only accept it and seek revenge in the future. The Grand Xian dynasty is unable to achieve a sacred artifact for every saint of martial. However, from the looks of it, the descendants of your Shenling's lineage indeed all have sacred artifacts with them. Their wealth is not just ordinary. Seeing that he had finally moved his sword, Yang Zhaoge did not mind it at all. Purple light flickered within his hand as that dark green bamboo cane appeared, striking downward. Hearing his words, the other party's expression turned strange. Seeing the dark feather slaughtering golden spear in Yang Zhaoge's hands, the imperious cold martial armor on him and the fish dragon spear in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone, the old man was angered to the point of feeling stifled within his chest as he was rendered speechless. The old man composed himself and pointed the sword in his hand. The piercingly cold sword light fused with the sword Tao of the time-flowing sword, and they transformed into rays of light that covered the sky. He attempted to obtain victory through the variations of his sword arts, avoiding Yang Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane and attacking Yang Zhaoge himself. If he could force Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone to retreat, he would have a chance to charge out of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Oh, not a bad sword. It's on par with my fish dragon spear. It's one of the best low-tier saint weapons. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly, but this caused the old man's face to turn even darker. He only praised the sword, but not the sword Dao or the person, but soon, the old man no longer had the time to be depressed. Wherever the dark green bamboo stick went, the rainbow light that filled the sky was shattered. Yang Zhaoge's dark feather slaughtering golden spear and the Northern Ocean clone's fish dragon spear came together, blocking that old man's glorious rainbow sword. In the next moment, the dark green bamboo cane struck down, causing the rainbow sword's sword light to dim. As this old man flipped over to avoid it, Yang Zhaoge's bamboo cane immediately followed up with a strike, landing on his shoulder. His entire body shook from the blow, and a shadow shrinking pouch dropped down. Yang Zhaoge's eyes flickered slightly. The old man was greatly shocked. Yang Zhaoge and his clone attacked together, each spear faster than the previous as they forced him into retreat. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion, that shadow shrinking pouch already arriving within his hands. A faint fragrance emanated from within, precisely the scent that Yang Zhaoge had noticed earlier. It indeed originated from this old man. Let go. The old man panicked greatly as he charged forward, yet was forced into retreat by Yang Zhaoge once more. Streams of dragon chi descended from the myriad dragon palace, resembling chains as they surrounded that old man, wanting to trap him. The old man shifted left and right, where the sword light of the glorious rainbow sword passed, the chains of dragon chi instantly shattering. However, having just displayed his might, Yang Zhaoge's bamboo cane struck down once more. Yang Zhaoge was no longer in a hurry now as he instead began to take a defensive stance, stably guarding the entrance of the myriad dragon palace. It was fine as long as the other party was not able to escape. His Northern Ocean clone retreated to the side, opening that shadow shrinking pouch. While he had never seen the actual thing before, only having read the descriptions in books, Yang Zhaoge could be certain at first glance that the fragrance contained within was precisely the bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance that he had guessed earlier. While the space within the shadow shrinking pouch was vast, it was currently stuffed full to the brim. There were only those few things within, but each of them was an extremely massive amount. For example, the sky-bearing ceremonial incense weighed at least 50 kilograms. As for the other treasures, the amount was even more ridiculous. Some of them were extremely rare and expensive. With such a large number of them, they could be considered priceless treasures. Although some of them were produced in very small quantities, their value was relatively limited. They only had one function and were not very valuable. When these items were placed together, they did not seem to be related to each other in the eyes of ordinary people. Even sacred grounds like the Dim Darkness sect, the Radiant Light sect and the North Seasword Pavilion would only value one or two of these treasures that were more valuable. However, in Yang Zhaoge's eyes, it was only like a thunderclap had resounded out of nowhere. Bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance, earth ocean lung crystals, prime chaos soil. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was heavy, adding a few more things, they would be the materials required to establish the bearing heaven effecate formation that is used to communicate with the earthly deity of the Earth Queen. The Earth Queen's earthly deity was also known as bearing heaven's law, great virtue, great Earth Queen's earthly deity, also known as bearing heaven's law, Earth Queen's earthly deity. As the saying goes, the imperial sky and the earth. The imperial sky is above, and the earth is below. The earth here referred to the earthly deity of the Earth Queen, commonly known as the Earth Queen. Taoism had the 3 clear lineages and 4 imperials. The 3 clear lineages naturally referred to the founders of the 3 clear lineages. The earthly deity of the Earth Queen was one of the 4 imperials. She controlled yin and yang, nourishing all things as she was like the mother of the earth. In pre-Great Calamity times and even more ancient times, she had been a major figure who stood above the heavens. Looking at the item in his hand, countless thoughts instantly flashed through Yang Zhaoge's mind. Shunling's lineage and even the founding ancestor of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen and the others, had all come from outside the royal Reed Sea, setting up camp here. What exactly was it for? The bearing heaven effecate formation had no other use. In pre-Great Calamity times, due to special circumstances, the Earth Queen had not resided in the divine palace of the heavenly court for a long time. Her subordinates had set up this formation in order to constantly remember and sense this bigwig. In this current era, someone had set up this formation and maintained it for so many years. What did they intend to do with it? The Grand Xian dynasty should have persisted in collecting these materials and treasures all these years. Sadly, due to the rise of the rebellion against the Xian, many places had broken away from the control of the Grand Xian dynasty, falling into the hands of powers like the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The materials they had accumulated earlier had gradually been depleted. Could this be the reason why Shenling's lineage had finally been unable to restrain themselves from leaving their seclusion? It was not that they were concerned about the stability of the Grand Xian dynasty. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had regained the upper hand and regained much of their territory, they had also regained many precious resources. They had immediately begun collecting them non-stop. What had they set up the Bearing Heaven Effecate formation for then? Had they accidentally discovered the legacies of this bigwig in the Royal Reed Sea and were attempting to excavate them? Or were they trying to find the earthly deity of the Earth Queen? Had this bigwig still existed after the Great Calamity? Logically speaking, he should have. Still, if the Great Calamity had been man-made and not a natural disaster, it would be hard to say, after the Great Calamity, whether it was worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world or this world beyond worlds, news of peak figures of pre-Great Calamity times had seldom been heard of. Yang Zhaoge licked his lips, an unexpected surprise. Chapter 660. The Great Calamity of the past had always been on Yang Zhaoge's mind. After the calamity, not only did the Great Thousand Worlds experience a calamity, but many of the powerful experts who were active before the calamity had also gone silent. This was one of the main reasons why Yang Zhaoge insisted that the matter that year had been man-made rather than a natural disaster. Now that he had learnt of the secret of Shenling's lineage, which seemed to have touched upon the tip of the iceberg that had been concealed that year, Yang Zhaoge felt even more excited. As the old saying goes, the more you know, the faster you die. However, if they knew too little, they could still die easily. Moreover, they would die without knowing why. Perhaps they would be sold by others and even earn money for them. Yang Zhaoge had already vaguely guessed something at the very depths of his heart the moment he had smelled the Bearing Heaven ceremonial fragrance. Now that his conjecture had been confirmed, he was pleasantly surprised, but also felt that it was as he had expected. Great waves surged within Yang Zhaoge's heart, but he did not reveal too much of it on his face. At this moment, the old man who was fighting with him was both angry and anxious. The Bearing Heaven ceremonial incense and the other materials had already been used up and needed to be replenished. After stirring up a frenzy and suppressing the anti-Xian army and reclaiming a large amount of lost land, they hurriedly began to collect again. Some of these things were very precious, and some were not so valuable. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all very rare. After a large-scale search, it was almost impossible to collect such a large amount of various materials in a short period of time. In order to deceive others, he had journeyed alone. In the end, he had been blocked by Yang Zhaoge here. The old man felt regret within his heart. He had still unconsciously underestimated Yang Zhaoge, such that he had instead fallen into such an awkward situation. If he had been intent on fleeing or defending and waiting for reinforcements, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge setback. If he was unable to take back the shadow shrinking pouch, even if he could escape now, it would be very hard for him to give an account to the others when he returned. This was especially so when he had seen Yang Zhaoge take out one of those treasures, the Earth-Ocean lung crystals, in large quantities on the spot. The Northern Ocean clone drew out a great amount of brown crystal sand from his shadow shrinking pouch. Red light flickered in the brown crystal sand like dancing flames. It was as if each grain of sand was a world of its own. Within each grain of crystal sand, there was a small flame dancing. A large amount of crystal sand gathered together, forming a majestic aura. As the flame flickered, the brown crystal sand that had gathered together was like a human's lungs, breathing continuously. A large amount of spiritual energy was sucked in and out, circulating non-stop. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Earth-Ocean lung crystals, good stuff indeed. It is perfectly suited for my clone. Thank you. In the lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, this was a treasure that had already gone extinct. The Northern Ocean clone extended his palm, light surging within it as the sound of tides vaguely resounded. The brown crystal sand was engulfed by the light and instantly changed its appearance. Large amounts of crystal sand shattered and turned into rolling smoke. The Northern Ocean clone abruptly inhaled deeply. The brown smoke instantly transformed into an earth dragon, being absorbed into the Northern Ocean clone's body. At the same time, the Northern Ocean clone assumed a fist stance, manifesting his martial true intent. True essence floated above his head, condensing into a real scene. It was as if the primordial world had reappeared. Within the boundless, desolate, ancient sea, there was an incomparably massive Kuan Peng bobbing up and down. When it entered the water, it was a Kuan, and when it came out, it was a Peng. Now, as the Northern Ocean clone unceasingly absorbed the Earth-Ocean lung crystals, the scene condensed of his martial true intent above his head gradually began to change as well. The sea was still there, but no longer so wild and ancient. The Earth's crust at the bottom of the sea was changing unceasingly. Underground fire would occasionally erupt, but most of the time, it was a gradual change. With the passing of time and the passing of time, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields as the world changed. However, that powerful Kuan Peng had existed for millennia. Not only did it not decay or age, it instead grew stronger and stronger as time passed. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from the Northern Ocean clone grew stronger and stronger as well, rising unceasingly as though there was no end to it. Seeing this, the old man felt even more bitter. It's actually like this. The Earth-Ocean lung crystals actually just happened to be able to assist him in advancing to a higher level, benefiting the martial arts he cultivates in as well. The martial arts he cultivates in are one with the body, avatar, and soul. The Earth-Ocean lung crystals just happen to be of great help to him. Without such a great amount of Earth-Ocean lung crystals, who knows when he would have been able to take that step. Now, however, the old man felt the urge to smash his head against a wall at this moment. Earth-Ocean lung crystals were extremely rare and not so easy to gather. His own people had spent a great deal of effort as well. Such a large amount of Earth-Ocean lung crystals was usually very rare. It was only because the Grand Xian dynasty had mobilized a great amount of manpower and resources that they had been able to gather so many within a relatively short period of time. Otherwise, if Yang Zhaoge had gone searching for them himself, even if he knew where they were, it would have been very difficult for him to harvest so many within a short period of time. While the quantity would still be of help to the Northern Ocean clone, the effect it would be able to play would naturally be reduced as a result. How would it be like now, the oceanic amount of brown crystal sand being unceasingly broken apart before being unceasingly absorbed and refined by the Northern Ocean clone within his body? The Northern Ocean clone had previously also unceasingly refined and absorbed the dense chi of true dragons of the Myriad Dragon Palace, tempering his body and establishing a firm foundation. Now that he had obtained the fortuitous encounter of the Earth-Ocean lung crystals, he instantly had a stepping stone towards a higher level. The Northern Ocean clone's aura rose unceasingly until, at a certain moment, he seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. The scenes formed of roiling true essence above his head were suddenly retracted, completely vanishing. Vast light that was half black and half golden flickered within the eyes of Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, resembling the vast ocean, resembling the great earth, resembling the sky. A faint silhouette of a human seemed to surface within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone before quickly vanishing. While that silhouette was very faint, it could still be seen that it bore a 50% resemblance to the Northern Ocean clone and Yang Zhaoge himself. It was precisely the soul that had been born from the Northern Ocean clone after Yang Zhaoge had refined it, being closely connected to Yang Zhaoge's own soul as they were like two bodies of a single body. That old man's heart thumped heavily. The powerful force emanating from every single movement of the Northern Ocean clone caused his heart to palpitate. He was also familiar with the Northern Ocean clone's current state. Chi and blood, fleshly body, soul, martial true intent, all merged perfectly as one, being indistinguishable from one another. Third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Thank you for your great gift, Yang Zhaoge chuckled, retreating as he no longer clashed with that old man. That old man could no longer care about the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the other lost treasures as he only wished to be able to leave this place alive. Yet, Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone descended from the sky, instantly arriving before him. Light that was half golden and half black simultaneously surged from the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone's entire body, a violent force shaking the surrounding space. The sword intent that was able to slow down the flow of time in the surrounding space was actually affected by the Northern Ocean clone's martial true intent at this moment. Time seemed to flow in reverse, everything returning to the prehistoric era. The old man wielded his glorious rainbow sword, but Yang Zhaoge had already handed the dark green bamboo cane from his own hands to the Northern Ocean clone. As the Northern Ocean clone's cane descended, the sword light instantly dimmed. Meanwhile, the ferocious fish dragon spear roared out from his other hand. To be continued. Chapter 661. The Northern Ocean clone had successfully attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Having refined a great amount of dragon chi to temper his body, absorbing a portion of the power of dim moon and cultivating in the great wilderness fishrock art, the Northern Ocean clone's strength had improved yet again. Today, after obtaining the Earth-Sea lung crystals, he had successfully taken the final step. Thanks to his accumulated experience, the Northern Ocean clone felt relaxed as he passed the incomparably difficult bottleneck that many would find incomparably difficult. Everything fell into place. While that old man was also an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm, also cultivating in a supreme martial art like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, possessing extraordinary strength, he was still an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm. However, against that dark green bamboo cane of Yang Zhaoge's, his sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, was hard-pressed to play a role. Yang Zhaoge directly removed the imperious cold martial armor, putting it on the Northern Ocean clone as well. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already been ferocious to the heavens in the first place, grew even more ferocious. The outcome of this battle was thus determined. Within the myriad dragon palace, streams of dragon chi transformed into chains, completely sealing off that old man's paths of retreat. He couldn't beat them, and he couldn't run away either. Yang Zhaoge attempted to capture this old man alive. Since the other party bore the heavy burden of transporting the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the earth-ocean lung crystals, he would most likely have some understanding of the situation regarding the heaven-bearing effecate formation. While they were both at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, this person clearly knew more than that profligate Kang Jinyuan. However, this old man was very fierce and did not fear death like Kang Jinyuan. At the end, seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Yang Zhaoge even had the intention of capturing him alive. He clenched his teeth and actually took the initiative to collide with the Northern Ocean clone's spear. The Northern Ocean clone acted as he wished as he decisively retracted his force. The old man, on the other hand, assumed a posture of dying together with the enemy, completely disregarding his own safety, seizing the opportunity to attack fiercely. Yang Zhaoge shook his head slightly, the Northern Ocean clone stabbing out with his spear, piercing through this opponent's chest. The color of life quickly faded from the old man's eyes, and his entire body decayed. Before he died, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it was not because of his own defeat. "Little thief, you ruined my plans. I will not let you go." Looking at him, Yang Zhaoge suddenly smiled. "Old ghost, you have instead helped me achieve my great goal. Thank you." The Northern Ocean clone retrieved the glorious rainbow sword from that old man's hand. Yang Zhaoge extended his palm, pressing down on that old man's dantian as chi that resembled chaos invaded within. His opponent, who was on the verge of death, muttered with difficulty, "You want to pry into my sect's ultimate technique? It's useless. How could you see through it so easily? You." His eyes suddenly widened. This Yang Zhaoge's expression was mild as the true essence that resembled chaos within his palm entered the body of the old man, gradually forming the phenomenon of peerless infinity. The veritable essence energy in the other party's body that was on the verge of dissipating seemed to have turned into a river of time, gushing endlessly. But at this moment, time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Everything returned to the beginning, before the heavens and the earth were separated, before the primordial world was formed. Within Yang Zhaoge's mind, numerous patterns of light gradually lit up, arranged chaotically without any form of order. But everything was marvelous in its own way. It was as if he was once again standing on the river of time, extricating himself from it and overlooking the vicissitudes of life. While it is incomplete, it has already benefited me greatly. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched upward slightly, feeling extremely happy. Looking at the disbelieving expression on that old man's face, Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly. How much do you understand about the time-flowing sword that you cultivate in? Do you know what it is? Eon. Light. Heavenly. Book. The elder said with difficulty, exhaling more air than inhaling. It seemed like he was about to die. Yang Zhaoge nodded lightly. Eon Light Heavenly Scripture, one of the later Heaven 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear direct lineage. Since you know the name of the Eon Light Heavenly Scripture, you should also know about the 10 volumes of the primordial heavenly scriptures. The Peerless Heavenly Scripture is the head of the 10 volumes, the source of all techniques. The old man was tongue-tied, unable to catch his breath, and died with everlasting regret. Yang Zhaoge retracted his palm, shaking his head. The Northern Ocean clone carried this old man's corpse away while Yang Zhaoge himself pondered as he looked at the glorious rainbow sword in his hand. Previously, I was still complaining that I didn't have a single saint weapon in my hands. Now, it's here. Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he lightly flicked the sword within his hand. The concept contained within this sword was not completely compatible with the Eon Light Heavenly Scripture and the time-flowing sword. Yang Zhaoge had just clashed with that old man and analyzed the true intent of his martial Tao. This sword should not have been forged by him himself. Perhaps it had been gifted to him by someone else, or perhaps he had obtained it through a fortuitous encounter from the outside world. Still, the quality of this glorious rainbow sword was extremely high as it was an elite amongst low-grade sacred artifacts. With the fortuitous encounters of the Myriad Dragon Palace and the dim sun cold moon ritual, my accumulation far surpasses that of ordinary people. I do not have to painstakingly cultivate like other transcending mortality martial grandmasters, advancing slowly and painstakingly. Yang Zhaoge pondered, with the Peerless Heavenly Scripture as a foundation, the combination of the fleshly body and the soul of the martial Tao would be incomparably difficult for others, even filled with danger. Yet, it is not difficult for me. It's just that, is this enough? Muttering to himself, Yang Zhaoge suddenly laughed. A man's heart is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The ancients did not deceive me. Between having lofty aspirations and biting off more than one can chew, there is often only a single step. Yang Zhaoge lightly flicked the blade of the glorious rainbow sword, causing the sword chi of this sacred artifact to roil as it resisted unceasingly. His gaze gradually turned resolute. In pre-great calamity times, the heavens were filled with immortals and divinities. How many still remain after that tribulation? Even they are like this, let alone mortals. If I want to jump out of the well, I would have to try a path that no one has walked before or that few have walked before. As Yang Zhaoge clashed with that old man, the battle situation in the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea was also progressing like a raging fire. The all-encompassing thunder and fire of the whole tower region caused the entire heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation to change. The spiritual chi flow in the region of the North Sea became chaotic as well, naturally alerting the anti-Shen forces of the grinding Hut region's sword domain. Making use of the Grand Xian dynasty's instability, the anti-Shen forces decisively launched a counterattack, causing the Grand Xian dynasty to be even more troubled as both sides clashed. Meanwhile, both the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Shen forces were rather puzzled by what exactly had happened in the whole tower region. Avoiding the final explosion of the light pillar, Nong Yuxuan and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners also clashed with the local Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. After shaking off their pursuers, Nong Yuxuan's group unexpectedly returned to the northern region of sea of the whole tower region. Looking at the great sea that still seemed to be boiling, Nong Yuxuan pondered in silence. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioner beside him could not understand it. How did a martial grandmaster do it? Yuxuan, you are the person of our sect who has researched the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation the most. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty who are stronger than you in this aspect can be counted on one hand. Can you understand how that kid from the lower worlds did it? Hearing his words, Nong Yuxuan did not answer as his figure sank, directly entering the Great Sea and descending to the bottom of the sea, close to the Earth's crust. Their blazing underground fire would still erupt from time to time. To be continued. Chapter 662. A ferocious formation like the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation would cause shocking destruction after it was activated. Even the formation itself would dissipate as a result. If it was to be used again, it would have to be set up anew. There was no need to mention the damage and changes to the characteristics of the landscape as well as the circulation of spiritual chi in the surroundings. Currently, the northern region of sea of the whole tower region had virtually changed completely. Still, in the eyes of someone like Nong Yuxuan who had a deep understanding of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation, there were still some clues that could be found. He silently looked at everything before him, falling into deep thought. A radiant light sect elder beside him frowned. "We can't stay here for too long. While the Grand Xian martial practitioners of the whole tower region are currently in the dark, having received the news over at the Grinding Hut region, the Grand Xian dynasty will send experts of higher cultivation bases over to investigate the situation." Nong Yuxuan waved his hands, not saying a word. Everyone else could only wait patiently. However, as time passed, Nong Yuxuan continued to stare at the depths of the sea in a daze. They could only urge him once more. When everyone's patience had virtually run out as they urged him time and time again, Nong Yuxuan finally said, "All right, let's go." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, their spirits rising slightly at the same time. Those of the Radiant Light sect speedily retreated, leaving the northern region of sea of the whole tower region once more. As they left, their gazes fell on Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan's face was sunken as water. "If I did not see wrongly, that Yang Zhaoge should have first pierced through the reefs at the bottom of the sea of the whole tower region, shaking the fire pith veins buried beneath. And it was not a simple technique. He should have struck 9 times, forming the momentum of 9 stars in a row, locking the fire pith veins in place, stimulating them to resist and erupt." Those of the Radiant Light sect exchanged looks, Nong Yuxuan saying, "Because the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation set up by the Grand Xian dynasty caused the spiritual chi flow of the earth veins here to be unstable, that kid was able to succeed so easily. The eruption of underground fire triggered the true yin wood green formation talisman that the Grand Xian dynasty had set up in the whole tower region. Normally speaking, the power of an ordinary eruption of underground fire would not be sufficient to activate the true yin wood formation talisman. However, the momentum of the 9-star alignment ingeniously drew in the earth veins of the entire whole tower region, achieving the effect of winning big with a small amount. Nong Yuxuan let out a long breath of turbid air. As soon as the true yin wood green formation talisman was activated, the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder that had been accumulated in the skies of the whole tower region due to the grand formation was instantly drawn down from the skies. The earthen fire erupted in 9 pillars of fire, formlessly forming a small and intricate formation that had the effect of gathering. Therefore, the lightning fire that descended from the heavens did not descend upon the entire whole tower region, but was instead gathered together, accurately landing in the northern region of the sea, resonating with the earthen fire and finally becoming one. After saying that, Nong Yuxuan pursed his lips. "That should be it. Other than this method, I can't think of any other method." At this point, he didn't finish his sentence. Only after observing and researching for a long time did he understand Yang Zhaoge's methods. Within it, he had relied on many clues and deduced the process from the results. Before Yang Zhaoge had made his move, he had asked Nong Yuxuan to come to the whole tower region himself. Even if he knew that the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Grand Formation had been set up here, it would still be very hard for him to break through it. After all, the Grand Formation had already been established, just that it had not yet been activated. Witnessing all this and understanding the intricacies behind it, Nong Yuxuan also sighed emotionally at how one could actually do something like this. The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were even more stunned. This was actually thought of by that kid from the lower worlds. Could it have been a fluke? Someone said disbelievingly. Nong Yuxuan shook his head, saying decisively, "Impossible. 9 stars aligned to probe the fire pith veins. It is easy to say, but the 9 locations are all carefully chosen. If even one of them is wrong, it would be impossible for there to be any effect at all. They all have to be extremely accurate, and it would be impossible to guess them. 4 martial saints, Stimulating the fire pith veins was not hard. What was hard was knowing where to do it. A radiant light sect elder said slowly, the youngster from the lower worlds who hailed from the sacred Sun clan once mentioned that this Yang Zhaoga's attainments in formations are rather high, even grasping a powerful battle formation like the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation that was lost after the Great Calamity. From the looks of it now, he is indeed no ordinary figure. Another elder sighed, this kid is indeed a scourge. From the looks of it earlier, he has already formed a relationship with the Dim Darkness sect. With what happened today, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island might protect him as well. A female elder retorted, while he is extraordinary, his cultivation base is limited at the end of the day, also coming from a small place like the Eight Extremities world. The Dim Darkness sect aside, would the other sects clash head-on with our sect for the sake of such a minor figure? At most, they would just help him conceal his tracks and return a personal favor. Who knows, they might also take a liking to the many treasures and spirit diagrams that this kid possesses. The Radiant Light sect elder beside her shook his head, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, is hard to say. Even if it is as you say, they will not offend our sect for the sake of this kid. Concealing him or concealing his tracks would already be very troublesome. Someone suggested, why don't we ignore him for now and find a chance to attack the Eight Extremities world instead? That female elder shook her head, we still cannot be certain whether that supreme sun treasure was brought to the world beyond worlds by him or left in the Eight Extremities world. It would be fine if it was in the Eight Extremities world, but in the world beyond worlds, if he continues to hide or simply leaves the Royal Reed Sea, it would be even harder to find him then. Moreover, the Grand Xian dynasty is currently attacking urgently. It would not be good for our sect to split its forces. Nome Yuxuan now said slowly, it would be fine if we let the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island not owe him a favor. He paused for a moment before adding, perhaps we can also get them to owe our Radiant Light sect a favor. The surroundings fell silent, all exchanging glances. Everyone virtually instantly understood Nome Yuxuan's meaning. They already knew how the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation had been broken. Someone asked in a low tone, who were those who were present then? Nome Yuxuan said, besides us and that Yang Zhaoga, there are only those of the Shenling Nine Swords of the Grand Xian dynasty. The gazes of those of the Radiant Light sect all flickered slightly. There would not even be a need to silence them now. For the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Dim Darkness sect and Copper Men Island, it did not need to be said whether it was more trustworthy for them to speak or for those of the Grand Xian dynasty who were all members of the anti-Xian camp. Moreover, those of the Shenling Nine Swords knew that the Radiant Light sect was in conflict with Yang Zhaoga. Now that they were in conflict with Yang Zhaoga as well, in order for the Radiant Light sect and Yang Zhaoga to clash, they might be happy to see Yang Zhaoga suffer a setback. Nome Yuxuan surveyed everyone, more importantly, that Yang Zhaoga is someone who doesn't like losing out. Having his credit falsely claimed by me, he will definitely not be resigned to it. We have always been worried about not being able to find his whereabouts. Now, we can infuriate him and make him jump out himself. If he dares to do so, we can slaughter him. Everyone smiled and nodded without saying a word. To be continued. Chapter 663. The anti-Xian side and the Grand Xian dynasty were both concerned that something was wrong with the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Grand Formation. Now, news suddenly spread that the one who had done this, which was a great scheme for the Grand Xian dynasty and a great meritorious deed for the anti-Xian forces within the Grinding Hut region's sword world, was an elder of the Radiant Light sect, the number one expert of the senior generation, the Starlight Wisdom King Nome Yuxuan. The news gradually gained the approval of many people. The North Sea Sword Pavilion and the other anti-Xian powers were all rather wary of the Grand Xian dynasty's Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation. They would usually study it as well, striving to understand the enemy and come up with a way to break it. Nome Yuxuan's name was renowned outside of the Grand Xian dynasty as he was an elite expert in the study of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation. While he was unable to set up such a grand formation, his deep understanding of formations was something that many experts of the Grand Xian dynasty were inferior to. It could be said that apart from the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty in the Royal Reed Sea, if there was anyone who could break this formation, the first person everyone would think of would most likely be Nome Yuxuan. When the news reached the Grand Xian dynasty, Madame Kang of the Shenling Nine Swords first summoned Kang Marosheng. Marosheng, are you certain that it isn't that gnome Yuxuan's handiwork? Madame Kang asked. Kang Marosheng answered calmly, that gnome Yuxuan appeared for an instant at that time, arriving even later than I did. However, before I arrived at the northern sea region of the whole tower region, I dare not confirm what happened there, and whether or not gnome Yuxuan appeared. Madame Kang nodded. We will have to ask Jinyuan. The two of them went to the room where Kang Jinyuan was resting. Kang Jinyuan should have woken up by now. Seeing Madame Kang, he instantly cried out joyfully, "Mother!" But when he saw Kang Marosheng, his expression became somewhat complicated. Seeing this, Madame Kang instantly sighed to herself. Kang Jinyuan bit his lips and averted his gaze, refusing to look at his half-brother. He was willing to owe anyone but Kang Marosheng. Ever since he was young, his parents had always valued Kang Marosheng more, praising him incessantly. However, they had always criticized him and used Kang Marosheng as a comparison. Forget about his father, he was his mother's flesh and blood. I will definitely be stronger than him. Madame Kang felt rather helpless. Her husband's original wife had died early, leaving behind his eldest son, Kang Marosheng. When she had married into the household, Kang Marosheng had still been young. Actually, it could be said that he had been brought up by her. They were both her husband's sons, so she didn't want to be mean to Kang Marosheng. She even gave him preferential treatment. Kang Marosheng was also very respectful and filial to her. Over the years, he had been like Kang Jinyuan, directly calling her Nyang Qin and nothing else. The relationship between mother and son was actually quite good, not much different from that of biological children. Of course, if one had to make a comparison, her youngest son, Kang Jinyuan, was the one she doted on the most, her flesh and blood. It's just that Kang Jinyuan's temperament, compared to his elder brother Kang Marosheng, was a lot more frivolous and arrogant. While the two brothers' current cultivation bases were similar, as Madame Kang saw it, her youngest son still lacked many things. He wanted to discipline her strictly, but at the critical moment, he couldn't bear to do so, which made her worry. In front of his mother, Kang Jinyuan was still very well behaved. Seeing that his mother seemed to have come for something, he asked, "Is something the matter, mother?" Madame Kang nodded, "That's right. Jinyuan, I remember you mentioning after you awoke that the person who destroyed the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was that Yang Zhaoge who injured you." Kang Jinyuan instantly ground his teeth. It was precisely that bastard. Madame Kang looked at him earnestly. "Jinyuan, are you absolutely certain?" Kang Jinyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Seeing his mother's serious expression, he could not help but ponder for a moment before answering. "I did not personally witness how he did it, but he once mentioned that he wanted to borrow the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation to break the turbid heavenly mirror armor that you gave me. Was it because he knew that something had already happened to the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation at the time, therefore bringing me there, or was it because after bringing me there, he personally tampered with the grand formation? I am not sure. I was trapped by him in that palace that was filled with the chi of true dragons at the time. By the time I emerged from the palace, something had already happened to the grand formation." Hearing this, Madame Kang nodded slowly before saying, "To King Xuanmu and a limited number of people, you can truthfully explain what had happened. Still, to everyone else, especially those of the anti-Shen forces, you have to say that it was the Radiant Light Sect's Gnome Yuxuan who destroyed the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation." Kang Jinyuan was dazed as Madame Kang said, "Don't be hasty. I will naturally explain the details to you." Saying thus, her expression changed as she turned and looked over. A voice resounded from outside, "The Radiant Light Sect's Gnome Yuxuan should not be at this level. It must have been done by someone else. The Radiant Light Sect is now falsely claiming credit for it. Let us add fuel to the fire, letting them fight amongst themselves properly." Madame Kang was rather taken aback. "Senior apprentice brother Qi, why have you come to the North Sea?" Kang Marosheng and Kang Jinyuan felt surprised as well as they hurriedly greeted senior apprentice Uncle Qi. A tall, middle-aged man walked in, his face sallow and his gaze cold. He snorted lightly, replying via sound transmission, "Junior apprentice brother Liao has gone missing. The heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, Earth-ocean lung crystals and the other materials that should have been sent back by him have all disappeared without a trace as well. I could only make a trip over to see what exactly happened. Madame Kang was instantly taken aback. Who did it? Immediately afterwards, her face sunk as she clearly also recalled that the materials that had been sent back this time would likely be very hard to gather within a short period of time. It might even cause a major incident to go awry. The middle-aged man said in a heavy tone, "It might be that fella surnamed Yang whom you mentioned earlier." Junior apprentice brother Liao seemed to have discovered him and left behind some markings, also calling for the nearby Grand Xian realm martial practitioners to hurry over. However, by the time they arrived, junior apprentice brother Liao's whereabouts were already unknown, with no further news of him. Madame Kang was silent for a moment before she said rather guiltily, "I have been busy looking after Jinyuan and Maosheng these past few days. I have been negligent." The middle-aged man shook his head. "This is not the time to speak of this. If junior apprentice brother Liao has really been harmed by that fella, we have to think of a way to ferret him out right now. I have also heard of the matter of someone from the Radiant Light sect running out to falsely claim credit for it. There might be some unexpected gains. There is indeed no harm in us adding fuel to the fire." His gaze was cold. "I heard that there is enmity between the Radiant Light sect and this fella as well. We can make use of them to help us find that fella and rescue junior apprentice brother Liao or take revenge for him, at the same time also wresting back the materials that junior apprentice brother Liao transported back then. At that time, I will rush back with those things. It should not be a problem. I am just afraid that some of the materials might already be missing. Therefore, I have personally made a trip here. If there are any problems, we can make adjustments at the last minute, getting King Xuanmu to help us gather them." Madame Kang nodded. "Senior apprentice brother Qi, everyone has always known about your attainments in formations." While this middle-aged man Qi Wei was not famous, he could virtually be said to be the number one in formations in the Grand Xian dynasty as well as the current number one formation grandmaster of the Royal Reed Sea. While he was also an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm like Madame Kang was well aware that if Qi Wei was given sufficient time and space to set up formations, he alone would be able to slay many experts of the same cultivation level. Qi Wei was not a descendant of Shun Lingzi's lineage. Instead, he was a descendant of another expert who had come to the Royal Reed Sea alongside King Shenwen and Shun Lingzi that year, the formation grandmaster Daoist Shi. Their 3 lineages stemmed from the same source. Therefore, they were all of the same lineage. It was usually Qi Wei who presided over the heaven-bearing Effecate formation. Now that he had personally left the Royal Reed Sea this time, he had clearly been forced into a corner. To be continued. Chapter 664. Qi Wei and Madame Kang exchanged glances, their expressions both very solemn. Madame Kang pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "That youth called Yang Zhaoge is rather strange. Could he have seen through the matter of us setting up the heaven-bearing Effecate formation?" Hearing her words, Qi Wei's gaze turned colder. "This youth is very knowledgeable." Madame Kang said calmly, "According to Jinyuan, he is also very interested in our search for Yu Baoqi. He seems to know something about it." Qi Wei said coldly, "All the more we cannot leave him alive then. The fewer people who know about the heaven-bearing Effecate formation, the better." Madame Kang said, "I have reported this to the 2 senior apprentice uncles. They also said that the heaven-bearing Effecate formation is of utmost importance. That Yu Baoqi is likely related to another major figure, being an unexpected gain. It would be best if we could deal with it in passing. Still, at the end of the day, we still have to focus on solving the riddle left behind by the Earth Queen. Now," she sighed, "I secretly got junior apprentice brother Liao to send the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the other treasures over to you as soon as possible." "Never would I have thought that," Qi Wei said. "Anyway, find that fella surnamed Yang as soon as possible." Yang Zhaoge sat within the myriad dragon palace amidst the deep sea. Above his head was his true martial avatar condensed from his martial true intent. Yang Zhaoge's true martial avatar changed unceasingly. From the initial peerless infinity of chaos to a massive divinity that could overturn the heavens and the earth before transforming into a giant that stood atop a true dragon and was surrounded by clear qi. In the end, it turned into a long sword that was incomparably vicious. The sword transformed into peerless infinity of chaos once more, retracting above Yang Zhaoge's head. Yang Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light surging within them that shook the surrounding area. His heart jolted slightly as he swiveled his head, seeing Feng Yunsheng walk out from the depths of the palace. Already a martial grandmaster? Yang Zhaoge smiled. While I was unable to break my father's record in the 8 extremities world, it is already very fast, not slower than mine. Feng Yunsheng said, I cannot compare to you and chief apprentice uncle. My foundation is not as solid as yours. I have borrowed the chi of true dragons in this myriad dragon palace as well as the many conveniences of the dim sun cold moon ritual. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Speaking of the dim sun cold moon ritual, I feel that you should actually expel the power of dim moon from your body, only retaining the power of cold sun. That would instead be better. Because of the cold sun divine saber, Feng Yunsheng had absorbed close to 80% of the total power of cold sun. Or rather, it was the cold sun divine saber that had absorbed close to 80% of the power of the cold sun. Feng Yunsheng's life was intertwined with the cold sun divine saber, and they were one and the same. On the other hand, Feng Yunsheng did not absorb much of the power of the dark moon. After all, Feng Yunsheng's current cultivation level was rather low. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Feng Yunsheng said. I vaguely sensed something during my secluded cultivation this time. Yang Zhaoge said, you might as well just give it to me. I can use it to temper my new supreme martial art. Feng Yunsheng nodded and sat down cross-legged. Her pupils abruptly changed in appearance, flickering with dim blue radiance as they resembled 2 cold suns. Black light flickered amidst the dim blue radiance. Feng Yunsheng's body shook as she opened her mouth, streams of black light surging out before condensing into a jet-black dim moon in front of her. The moonlight seemed to be blazing, causing one to feel blazing hot. Yet, it also contained a cold, clear, and extinguishing intent. Seeing the power of dim moon fly out from her mouth, Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. This meant that Feng Yunsheng had long since thought of this, having accurately judged her own cultivation base. She had not deeply refined the power of dim moon, instead keeping it in isolation, condensing it into an orb outside her body now. With just a thought, Yang Zhaoge's true essence transformed into streams of clear qi that flew out, enveloping that orb in the form of a full black moon. The orb was brought to the top of Yang Zhaoge's head. Yang Zhaoge's Baihui acupoint emitted a brilliant glow. Beneath the radiance, that black orb slowly descended, about to be kept within Yang Zhaoge's body. Finally, Yang Zhaoge's eyes suddenly swiveled as that black orb halted its descent. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback. Is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong, Yang Zhaoge stared at her slyly. It's just that. Do you mind if I swallow it with my mouth as well? Feng Yunsheng instantly did not know whether to laugh or to cry, having rarely seen Yang Zhaoge like this that year. She was neither embarrassed nor angered as she rolled her eyes at Yang Zhaoge. It would be this little girl's honor. Why don't I go over and feed you? Yang Zhaoge had yet to speak when Ahu suddenly came over from the side, staring excitedly as he nodded unceasingly. Of course, of course. Pan Pan opened his big eyes that resembled copper bells as he also came over, his 2 front paws clasped before him as he made a clapping gesture. Go, Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Being surrounded by so many people, his mood instantly plummeted greatly. Feng Yunsheng looked like she was smiling whilst also not, as she looked exasperatedly at the 2 spectators by the side. Exchanging glances with her, Yang Zhaoge both laughed. Amidst their laughter, Yang Zhaoge raised his head, opening his mouth as he directly swallowed that black orb condensed of the power of dim moon. A brutal, extinguishing sword intent instantly emanated from his body. That sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, returned to his hands, shaking unceasingly. Ahu and Pan Pan both sat dejectedly by the side. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng smiled as she shook her head, a slight flush appearing on her face as well. After calming herself, she closed her eyes and began cultivating her qi once more. After a long time, Yang Zhaoge opened his eyes, keeping the glorious rainbow sword as he stood up and stretched lazily. I wonder what the current situation is in the Royal Reed Sea. He controlled the myriad dragon palace to traverse stealthily within the sea for a period of time before surfacing to the surface. He had caught a new tongue and asked for news. The current situation in the Royal Reed Sea had indeed changed once more. With a corner of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation having been broken by him, the entire Grand Formation had been affected, as it was hard for them to target the North Sea Sword Pavilion's sword domain in the Grinding Hut region. The Grand Xian dynasty could only compete head-on with the anti-Xian forces. Both sides had victories and defeats in their battles. The anti-Xian forces relied on the geographical advantage of the Grinding Hut region's sword domain and the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Guardian Grand Formation, causing the Grand Xian dynasty to be hard-pressed to succeed in the short term. Recently, news had spread that the Grand Xian dynasty had suddenly retreated from the North Sea, their spearhead now being directed at the Radiant Light sect. The experts of the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and Copper Men Island had all gathered at the North Sea Sword Pavilion before this. If they wanted to reinforce the Radiant Light sect, they would have to leave the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. However, if the Grand Xian dynasty was still acting as a diversion, still targeting the anti-Xian forces of the Grinding Hut region, it would be very easy for them to ambush those who were rushing to reinforce the Radiant Light sect along the way. If the anti-Xian forces did not reinforce them, the Grand Xian dynasty would simply attack the Radiant Light sect. Having the initiative, the Grand Xian dynasty had more choices, while the anti-Xian forces would be in a much more difficult situation. Still, it was unknown whose idea it was, but the anti-Xian forces displayed shocking decisiveness. They immediately left the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, pursuing the Grand Xian dynasty who had retreated from the North Sea, biting onto their tail, not giving them any time to set up their plans as they prevented them from setting up any traps or ambushes. Having lost their geographical advantage, the anti-Xian forces were weak. The Grand Xian dynasty wanted to turn around and counterattack, but the anti-Xian forces retreated towards the Grinding Hut region once more. The Grand Xian dynasty did not pursue, wanting to leave the North Sea, but the anti-Xian forces caught up with them once more. Anyway, the two sides fought and stopped, entangled together as they fought unceasingly. The situation was rather similar to that between Yang Zhaoge and that old man earlier. Even as he clashed, he was also unceasingly playing mind games. Other than the overall situation, there was also some other news that drew Yang Zhaoge's attention. For example, everyone was praising that the one who had broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation was a martial practitioner of the Radiant Light sect. This person was called Nong Yuxuan. Hearing the news, Yang Zhaoge blinked. To be continued. Chapter 665. Yang Zhaoge blinked, looking rather amusedly at the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner he had captured. Nong Yuxuan broke the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation? How did he do it? When? That person said, I heard that it was in the whole tower region. I am not clear on the specifics. Yang Zhaoge smiled, asking, who spread the news? The other party answered, the Radiant Light sect is not clear on the specifics. Yang Zhaoge shook his head, searching over the sea once more. This time, he found a North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner. Starlight Nong pierced through the fire pith vein of the whole tower region's northern region of sea with the 9-star alignment technique, causing the spiritual chi of the earth veins to fluctuate as underground fire spurted out. This underground fire triggered the true yin wood formation talisman that the Xian traitors had set up in the whole tower region. Then, the talisman in turn caused the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder in the sky to descend prematurely. Because of the gathering of the underground fire, the descending thunder and fire was also gathered together in the northern region of sea of the whole tower region, not harming any other places. Starlight Nong really put in a lot of effort. The other party spoke unceasingly, repeatedly sighing in praise, a corner of the whole tower region having been shaken prematurely, the entire Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation having been affected, its effects greatly reduced. The sword domain of our anti-Xian army in the Grinding Hut region is impregnable as a result, the Xian traitors being hard-pressed to break through. The Radiant Light sect has helped us, making such a huge contribution to the entire anti-Xian cause. Now that they are in danger, we should naturally assist them in fighting the Xian traitors together. Yang Zhaoge looked like he was smiling whilst also not as he asked, you all believe Nong Yuxuan's words? That North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner looked rather quizzically at Yang Zhaoge. This is only natural. Outside of the Grand Shen dynasty, in the Royal Reed Sea, the one who has researched the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation the most deeply should be Starlight Nong. This is something that everyone knows. The facts have proven that he indeed lives up to his reputation. Yang Zhaoge chuckled. From a certain perspective, he felt that Nong Yuxuan indeed had some research on the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. After all, he did not witness it with his own eyes. He could only speculate based on the traces he observed afterwards. Due to the eruption of thunder and fire, only a few traces had been left behind. It was purely hindsight. Yang Zhaoge did not speak further with this North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner, just asking, "Oh, I wonder where this great hero is now?" The other party did not suspect anything and replied, "I heard that he's in the Heavenly Inheritance continent now." The anti-Shen army pursued the retreating Grand Shen dynasty, the two sides constantly engaged in a battle of attrition. The Heavenly Inheritance continent had just left the Grinding Hut continent. Compared to the pursuing anti-Shen army, it was at the back. That North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner said matter-of-factly, "Starlight Nong has performed a miraculous service, breaking through the Shen traitors' heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. He definitely bears a grudge against him now, so he should be more cautious." Yang Zhaoge chuckled. The Heavenly Inheritance region? He headed north towards the Heavenly Inheritance continent. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Ahu ground his teeth in fury. "Young master, this surnamed Nong really is a scum." Yang Zhaoge chuckled. "How could it be so easy to take my credit?" He smacked his lips. "However, it does seem like a trap to lure me to him." Hearing this, Feng Yunsheng's gaze turned stern. He has already refined a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power. He is not afraid of the Cold Sun Divine Saber's suppression towards him? That is most likely the case. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he is so confident. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. "Either many experts of the Radiant Light sect have set up a trap to surround and kill me, even having seen divinity martial saints preparing to ambush me. Or, he is currently able to wield a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power, not being affected by the Cold Sun Divine Saber. At the same time, it would be equivalent to him possessing a mid-grade sacred artifact." The great battle between the Grand Shen dynasty and the anti-Shen forces was currently at a stalemate, raging like a raging fire. The Radiant Light sect might even become the Grand Shen dynasty's target. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for the Radiant Light sect to dispatch a great number of experts to deal with Yang Zhaoge, especially when their peak experts would most likely be unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, it was more likely that Nong Yuxuan and a few other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners would be responsible for this matter alone. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If he is already able to wield a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power, he would be able to restrict my extreme Yang seal. If he does not just have the power for a single strike, it would be even more terrifying. Ahu grinned. "Young master, if that is so, it would be a little troublesome." Nong Yuxuan himself was already an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As he sought the power of dim sun and cold moon, he was also able to single-handedly suppress the combined attacks of Kang Jinyuan, who was also a late-merging avatar martial saint, as well as another dim darkness sect elder at the second level of the martial saint realm. Even when he had been injured by Yang Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan had still been able to reverse the situation and defeat Kang Jinyuan, who was in pursuit of him. As long as the power of the Rahu Saber was not countered by the Cold Sun Divine Saber, even if he only had a single chance to attack, being able to nullify the power of the extreme Yang seal would already be sufficient for Nong Yuxuan. Moreover, even if there were not too many fellow disciples accompanying him, Nong Yuxuan would not be alone. Since he intended to kill Yang Zhaoge, he would naturally have to make proper preparations. After a few exchanges earlier, Nong Yuxuan no longer dared to underestimate Yang Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Perhaps, there is still a way." As Yang Zhaoge looked at her, Feng Yunsheng raised the Cold Sun Divine Saber in her hand. "I can take a bit of a risk." "Oh." Yang Zhaoge's heart jolted as he understood what she wanted to do, his expression involuntarily turning rather strange. "I already said it back then. I am someone who likes to take risks, often causing major movements. Therefore, I found a housekeeper to manage me, able to rein me in at critical times." From the looks of it now, however, it seems like I found someone even crazier than me. Feng Yunsheng smiled. I also said it back then. Who knows, she might even be crazier along with you. Yang Zhaoge felt pained. I really boarded a pirate ship. After a few jokes, Yang Zhaoge asked solemnly, how many breaths of time can you hold on for now? 12 breaths, Feng Yunsheng answered solemnly as well. I am going to take a risk and not throw my life away. I understand this principle. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, at that time, I will look at the specific arrangements of the other side before making a decision. The Grand Xian dynasty might have the intention of reaping the benefits of a third party's conflict. Emerging from the deep sea, Yang Zhaoge's group arrived at the Heavenly Inheritance region. From his conversation with that North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner earlier, Yang Zhaoge had already learnt that other than Nong Yuxuan, Yu Baoqi was coincidentally here as well. Apart from that, there were also dim darkness sect martial practitioners. Still, they were not people Yang Zhaoge was familiar with. When Yu Baoqi had been informed by the other North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners and hurried over to see Yang Zhaoge, her expression had been solemn. The first thing she asked upon meeting him was, who exactly was it that broke the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation? Yang Zhaoge smiled. Since you have asked this, it means that you too are suspecting it. Yu Baoqi was silent. She had heard Yang Zhaoge mention that there was a way to break the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation, but she had fled after Kang Jinyuan had appeared. She had not witnessed Yang Zhaoge capturing Kang Jinyuan and breaking the Grand Formation. It was just that after knowing that there was enmity between Yang Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect and looking at the current situation, she could not help but feel suspicious. To be continued. Chapter 666. Yang Zhaoge smiled. The one who broke the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation was naturally me. As for a certain person surnamed Nong, he merely faked his fame and stole credit. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Yu Baoqi fell silent for a time. She thought for a moment, then said, if you don't mind, I'll take you to see Elder Qi of our sect, who's in charge of the Heavenly Inheritance continent. Yang Zhaoge laughed. The martial practitioners of the various great sects here might as well be invited to act as witnesses. Seeing Yang Zhaoge so certain, Yu Baoqi could not help but glance at him, pondering for a moment before saying, Elder Qi will have to decide. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, the guest follows the host's wishes. They set out together, but who knew that not long after, the horizon in the distance lit up with boundless radiance, illuminating the world into a vast expanse of whiteness. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge smiled. As expected, you were specifically waiting for me to come. Yu Baoqi felt rather awkward as she knew that it was most likely her fellow disciples who had leaked the news such that those of the Radiant Light sect had learnt so quickly that Yang Zhaoge had arrived in the Heavenly Inheritance region. Although it might have been an unintentional mistake by her fellow disciple, she still felt ashamed. On the other hand, Yang Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he saw a few streaks of light speedily arriving before him. Stopping, a few figures appeared behind them. The person in the lead was precisely Nong Yuxuan. Under his lead, the group of Radiant Light sect martial practitioners vaguely formed an encirclement. Nong Yuxuan stared at Yang Zhaoge as a Radiant Light sect elder beside him looked at Yu Baoqi, saying, this person has repeatedly offended our sect, even killing and injuring our martial practitioners. Now, we must properly settle this debt with him. Fairy Yu, please do not interfere. Yu Baoqi frowned slightly. He is now a guest of our sect. Nong Yuxuan said indifferently, I will personally apologize to Pavilion Master Ji Yu after this matter is over. For now, your esteemed sect should not get involved. Yu Baoqi's eyes narrowed. She could tell that the other party's tone was flat, but it revealed a firm will and determination. His killing intent was awe-inspiring and unshakable. Yang Zhaoge smiled, you want to kill me now. How much of it is because of our past enmity and how much of it is to silence me lest others know that you stole my contribution in breaking the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation? A Radiant Light sect martial practitioner roared furiously, nonsense. Nong Yuxuan's expression was calm, that is not important. What is important is that you dared to show your face. He looked rather strangely at Yang Zhaoge. It looks like the thing is on you and was brought to the world beyond worlds by you. Otherwise, You would not be so bold. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Gnome Yuxuan's mouth. This really couldn't be any better. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson. Gnome Yuxuan stepped on the air, striding forward. Then let's give it a try. At this moment, a vast and vigorous sword intent came from another direction. The sword light flashed, and the sword energy swept through the world like a tidal wave. Upon seeing this, Yu Baoqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, an old man appeared in front of everyone. Gnome Yuxuan's expression did not change. Elder Qi, this sect has to settle some personal grudges. I hope that your sect will not interfere. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's expert, Elder Qi, who was in charge of the situation here, cast his gaze on Yu Baoqi. What's going on? After glancing at Gnome Yuxuan and the other Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners, Yu Baoqi explained the situation to Elder Qi via sound transmission. After hearing what had happened, the other party's expression turned grim. He looked at Yang Zhaoge rather suspiciously. Yang Zhaoge was currently gradually gaining fame in the Royal Reed Sea as well. While he was still a martial grandmaster, he was already no longer an ordinary figure. It was just that compared to Gnome Yuxuan, who had made a name for himself many years ago, his reputation was clearly inferior. This made Elder Qi a little doubtful. After all, if it was really as Yang Zhaoge had said, the effects of this matter would be extremely bad. However, Elder Qi had no choice but to be cautious in the current situation. Behind Gnome Yuxuan stood the Radiant Light Sect, one of the four major powers of the Royal Reed Sea that stood against the Grand Xian dynasty, experts as common as clouds. In the process of resisting the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light Sect played an important role. The North Sea Sword Pavilion was attacked by the Grand Xian dynasty. The chief of the Radiant Light Sect, Luo Jiyuan, had brought along the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun Moon Wheels, to personally reinforce the Grinding Hut region of the North Sea, helping the North Sea Sword Pavilion resist the Grand Xian dynasty. The Radiant Light Sect itself was threatened by the Grand Xian dynasty because of this. As for Yang Zhaoge, however much of a heaven-defying genius he would definitely be unable to compare to the Radiant Light Sect at this current stage. It would be fine if the evidence was conclusive, but if both sides insisted on arguing, it would cause a huge mess if it wasn't handled properly. Yu Baoqi had first brought Yang Zhaoge to see Elder Qi out of consideration for this. The clash that had occurred during the dim sun cold moon ritual had already caused more and more people to know that there was conflict between Yang Zhaoge and Gnome Yuxuan. While few people understood the specifics of the situation, the two sides were definitely at loggerheads with one another. And now, something like the possibility of stealing credit had happened. The situation was already on the verge of erupting at any moment. If Elder Qi had not arrived, the two sides would definitely have already directly clashed. Now, numerous streaks of light arrived from different directions. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge could not help but smile. The ones who had arrived were martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness Sect and Copper Men Island. Gnome Yuxuan, Elder Qi, and the others were all late-merging avatar martial saints. As they vaguely formed a stalemate, it naturally drew the attention of many. Only after arriving did they discover that there was something else going on. A long-time elder of the Radiant Light Sect said coldly, "Everyone, with the Grand Xian dynasty currently before us, we shouldn't be wasting time on such a minor matter, right? Our sect can handle it ourselves." How would Yang Zhaoge not be able to tell what he was implying? With a powerful enemy like the Grand Xian dynasty on the outside, between the mighty Radiant Light Sect and a mere martial grandmaster, was there even a need to say anything? Even if this martial grandmaster was powerful, able to battle merging avatar martial saints and possessing boundless potential, how could he compare to the entire Radiant Light Sect? The gaze of that Dim Darkness Sect elder flickered slightly. This young master Yang Zhaoge, is a guest of my Dim Darkness Sect, also being irreconcilable with the Grand Xian dynasty. Currently, the rebellion against the Xian dynasty is of utmost importance. Even if you all have personal enmity, you should still wait for now. Those of the Radiant Light Sect all frowned slightly. No, we must slay this little scum today. That Dim Darkness Sect elder asked casually, "What are you in such a rush for?" Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly. "From what I know, the Bright Starlight King is someone that the Radiant Light Sect is heavily groomed, even having a high chance of succeeding as the next chief. However, such a person has actually done something like falsely claiming credit. It's not that he can't do it, it's just that the way he eats is really a little unsightly. A cold light instantly flickered within the eyes of that dim darkness sect elder as he stared at Nong Yuxuan. Oh, this is interesting. Nong Yuxuan ignored that dim darkness sect elder, instead saying mildly as he looked at Yang Zhaoge, just based on these words of yours alone, I can convict you of the heavy crime of disrupting the morale of the army and wrecking the rebellion against the Xian dynasty. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. Doing things in secret is a double-edged sword. Even as you deceive your enemies, you can also deceive your own people. Chapter 667. Yang Zhaoge's words caused everyone present to feel rather puzzled, not understanding what he meant. They all thought that he was referring to the matter before them. A radiant light sect elder appeared displeased. Nonsense. That dim darkness sect elder mocked, if you don't want others to know about it, don't do it. Since you are in such a rush to kill him, it shouldn't be to silence him. The radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect had long-standing enmity. If not for their common enemy, the Grand Xian dynasty, the two sides would long since have engaged in an endless battle to the death. While they were both currently in the anti-Xian camp, they were still usually not on good terms. Even if it was not to the extent of opposing for the sake of opposing, the dim darkness sect would naturally be happy to see an important figure of the radiant light sect like Nong Yuxuan lose his reputation. While the fruits of the dim sun cold moon ritual having fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands left those of the dim darkness sect feeling rather despondent, it was the Grand Xian dynasty's attack that had caused the ritual to fail at the end of the day. Yang Zhaoge had only just happened to be there. If the remnant power of the ritual had not fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands, it would most likely have fallen into the hands of the radiant light sect's Nong Yuxuan. As compared to the latter, the dim darkness sect would definitely find it easier to accept the former outcome. Now that there was a chance to make the radiant light sect suffer a setback, the dim darkness sect would definitely not hesitate to stand on the same side as Yang Zhaoge. Someone in the radiant light sect's camp laughed coldly, like leeches that have smelled blood. Just the slightest sign of trouble from our sect, you will immediately rush over. If you want to take advantage of us, look at the situation first. Who doesn't know that our sect's elder Nong is extremely proficient in the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation that even few in the Grand Xian dynasty can compare to? He glanced at Yang Zhaoge. Is such a major matter something that a martial grandmaster can accomplish? That would be the greatest joke of the world. That dim darkness sect elder had a composed look on his face. Since that is so, what are you in such a rush for? This elder did not know whether Yang Zhaoge's words were true or not, but he recalled something. When their sect's dim sun-cold moon ritual had been in progress, Yang Zhaoge had actually followed the power of the ritual all the way from the branch altar to the main altar and had actually been completely unscathed. Whether it was intentional or not, at the very least, this meant that Yang Zhaoge was quite accomplished in the Tao of formations. This caused those of the dim darkness sect to feel a little more confident. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion now asked slowly, Starlight Nong's method of dispelling it is no longer a secret. After the elders of the various families have investigated it, they are all certain that there is no problem with the method. The whole Tower region's heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was precisely dispelled by the 9 stars-aligned pearl-stirring earthfire. Yet now, young Master Yang has come out and claimed that he was the one who broke the formation. Is there anyone else who can prove this? As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Baoqi. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge knew that Yu Baoqi had once mentioned her doubts to this Elder Qi. With Yu Baoqi's assurance, Elder Qi wasn't as shocked as before. At the very least, he did not directly reprimand Yang Zhaoge, who was merely a martial grandmaster, for bragging. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, if it's witnesses, there really aren't any. The people of the Radiant Light sect laughed coldly. It was you who made a false accusation in the first place. Other than an accomplice who colluded with you, there naturally wouldn't be any true witnesses. Yu Baoqi frowned. There was a hidden meaning in the other party's words. The Radiant Light sect had learnt that Yang Zhaoge had first come to the Heavenly Inheritance region to look for her and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. They would naturally be vigilant. Still, she had indeed not witnessed Yang Zhaoge breaking the formation. Thus, it was not good for her to speak now. That dim darkness sect elder chortled, "Speaking of this, it was you who spread the news that Nong Yuxuan broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Is there anyone else who can prove this?" The Copper Men Island elder, who had been silent all along, now said slowly, "The heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation is no small matter. The Grand Xian dynasty had already set it up properly at the time, accumulating power and waiting to act. Having a way to break the formation, one would naturally have to grasp the opportunity and do it as soon as possible. Who would still have the time and effort to find witnesses for themselves?" This Copper Men Island elder surveyed their surroundings. Starlight Gnome was able to explain the method of breaking the formation, the experts of the various sects having confirmed it as well. Accusing him of having stolen credit just based on the words of a single person would be a little unfair, wouldn't it? Moreover, it is someone with a personal grudge against him. His gaze slowly swept across Yang Zhaoge and that dim darkness sect elder. "This old man feels that we should still be cautious. Otherwise, the current situation of the rebellion against the Xian would be destroyed for no good reason. Everyone, we currently do not hold the advantage. The initiative lies more with the side of the Xian crooks. If we are not careful in the slightest, a calamity might befall us all." The North Sea Sword Pavilion's elder Qi was silent for a moment. Meanwhile, that dim darkness sect elder knit his brows. The other party's words were clearly biased towards the Radiant Light sect. With both sides clinging to their own words and neither being able to bring out any better evidence, this was actually something that could be expected. It was hard to convince people to believe that the other party was trying to steal the credit without any concrete evidence. Otherwise, anyone would be able to jump out and falsely accuse others of anything they wanted. Even if they wanted to set up a heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation for the two sides to compete once more, they would not have sufficient materials to do so. Under such circumstances, it would be very normal for them to be biased towards the Radiant Light sect. First, not speaking of how Nong Yuxuan's reputation was greater, just the fact that their conflict with the Grand Xian dynasty had reached a critical juncture with internal strife occurring within the anti-Xian army now being disadvantageous to their side no matter how one looked at it. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was still rather hesitant. However, to those of Copper Men Island, in order to maintain the stability of the overall situation, even if it really was Nong Yuxuan who had stolen credit, as long as there was no evidence that could pin him to death, Copper Men Island would still feign ignorance on the surface. That Copper Men Island elder swept his gaze across Elder Qi and the leading dim darkness sect elder. While he did not speak, Elder Qi and the other elder could still see 4 words within his gaze. The overall situation was of utmost importance. Seeing them exchanging gazes unceasingly, looking at those of the Radiant Light sect who were raring to go, Yang Zhaoge could not help but smile even more. While there are no witnesses, there is material evidence. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. An orb had appeared in Yang Zhaoge's hand. He said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Huang Jie is a character. Still, it can be seen that he is also a secretive person, keeping his lips tight as he does not easily reveal his thoughts. Therefore, whatever methods he has, he would most likely not tell his fellow disciples. Perhaps he would tell his father Huang Shu, his grandfather Huang Guanglie and the others, but it would be impossible for him to tell Meng Wan or Tang Yonghao." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "Therefore, your Radiant Light sect might not know that he had such a thing in his possession. After I killed him, it fell into my hands. If you had known about it, perhaps you wouldn't have done such a thing." Yang Zhaoge raised that orb, which hovered in mid-air as he tapped lightly on it. "This thing is called the Heaven Spying Orb. The images recorded within cannot be faked, cannot be altered." Light shot out from within the orb, an illusory scene of light appearing. The contents recorded were shockingly the process of Yang Zhaoge's 9 swords piercing through the earth veins, causing underground fire to erupt as he broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation in the northern region of Sea of the Whole Tower region. Those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Men Island and the Dim Darkness sect were all dazed on seeing this before their gazes simultaneously converged on Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge met his gaze mildly. "For someone like me who likes to show off, would it be possible for me to do a good deed without leaving my name?" To be continued. Chapter 668. Yang Zhaoge's motto was that when doing great things, there had to be an audience. If there wasn't an audience, he would create one himself. Just as the Copper Men Island elder had said, the situation was urgent and chaotic, so how could they have the time to find another witness? Yu Baoqi was responsible for baiting Kang Jinyuan. For safety reasons, she could leave after that. There was no need for her to stay where she was. Meanwhile, with the heaven spying orb in hand, Yang Zhaoge would naturally secretly record down the process of him breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. When he had flashed the heaven spying orb, those of the Radiant Light sect had vaguely sensed that something was wrong, wanting to make a move to stop him. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners obstructed him, blocking his path. The cultivators of Copper Men Island frowned, intending to approach as well. However, they saw North Sea Sword Pavilion's Elder Qi and the others coming over to block them. The two sides were in a deadlock for a moment. Meanwhile, the heaven spying orb had already shot out rays of light, displaying an image. Looking at the image of light, even as everyone was shocked by Yang Zhaoge's Duan Jingtian surpassing all expectations, they all unconsciously looked towards Nong Yuxuan. None of the people present were people with shallow knowledge and experience. Although the heaven spying pearl was extremely rare, they all recognized it. Everyone knew the effects and characteristics of this thing. This treasure was much more advantageous than a witness. After all, witnesses could also collude. That dim darkness sect elder laughed loudly. What a bright star radiance King Nong Yuxuan, what a rare peerless genius who has hopes of walking the path of the emperor of the past. As far as I can remember, the sovereign was not as shameless as you. The people of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were currently looking at the people of the Radiant Light sect. While they did not speak, their expressions were rather unfriendly. While everyone was in the Grinding Hut region's sword domain, joining hands to resist the Grand Xian dynasty, the one who would benefit the most from the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation being broken would definitely still be the North Sea Sword Pavilion who was the host. Therefore, when Nong Yuxuan announced that he had broken the Heaven Fire Tribulation Thunder formation, the entire North Sea Sword Pavilion was extremely grateful. Now that the truth was out, Elder Qi and the others couldn't help but feel like they had been fooled. Nong Yuxuan was expressionless as he gazed deeply at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly. It is actually not accurate enough to say that the images recorded by the Heaven Spying Orb are completely impossible to falsify and alter. Strictly speaking, those above the martial sacred realm are able to do it. Yang Zhaoge smiled as he spread his hands apart. Hearing his words, everyone glanced at Yang Zhaoge rather exasperatedly. This is equivalent to saying that either the evidence that I have given is real, or there is a supreme bigwig standing behind me who can cause the heavens and earth of the Royal Reed Sea to change with just a breath. Which possibility do you choose to believe? The expressions of those of the Radiant Light sect were ugly. They wanted to say something, yet were momentarily at a loss for words. Only now did they understand what Yang Zhaoge had said at the start: doing things in secret is a double-edged sword. Even as you deceive your enemies, you might also deceive your own people. These words actually did not refer to their Radiant Light sect. Instead, they referred to Huang Jie of the past. They had indeed not known that a heaven spying orb had appeared in the Eight Extremities world, also not knowing that this heaven spying orb had fallen into Huang Jie's hands. Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect who had gone to the Eight Extremities world had been completely annihilated, not a single one able to return. The Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhong Chao, Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao who had ascended from the Eight Extremities world did not know that Huang Jie possessed the heaven spying orb. Realizing this, all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners present could not help but feel rather pained. This youth who had once been highly regarded by longtime elders of the Radiant Light sect had instead been used as a blade by his enemies after his death, stabbing viciously at the Radiant Light sect. That elder of Copper Men Island felt rather awkward as he fell into silence, his gaze shifting between Yang Zhaoge and Nong Yuxuan. With the facts before him, he no longer had the confidence to support the Radiant Light sect. Of course, from his heart, he too felt some admiration towards a heavens-favored son like Yang Zhaoge who possessed outstanding talent and outstanding capabilities. However, the current Yang Zhaoge was still far from being able to compare to the Radiant Light sect. One was a youth with limitless prospects who still had room for improvement. The other was the Radiant Light sect, which possessed a high-grade sacred artifact and numerous seeing divinity martial saints. Between the Radiant Light sect and Yang Zhaoge, Copper Men Island would unquestionably still choose the former. With the difference in strength and cultivation base being too great, violence could crush justice, reason becoming reason even if it was unreasonable. It was just a matter of silencing witnesses and destroying evidence. However, the Dim Darkness sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion might not think this way. This was especially so for the Dim Darkness sect, as it was impossible for them to let it go so easily. With these two forces holding the fort, even if he wanted to continue helping the Radiant Light sect, it would not be effective. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion now said slowly, "Young Master Yang has dispelled the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation, sparing our Grinding Hut region's sword domain from harm. This old man is extremely grateful." His words were tantamount to determining the outcome. The one who had broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation was Yang Zhaoge, not Nong Yuxuan. Everyone sighed. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's style is still so unyielding. Nong Yuxuan was the most outstanding figure of the Radiant Light sect's senior generation, a heavens-favored son whose name had shaken the royal Reed Sea in his youth. Now, he had slowly matured into a pillar of the Radiant Light sect. He was one of the leading figures of the Radiant Light sect, having even been mentioned by the Grand Xian dynasty. He definitely had the full support of the Radiant Light sect behind him. On the contrary, due to the intentional actions of the Radiant Light sect, while Yang Zhaoge's background was still blurry, it was gradually being exposed. According to the Radiant Light sect, Yang Zhaoge came from the lower worlds, not having any impressive backers. Of course, they did not really believe the Radiant Light sect's words, just that they all had some doubts more or less. Under such circumstances, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's decision was virtually equivalent to not hesitating to offend the Radiant Light sect in supporting Yang Zhaoge, who had no backers behind him, in upholding justice, exposing the matter of Nong Yuxuan's fraudulent contribution. Unlike the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion had not previously had any major conflicts with the Radiant Light sect. There were virtually no benefits to be gained from this. At the very least, no benefits could be seen at the moment. The two sides had not been on friendly terms before this either. This was entirely due to the favor owed to Yang Zhaoge for breaking the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation. Looking at those of the Radiant Light sect, Elder Qi continued, "This old man will report this matter to our sect's Pavilion Lord and your sect's Chief Luo. Everything will be left for them to handle." Hearing his words, the martial practitioners of Copper Men Island exchanged glances. Elder Qi clearly wanted to separate the Radiant Light sect from Nong Yuxuan. Not targeting the Radiant Light sect, instead targeting Nong Yuxuan as an individual, more or less giving the Radiant Light sect a way out of this situation. It was just that Nong Yuxuan himself would still have his reputation completely ruined. While however the two were separated, Nong Yuxuan was still the face of the Radiant Light sect, as opposed to the North Sea Sword Pavilion's usual straightforward style. Elder Qi's actions were rather sly and slick. Those of Copper Men Island exchanged looks, no longer saying anything. Hearing his words, those of the Dim Darkness sect nodded slowly as well. Fighting against the Xian was their main goal. They would be very happy to humiliate the Radiant Light sect. However, completely falling out with the Radiant Light sect before the Grand Xian dynasty had been destroyed was not what they wished for. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change, as he was neither angry nor joyful, as he just nodded slightly towards Elder Qi. "The Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation is tyrannical, possibly causing the life forms of the North Sea to be plunged into misery and suffering. The Grand Xian dynasty is brutal and heartless." This Yang acted out of righteous indignation. Elder Qi is polite. He did not say much, instead looking at Nong Yuxuan and the others with a smile that was whilst also not a smile. Indeed, Nong Yuxuan continued to stare at him, not saying a single word. He did not even look at Elder Qi and the others, as if he had heard nothing at all. To be continued.